Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 453, The Fleeting Past. Li Qiye smiled awkwardly and said, "Well. After what happened, I knew that you didn't like me. Plus, I was in a rush back then, so I didn't have time to come chat with you, old friend. You just want to borrow something else, that's why you shamelessly came here to find me, right?" The master sneered and coldly said. Li Qiye smiled wryly and then rubbed his hands together before saying, "You should know that I will go big this time, and I need several killer moves. I have gathered a few things, but it still won't be easy. I want to blow open that place since there are a few secrets that cannot be hidden forever. Because of this, I thought about borrowing that certain something from you to be even more assured. Surely you would agree?" The master didn't speak. Silence ensued as if he didn't hear Li Qiye at all. After a while, without hearing a response, Li Qiye gently sighed and said, "Very well, never mind. I won't bother your eternal slumber. In the end, time is everything to you." Having said that, he turned around to leave. "You must know that you are going to your own death, you're walking down a road to disaster." The moment Li Qiye reached the door, the master called out. Li Qiye turned around and revealed a smile before shaking his head to say, "I don't think so. You should know that I am completely prepared. I even took into consideration the emergence of the lost mythical island. When the time is ripe, I trust that I will be able to blow open that sky and kill to the very end. No one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths can hinder my determination." These confident words pierced the sky with its dominance. Just like Li Qiye said, let alone gods and devil, even the heavens could not hold back his will. "Do you know what you will be facing?" the ancestral flow master asked. Li Qiye shrugged and answered with a grin, "To be honest, I'm not very clear on this." "Do you know? That crafty thing had been buried for a very long time without coming out. Do you know what it is?" "I don't know." The master quickly replied in a firm manner, "But I know that it is suicidal to even try to oppose it. I am a person who doesn't believe in the impossible. No one in this world will be able to stop me. If I have decided to do something, then I will even blow apart the heavens if it decides to stand in my way. I'm not doing this for anyone, not for me, not for you, not for anything. I only want to solve the mystery and chase out this thing that had been buried since time immemorial." Li Qiye quietly continued, "I shall solve this mystery. I have both the patience and confidence to do so." Although his words were calm, the content of his speech was quite heaven-shattering. The master became quiet for a while. Some time after, the master then reached out as if he was grabbing something from Necropolis. The master then said in a cold manner, "This is the key to the prime ominous grave, take it." "Thanks, this will save me some trouble." Li Qiye accepted the key. "Is that so?" The master was particularly upset at Li Qiye and said with a glare, "Haven't you always been finding it yourself in the past? I thought that you were never going to come ask me for it." Li Qiye dryly laughed and awkwardly replied, "It is a thing of the past, so just let it go. I was wrong back then, although immortal Emperor Ming-Du really did a lot of things for Necropolis and was its firm supporter. Nevertheless, I was the one who brought him out and fulfilled the promise that he would become a powerful person, a powerful immortal emperor. The whole process was much smoother since you allowed him to leave. No matter what, I destroyed the eternal order of Necropolis. This was my mistake, and I thank you for escorting us back then as well." Li Qiye sincerely apologized to the ancestral flow master. The master snorted. Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. That it took a while before the master softened his tone. "I can let you borrow that thing, but you need to help me with something." It seemed that the master's anger had subsided quite a bit. Li Qiye was happy to hear this and quickly responded, "Just say it, I will help you with anything. Come with me." The master coldly spoke. Li Qiye followed the master to a place where a certain thing was being grown. After seeing this thing, Li Qiye shockingly exclaimed, "How did you find this thing? It's none of your business." The master said, I need you to help it surpass this difficult stage. I know that you once had the alchemy god's grand cannon. If there is anyone in this world that could help it ride out this storm, it is you. I wouldn't have been able to do it before. Wuxia shook his head and smilingly continued, but I coincidentally found the myriad heavenly cauldron recently. It can help this thing, but I need time along with your assistance. No problem. The master replied. Wuxia, who was waiting outside, was arranged a place to stay for more than 10 days before Wuxia appeared again. Let us go. He then told Wuxia. Are you okay? Seeing his fatigued appearance, she asked with concern. Wuxia shook his head and replied, It's nothing, I only spent a bit of energy. I'll be fine after a day or two of rest. The two left the ancestral flow. From beginning to end, Wuxia only saw two people inside. One was the ghost servant and the other was the master, to be more exact, one person and one ghost. Although the ancestral flow's scenery was like that of an emperor's lineage, Wuxia felt relieved after leaving. The place was suffocating despite not having a ghastly nether atmosphere because of the sensation of it carrying a huge secret with its tranquility. She preferred the other places in Necropolis much more. In short, she felt that the ancestral flow was hiding a certain something. She had many questions about it, such as why was the master a living person? How did they become the master of the ancestral flow? She wanted to ask Wuxia, but she didn't know how to phrase it. Wuxia noticed her awkward demeanor and smilingly said, You can ask if you have any questions, perhaps I can tell you certain things. What kind of person is the ancestral flow master? Chiron curiously asked. The ancestral flow master was Wuxia's friend, and a close one at that, so the person should be part of the younger generation in the sacred nether world. To be able to become the master of the ancestral flow showed the person's amazing skill, so logically speaking, the person should be a famous genius. However, she was completely misled by the fact that the master was a living person. Because of this, she thought that the master was a contemporary cultivator. Wuxia paused here and gently shook his head, This is a secret. No good will come from you finding out about it. Instead, it will only bring about a potential disaster. Wuxia only wryly smiled and didn't ask anything else. She was a sensible woman and didn't want to make it difficult for her young noble. In the end, she asked, Where do we go now? Wuxia narrowed his eyes to look at the alluring mature woman, that was akin to a honey peach, before him and replied, We'll go looking for someone, then I'll lend you some assistance. After that, we'll deal with some things that should end as well. Wuxia felt very warm and sweet inside. She didn't know who Wuxia was looking for, but it was no longer important to her at this moment. Right when they left the ancestral flow, the person they were looking for came to their door. A strange person approached from afar. It was a young man in yellow dressed like a servant with a mysterious grin on his face. I heard that Dao friend was looking for me. This young man looked a bit wretched, but his eyes were clear and full of life. This was quite incredible because the inhabitants of Necropolis looked no different from outsiders. The ghosts here lived just like those in the outside world, but ultimately, they were sentiments and ghosts. They didn't have blood energy or life. However, this young ghost's eyes were full of life, causing Wuxia's heart to thump. In fact, she had seen many strange things up to this point, such as the ancestral flow master being a living being. However, this ghost, with his spirited eyes, still startled her. Wuxia smiled awkwardly and said, Well. After what happened, I knew that you didn't like me. Plus, I was in a rush in the past so I didn't have time to come chat with you, old friend. You just want to borrow something else, that's why you shamelessly came here to find me, right? The master sneered and coldly said. Wuxia smiled wryly and then rubbed his hands together before saying, You should know that I will go big this time, and I need several killer moves. I have gathered a few things, but it still won't be easy. I want to blow open that place since there are a few secrets that cannot be hidden forever. Because of this, I thought about borrowing that certain something from you to be even more assured. Surely you would agree? The master didn't speak. Silence ensued as if he didn't hear Wuxia at all. Chapter 454. Huang Jiaofu, however, her habits as a chief caused her to always be alert, so she became more cautious. Wuxia looked at the young man in front of him and smiled. You actually came before I went looking for you. Interesting, interesting, the ghost in the yellow robe cheerfully smiled. Hee, I like providing services to customers the most. This lowly one only does small business to provide for the family day by day, so of course this lowly one will have to satisfy all prospective customers. Wuxia gave him a look and said, since when did Huang Jiaofu, someone who has so many colorful tales, become a small businessman and need to provide for his family on a day-by-day basis? No, I have to call you a business ghost. Huang Jiaofu, Huang Jiaofu, Wuxia shook his head and said, if I remember correctly, you are notoriously stingy, so why the sudden spurt of generosity? Just say it, don't walk around in circles with me. Huang Jiaofu forced an awkward smile while rubbing his palms together. He hesitated for a long time before speaking. I have a favor to ask of Sir. I want Sir to talk to the ancestral flow ancient god about this lowly one wanting to leave Necropolis. Zhurong Wanxue was shocked. Leaving Necropolis? This was something impossible. Since the start of history, no one had ever heard of ghosts leaving Necropolis besides one particular case. Plead with the ancestral flow master. Wuxia leered at him and said, Huang Jiaofu, you should know that no one has ever left Necropolis. At least, you guys won't be able to. No, sir, someone has left before. Huang Jiaofu quickly added, he successfully left. Although I am not too clear about the details, it seems that he eventually obtained permission from the ancestral god. Zhurong Wanxue then glanced at Wuxia. Back at the ancestral flow, the master did indeed mention such a thing about how Wuxia tricked someone into leaving Necropolis. This meant that her young noble had successfully made one ghost leave the city. However, she did not know that the person who left in the past was not a sentiment. Zhurong Wanxue didn't know what happened between Wuxia and the master, but she faintly felt that there was a rift in their relationship because of this. Wuxia looked at him and said, Huang Jiaofu, oh Huang Jiaofu, you really did not give up. You have died time and time again, but you still won't give up. Ha ha ha, this lowly one does not know what Sir is talking about. Huang Jiaofu scratched his head like an honest but confused man. Wuxia squinted his eyes and spoke in a serious fashion, Huang Jiaofu, you are not a human, you are only a strand of sentiment inside Necropolis. Once you leave the city, you will turn into mere smoke. Even if the ancestral flow master allows you to go, you still won't be able to leave this place. Your efforts will be in vain. Huang Jiaofu took a deep breath and solemnly said, Sir, I feel that I can. I can sense my life force and the pulsing of Necropolis. Wuxia's eyes became serious as he gazed at Huang Jiaofu's pair of bright eyes that were full of life and gravely asked, Huang Jiaofu, your body has metamorphosed 8 times, right? Huang Jiaofu embarrassingly scratched his head and replied, I don't know what Sir is talking about. However, I feel the life within me, I can probably leave Necropolis. Wuxia quietly stared at Huang Jiaofu. In the past, immortal Emperor Mingdu had left Necropolis. The truth was that Wuxia also took note of Huang Jiaofu at that time, but he was different from immortal Emperor Mingdu. In fact, he was different from everyone else. With sufficient time, he would be able to break free from his cocoon and become a butterfly. However, this matter was far from being so simple. However, her habits as a chief caused her to always be alert, so she became more cautious. Wuxia looked at the young man in front of him and smiled, you actually came before I went looking for you. Interesting, interesting, the ghost in the yellow robe cheerfully smiled, "Hee, I like providing services to customers the most. This lowly one only does small business to provide for the family day by day, so of course this lowly one will have to satisfy all prospective customers." Chapter 455, Secret of Night Sea. Seeing Li Qiye become silent caused Huang Jiaofu to anxiously rub his hands and say, "Sir, please intercede for this lowly one. Regardless of whether I am successful or not, this lowly one will repay Sir. This lowly one knows that there is a treasure grove in Necropolis. It holds a legendary divine item. As long as Sir puts in a few words for this lowly one, then this lowly one will tell Sir of its location." Qiurong Wanxue shuddered. Rumors had always claimed that there were divine items in Necropolis, but no one had ever heard of anyone actually obtaining the treasure grove or these divine items. Huang Jiaofu was definitely telling the truth at this time. Huang Jiaofu, you greatly underestimate me." Li Qiye shook his head and continued, "If I wanted Necropolis treasures, then not to mention this treasure grove, I could even take the entire treasure mountain. As long as I am willing, there would be nothing in here that I can't take. Do you know why I took that person out of Necropolis that year? It was only because I appreciated his talents." This lowly one was foolish and confused. Huang Jiaofu was at a loss. He then hastily slapped himself in the face and said, "This lowly one shouldn't have gauged the heart of a gentleman with my own crude standards. Okay, Huang Jiaofu, stop acting. Do you believe that I am oblivious to your capabilities?" Li Qiye waved his hand and said, "This lowly one only knows that Sir is a true immortal from the 9 heavens and would forgive my mistake." Huang Jiaofu now knew that he had found the right person, so he immediately sucked up to Li Qiye, "My love for you is like the surging, never-ending flow of the river, like the—" "Stop your flattery." Li Qiye waved his hand to stop Huang Jiaofu's fawning. Huang Jiaofu forced a fake smile and rubbed his hands together while carefully looking at Li Qiye, awaiting his answer. Li Qiye was quiet. He knew that this matter broke the rules of Necropolis. Although Huang Jiaofu was different from immortal Emperor Mingdu, ultimately, this was not something beneficial to Necropolis. Looking at Huang Jiaofu's lively eyes, Li Qiye softly sighed. Huang Jiaofu was indeed a great seed regardless of whether he was a persevering human or a persistent ghost. In the end, Li Qiye eventually agreed, "I will go and talk to the ancestral flow master, but not right now. After I am done with my business, I will go intercede for you." That year, he helped immortal Emperor Mingdu, so now, he will also help Huang Jiaofu. Huang Jiaofu clasped his hands together in excitement and bowed, "Thank you, Sir. Regardless of whether I am successful or not, I will always remember Sir's kindness for the rest of my life." Li Qiye waved his hand and said, "Forget it, this is also fate. I will go plead for you after I'm done with my own stuff. Whether you are successful or not, it will be up to your own fortune. I am more than content with Sir's willingness to intercede and will never dare to forget your kindness." He then quickly added, "Where does Sir want to go? If it is within Necropolis, then this lowly one is willing to be your ox and horse. This lowly one will do my best for you." Li Qiye beamingly laughed at Huang Jiaofu and leisurely said, "Night Sea, you want to come?" "Night Sea." Huang Jiaofu shuddered and exclaimed, "Night Sea? I'm afraid that I can't go." Li Qiye sardonically smiled and said, "I thought you wanted to be my ox and horse to aid me and wouldn't say no even if I asked you to cross a sea of fire?" "Sir, it is not that this lowly one is unwilling." Huang Jiaofu grimaced and continued, "It is because we can't go to Night Sea." Qiurong Wanxue, who was standing to the side and had been keeping quiet, couldn't help but curiously ask, "Why can't you sentiments go to Night Sea? For what reason are you not able to?" Huang Jiaofu let out a wry smile and replied, "To sentiments like us, Night Sea is a forbidden ground. We cannot go there or will die. Why are the other places not like that?" Qirong Wanshue curiously inquired. Night Sea has a certain something that can subdue us, so we can't go. Once we go there, it would not just be a simple suppression, we might even turn into smoke the moment we approach. What about the handlers? Qirong Wanshue inquired further, how come the handlers are not repressed? Huang Jiaofu answered, the handlers do not go down the same path as us sentiments. Although all of us live in Necropolis, handlers are completely different from us. Not on the same path? Are you guys divided into different factions? Qirong Wanshue was very curious due to this new information. She had always thought that the handlers were Necropolis inhabitants as well. I cannot say. Huang Jiaofu shook his head and replied, although this lowly one knows a thing or two, I cannot tell you, mistress, please forgive me. Being called mistress caused Qirong Wanshue to immediately feel hot and blush. She surreptitiously glanced at her young noble, but he was still unperturbed. Don't make it hard for him. Huang Jiaofu does indeed know a lot, but if he dares to say it, the ancestral flow will annihilate him. Li Qiye shook his head and smiled. Sir is completely correct. It is not that this lowly one doesn't want to speak, it is because this is a rule of Necropolis. Huang Jiaofu scratched his head and said, although this lowly one wants to serve, sir, I can't go to Night Sea. It is fine, I was just teasing you. Li Qiye swung his sleeve and said, you can't help it, the place I want to go to anyway. Just wait for my news, I'll let you know right away if it is favorable. Huang Jiaofu bowed again with gratitude and finally left. Young noble, what are we going to Night Sea for? After he left, Qirong Wanshue quietly asked. To take a look. Li Qiye looked towards the horizon in quiet contemplation. Qirong Wanshue felt that Li Qiye had something on his mind. Although she didn't know the exact details, she was going to quietly follow him no matter what. Li Qiye then emotionally declared, let us go to Night Sea. He had already obtained the key to the prime ominous grave so he could enter any time, but he wanted to see Night Sea first. The ancestral flow master had too many limitations. There were certain things that the master, the protector of Necropolis, had to be wary of. Once a few matters escalate out of control, some ominous and evil beings would emerge. Although the master was reserved when it came to taking action, Li Qiye wasn't at all. He would do a few things in the master's stead. Qirong Wanshue followed Li Qiye to Night Sea, but he apparently was in no hurry. He trod at a slow pace while even being a bit absent-minded. She knew that he was deep in thought. By the time they reached Night Sea, many other cultivators had also rushed here. At this time, many young cultivators were present at Necropolis. There were more than 10 times the usual amount. These young cultivators seemed to be in a hurry as if something big had happened. Qirong Wanshue thought that this was a matter of course since Night Sea turning clear was indeed a momentous event. She took note of the young cultivators in a hurry and recognized the identities of some of them, speaking with surprise, Distant Cloud, Misty Field, Green River. People from the great powers from all the domains have arrived. It's not too surprising. A heaven-piercing event had occurred. Just wait and see when the prime ominous grave opens. At that time, not to mention the great powers from all over the world, even the old men from the ancestral domain won't be able to sit still. Li Qiye lightly responded. Even the gods from the ancestral domain will descend? Qirong Wanshue took a deep breath and exclaimed. The gods? Li Qiye burst out in laughter and shook his head to say, you think they are qualified to be called gods? I do not deny that some of those geezers really have the power for divine titles, but they are not gods, they're only ghosts. Qirong Wanshue shuddered and whispered, young noble, you can't utter such words carelessly. The ancestral domain has an incomparable status in the sacred netherworld. If these words were to be heard, I'm afraid you would become the public enemy of the entire ghost race. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of demons and monsters. I don't care much for them. I have waited forever for those buried ghastly things to come out. Li Qie calmly said. Qiurong Wanxue only gently sighed and stopped advising Li Qie. But then, her curiosity was suddenly piqued. The ancestral domain probably won't come down. I heard that it was opened not too long ago, so it won't come down for another several dozen years. The chance is still there. Li Qie said, trust me, at that time, some people won't be able to sit still without going mad. Qiurong Wanxue shuddered. The gods from the ancestral domain descending, what kind of majestic scene would that be? Rumor has it that year, in order to recruit Chen Yang as their descendant, the ancestral domain sent down only one person. Countless ghost tribes went to greet him, including people from the emperor's lineages. Even the myriad bones throne sent someone for their reception. Her heart started to beat faster at the thought of the gods descending. Maybe it was like what Li Qie said, this matter truly pierced the heavens. She didn't know what was going to happen, but she understood that this great development would lead to inevitable changes. In fact, while the two were inside the ancestral flow, a message had spread across the world. Seeing Li Qie in silence caused Huang Jiaofu to anxiously rub his hands and say, Sir, please intercede for this lowly one. Regardless of whether I am successful or not, this lowly one will repay Sir. This lowly one knows that there is a treasure grove in Necropolis. It holds a legendary divine item. As long as Sir puts in a few words for this lowly one, then this lowly one will tell Sir of its location. Qiurong Wanxue shuddered. Rumors had always claimed that there were divine items in Necropolis, but no one had ever heard of anyone actually obtaining the treasure grove or these divine items. Huang Jiaofu was definitely telling the truth at this time. Huang Jiaofu, you greatly underestimate me. Li Qie shook his head and continued, if I wanted Necropolis treasures, then not to mention this treasure trove, I could even take the entire treasure mountain. As long as I am willing, there would be nothing in here that I can't take. Do you know why I took that person out of Necropolis that year? It was only because I appreciated his talents. Chapter 456, The Gathering at Nightsea. News of Nightsea becoming clear quickly spread across Necropolis to all of the great powers in the nether border. And in a short dozen days, the news spread across the entire sacred nether world. This news was simply too shocking. Many people didn't mind opening gateways to traverse the plains in order to send this news to their sects at the fastest speed. Many sect masters and royal lords were astonished by this news and quickly called for their elders to convene. Even the undyings, ancestors, and legendary masters that were buried underground were stunned as well by this news. Nightsea has turned clear? An ancestor asked in disbelief. Even the earliest records state that Nightsea had always been black like ink. It is an ominous ground that buries even virtuous paragons. What could have caused it to turn clear and no longer drown people in just one night? The old undyings who hid underground were disturbed. Even the ancestors from the great powers didn't mind breaking their seals in order to find out more information. Countless speculations traveled far and wide. In just a short period of time, all kinds of rumors emerged. Some even said that the world was about to change. This type of speculation was not without merit. Not long ago, the day suddenly turned dark and the lost mythical island disappeared instantaneously. Now, Nightsea had turned clear overnight. Such heaven-shaking events happening one after another were most likely not a coincidence. This led to many imaginative speculations. Many ancestors from the great powers felt that something big was about to happen. Could it be that the prime ominous grave is about to open? An ancestor guessed after hearing about the clear Nightsea, or is it that someone will successfully find the key within this generation? Not just one or two people thought this way. Many undyings and ancestors believed that there was a large chance that the grave would open. Some great powers were very excited at this idea, many even sent young disciples to Necropolis for the first time. Such a thing was not surprising because the prime ominous grave was full of temptation. Even the undyings and ancestors who had experienced many storms in their lives couldn't restrain themselves. Many great fortunes awaited them if they could enter the grave. Who wouldn't want to take part in such a legendary adventure? And the most mouth-watering part was the rumor of the grave containing a technique for immortality. None of the great characters were able to sit still at such a thought, especially the ancestors that were near death. This was the only way to escape their inevitable fate. The promise of everlasting life was something that could bait even immortal emperors. In just a short amount of time, many young cultivators entered Necropolis from all over the sacred nether world. On the second day after the change occurred, people found a whirlpool in the middle of Night Sea. This whirlpool reached all the way to the seabed. Some brave adventurers entered the whirlpool and found that there was another vast ocean right beneath Night Sea. This is a new mysterious realm, a previously undiscovered realm. The adventurers were stunned after finding this huge ocean underwater. At this time, people began crossing this ocean in order to discover the riches on the other side of the shore. This discovery quickly leaked out. A mysterious and previously undiscovered realm right below Night Sea had been found, so how could others not be shocked? Could it be that the treasure mountain in Necropolis is about to come into being? After hearing about this mysterious realm, a few ancestors from the great powers thought about a particular legend. Until now, Necropolis had been a paradise of treasures for young cultivators. Many of them excavated great things in the city. For millions of years, there were legends of supreme treasures, divine weapons, and a mysterious treasure mountain. Supreme treasures and divine weapons had been found before. The most famous of these findings was about immortal Emperor Zhu Tian. It was said that, at a young age, the emperor found an unparalleled treasure in the Ghost River that allowed him to undertake the path towards invincibility. This tale was known and passed down to future generations. Because of immortal Emperor Zhu Tian's fortune, countless people ran to Necropolis later on in search of treasures. Necropolis, indeed, had supreme treasures and divine weapons. These were not just baseless rumors, however, the mythical treasure mountain had always been a mystery. A very long time ago, it was said that there was a treasure mountain in Necropolis. The specifics and name of the mountain remained unknown. Rumor has it that this treasure could kill even gods and seal all the experts in this world. In short, there were many beliefs surrounding this particular mountain, but no one had seen it before. Even immortal emperors had come to Necropolis in search for it, but they were all unsuccessful. Because no one had actually seen it before, two differing views arose. One stated that there was no treasure mountain at Necropolis and that it was only a rumor. The other one stated that the treasure mountain indeed exists and that it had something to do with the immortal art for everlasting life. The second view was greatly supported by the fact that immortal Emperor Du came back to Necropolis in search for this treasure mountain at an old age. Thus, many people made the connection between the two. The sudden change in Night Sea along with the discovery of a new, mysterious underground realm caused people to contemplate many things. For millions of years, no one had seen this treasure mountain, but now, there was a previously undiscovered realm right below Night Sea. This led people to think that the mountain was inside this mysterious realm. After this idea took shape, countless great powers sent young cultivators to Necropolis. Regardless of whether it was for the key to the prime ominous grave or for the mythical treasure mountain, it was worth the risk. Because of this, in just 10 short days, disciples and descendants of the great powers continuously appeared at Necropolis. Many of them were famous geniuses. Within a short period of time, Necropolis became very lively as the young crowd flocked to the city. Even the descendants were willing to venture into this dangerous place. A few particularly strong people garnered quite a bit of attention. For example, Ghost Monk. With a chant, a monk trod the sky to arrive. The moment this monk appeared inside Necropolis, Buddhist chants resounded as if many Buddhas themselves had arrived. However, this scene was different in that, instead of having a peaceful atmosphere typical of the faith, there was a nether and dark air as if evil Buddhas had arrived. This monk exuded a cold yet sacred presence. He seemed to have turned into a nether Buddha, causing others to be quite wary. The young lord of the Zen ghost tribe, Ghost Monk, has come. The Zen ghost tribe was a big tribe in the Green River. It was a very powerful group within the ghost race. Their members were born with shaven heads and ordainment markings, so they were meant to be monks since birth. Ghost Monk was a member of this tribe. He was a famous genius in the western Green River. Rumor has it that he had obtained a secret Zen law that paved the way towards a promising future. Ghost Monk arriving should come as no surprise, but even 100 Clan's child is here. A young cultivator said. 100 Clan's child is also here? The genius that can be bestowed the legendary title of God Monarch? There was no lack of geniuses amongst the youths that arrived at Necropolis. However, compared to distinguished characters like Ghost Monk, these other geniuses paled in comparison. At the western Green River, 100 Clan's child was a genius on the same level as Ghost Monk. These two were called the two young experts of the Green River, very exceptional amongst the younger generation. 100 Clan's child came from the Kingdom of Gods, a great country that once had 8 god monarchs, quite a fearful accomplishment. 100 Clan's child was the favorite of the Kingdom of God's elders since they believed that he could also become a god monarch in the future. I have arrived. The appearance of another man was even more jolting. A huge foot descended from the heavens as he stepped into Night Sea. Once he was standing above Night Sea, even the rising water could not drown his figure. The moment this foot disappeared, everyone saw a short young man standing above Night Sea's surface. He was only half the height of an ordinary man, but no one dared to look at him with disdain. This short young man's body was filled with muscles, brimming with power as if his bare hands could tear apart dragons and tigers. The most distinctive aspect of this young man was the divine flames burning in his eyes that intertwined to create universal laws. The power of the Grand Tao was frightening like the roars of tidal waves, causing spectators to shudder. Titanic Crescent Saint Child. Chapter 457, Entering Night Sea, Titanic Crescent Saint Child. Many youngsters took a deep breath and exclaimed after seeing this humble-statured young man. Despite being undersized, no one dared to underestimate him. On the contrary, many geniuses quickly stepped back with changed expressions. The Titanic Crescent sacred ground was an extremely prestigious emperor's lineage in the northern Misty Field. It was created by immortal Emperor Ju Tian. Although the emperor's title was Titanic Crescent, the truth was that the emperor was extremely short because he came from a dwarven tribe. There were once people who referred to their ghost tribe as 3-inch nail ghosts. However, once immortal Emperor Ju Tian shouldered the heavens will, no one dared to call his tribe members 3-inch nails anymore. Although Titanic Crescent Saint Child was small, he was the direct descendant of the emperor and the saint child of the sacred ground. He was notoriously ruthless and many had died at his hands. Emperors' lineages arriving caused the atmosphere at Necropolis to become quite tense. Even emperors' lineages could no longer sit still. This made many people think that the treasure mountain was truly about to appear. Because of this, countless cultivators recklessly rushed into the ocean beneath Night Sea in order to reach the shore on the other side. However, amidst their desperate crossing, they were barred before reaching the shore. The scene before them shocked them completely. They were forced to stop without being able to swim any further, let alone being able to reach the shore. Meanwhile, Li Qia and Qirong Wanxue wasted a lot of time at the ancestral flow, so they belonged to the group of cultivators that were late to arrive at Night Sea. Qirong Wanxue couldn't believe her eyes once she saw the scene. They had been catching fish at this place for a month, so she was used to the black as ink sea. But now, the blue ocean waves were assaulting the shore with pure, clear water. This was a perfect habitat for fishes and birds. The night sea that once caused others to be cautious had now become a scenic location. What could have turned night sea into this? Qiurong Wanxue couldn't help but murmur. Li Qiye looked towards the far distance beyond night sea. He had heard of the whirlpool and knew more than everyone else regarding the mysterious realm below. Chief, brotherly, we are over here. They suddenly heard a joyous cry. A group was waving their hands and ran closer to the two of them. These 6 people were Peng Zhuang's group. They were loitering around the shore and saw Li Qiye and Qiurong Wanxue, so they excitedly rushed over. Chief, brotherly, you guys are finally here. We have been waiting for so long. Peng Zhuang happily spoke. With all these treasure lights radiating around you all, it seems that you guys have had a decent harvest. Li Qiye looked at them and smiled. Peng Zhuang scratched his head and happily replied, "It is all because brotherly guided us to the right spot." Hee, young nightfish are indeed amazing things. Don't be impertinent, address him as young noble. Qiurong Wanxue looked at the youths and said in a serious manner, "Young noble Li is a great benefactor to our tribe. Do not be disrespectful from now on, understand?" The 6 of them all stared at Li Qiye. They didn't know what he had done, but they didn't dare to go against the chief's words, so they quickly changed their attitudes. "Young noble, a whirlpool leading to the seabed has appeared in Night Sea. Below it is a vast ocean. I heard that it is a very mysterious realm. I also heard that the treasure mountain might come out of there. Should we go on an adventure to check it out?" Peng Zhuang eagerly asked. The 6 of them wanted to go much sooner, but their cultivation was too weak, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. They lingered around Night Sea to wait for their chief before doing anything else. Li Qiye only smiled without answering. He went to the shore and cupped a handful of water, then drank it. Myriad immortal source grass, God subduing evil tree, heaven study peerless water, 100 Tao eager blood. Li Qiye savored the taste of the sea and became quite moved. Some of the things in this water were extremely unbelievable. The 6 youths were fine after hearing Li Qiye name several things that they had never heard of before, but Qiurong Wanxue was quite startled. The names were all supreme immortal items, each and every single one of them were very rare in this world. She had never seen them before since they were completely out of her reach. She shivered while listening to Li Qiye as he called out each item. Why did Night Sea's water contain these things? And also the young leaf from the world tree. In the end, Li Qiye clicked his tongue and murmured, "Oh boy, imp really broke a leg here. All of these things require several generations to gather. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to gather all of them in just one." After tasting the young leaf of the world tree in the water, Li Qiye immediately knew who did it. He had suspicions of this before, but now he was certain that Imp had taken action. Young noble is saying that Night Sea turning clear has something to do with Imp? Qiurong Wanxue emotionally asked. Imp did it. Oh Imp, you still haven't given up, this is suicidal. Li Qiye nodded his head and exclaimed. Then, he stared into the sea and murmured, "We have to find Imp, first." The young group didn't know who Imp was, but they were very excited after hearing Li Qiye say that he wanted to go to the underground ocean. Peng Zhuang quickly asked, "Do we start right now?" "We have to prepare first." The only female disciple spoke. For the past dozen days, many people went inside, including descendants from the great powers. I heard that several big battles occurred and many have died. Yes, not only have geniuses such as Golden Child, Ghost Monk, and 100 Clans Child come, but even Titanic Crescent Saint Child and Ghost Insect Evil Child came as well. They are descendants from emperors' lineages and are even direct scion of immortal emperors. I heard that they are almost unbeatable. A different disciple added. Peng Zhuang nodded his head in agreement before saying, "Right. Oh man, Ghost Insect Evil Child is very scary, even more so than a ghost. I don't even dare to look at his face again." Don't cause more trouble for young noble. Right now, Necropolis is very dangerous and unpredictable. You guys need to leave Necropolis first and meet up with Elder Ji's group. Wuxia nodded and added, your chief is right. You guys shouldn't go to such a place. I cannot guarantee your safety since it is even more dangerous than the Night Sea of the past. Young noble will be doing something important, so we can't have you all become a distraction for him. Go, now. Wuxia knew that the situation was very serious. She didn't wish to see her young noble become distracted by the youths and die in Necropolis. The six were very eager to go for a look, but they also understood the severity of the situation. After hearing both their chief and young noble telling them to go back, they didn't dare to ask any more questions. Chief and young noble can rest assured, we will leave Necropolis and meet Elder Ji right away. Peng Zhuang hurriedly spoke. Wuxia nodded and said, go, leaving Necropolis is probably a good thing. We are currently in the eye of the storm, but sooner or later, the situation will shift. You guys are not safe here. The six of them knew that they were too weak. Not to mention the geniuses, there was a big gap between them and the ordinary disciples from the great powers. They obediently listened to their chief and Wuxia. Wuxia stared at Night Sea and knew that he could not delay this any further, so he told Wuxia, we shall go, I hope that we can catch up to Imp. She quickly followed him into the whirlpool in the center of Night Sea. Watching the two of them depart made the young group of six glance at each other. A disciple spoke, did you guys feel something? Hee, young noble and the chief seem to have changed a lot in this short amount of time. I think so too. The female disciple added, I think they are a lot closer. Did you guys notice? The chief's gaze at young noble was very gentle. Another one scratched his head and said, are you sure? Will they really become a couple? For sure. Peng Zhuang said with a devious smile, I think they are a match made in heaven. In my opinion, they are about to get together. Really? The rest responded in unison. Peng Zhuang then continued with a perverted smile, if the chief and young noble keep on staying together all alone. A flame will then spark, am I right? The other five disciples looked at each other and exclaimed at the same time, it really is a possibility. Having said that, the group all smiled mischievously. Once Wuxia and Wuxia reached the center, they found a giant whirlpool as water was surging into the vortex. After seeing the whirlpool, Wuxia jumped down right away while hugging Wuxia. They kept on swirling downward until their feet eventually reached the seabed. After exiting the whirlpool, they noticed an ocean suffused with a slight golden shade as if it was a vast sea of gold. Titanic Crescent Saint Child. Many youngsters took a deep breath and exclaimed after seeing this humble-statured young man. Despite being undersized, no one dared to underestimate him. On the contrary, many geniuses quickly stepped back with changed expressions. The Titanic Crescent Sacred Ground was an extremely prestigious emperor's lineage in the northern Misty Field. It was created by immortal Emperor Zhu Tian. Although the emperor's title was Titanic Crescent, the truth was that the emperor was extremely short because he came from a dwarven tribe. There were once people who referred to their ghost tribe as 3-inch nail ghosts. However, once immortal Emperor Zhu Tian shouldered the heavens will, no one dared to call his tribe members 3-inch nails anymore. Chapter 458, Conjuring the Storm. At this point, Wuxia couldn't help but point to the sky above and ask, what's that? The sky was shrouded by thick clouds of blood that spanned the entire ocean. It was as if blood was flowing in these clouds that blocked the sky. Occasionally, flashes of lightning would appear as if they were about to rend the sky asunder. Wuxia looked at the clouds of blood and replied, that is a very terrifying thing. He then looked at the vast sea and continued, we have to go. We have tarried for too long, Imp might have already reached that place. Do we fly? Xiaofan Wanxue asked while looking at the vast sea. No, we can't fly in this place. If you forcefully fly, lightning will tear you apart. An invincible power looms over this place so no one can fly. We will have to ride the waves. After hearing this, Xiaofan Wanxue attempted to fly up. She only got a few meters off the ground before an extremely heavy force pushed her back down. This ocean is very vast. If we ride the waves, it will still take several days. I'll assist you for a while. Li Qiye hugged her by the waist and didn't give her the time to refuse. He surfed on the ocean surface with a speed as fast as lightning. Xiaofan Wanxue started to blush since she was being held by the waist by Li Qiye's robust hand. And when she leaned against his tough physique, she felt hot all over as she lost her strength. A numbing sensation slowly spread throughout her body. Xiaofan Wanxue's eyes rippled with emotions as she secretly glanced at Li Qiye, but he was still riding the waves nonchalantly. She gently leaned on his shoulder. Although this vast expanse didn't only have the two of them, she was lost in this feeling of safety and didn't care for the eyes of others. She only wanted to hug him even tighter. Even though Li Qiye was as fast as lightning, this sea was extremely vast so he could not reach the shore in a short amount of time. During this trip, other cultivators were also recklessly flocking deeper into the unknown. Some were riding treasure ships, some were riding aquatic creatures, and some were riding the waves like Li Qiye. However, all of them stopped at a deeper juncture in the ocean. Many tried different methods to pass this, but all had failed. Even geniuses had to give up at this point, such as Ghost Monk, Golden Child, and 100 Clans Child. Even Emperor's descendants such as Titanic Crescent Saint Child and Ghost Insect Evil Child were blocked as well. These arrogant prodigies utilized a variety of methods and exhausted many treasures to no avail. Everyone felt that the treasure mountain of Necropolis had to be on the other side, so no one was willing to leave. They all stayed here, waiting. Many of them decided to form alliances to surpass this difficult blockade. Of course, the biggest camp was Ghost Insect Evil Child's because he was the descendant of an emperor's lineage. The groups of Ghost Monk and 100 Clans Child also had very high appeal. Amidst the discussions on how to proceed through this sea, a surprising piece of news emanated throughout the entire sacred nether world. Tian Luanhui has come out from his cultivation session and is coming to Necropolis to learn more about the mysticisms of this place. No one knew who spread this news at such a rapid pace. This news reached the eastern nether border and Necropolis. Not to mention the younger generation, even the previous generation became quite alarmed. After hearing this, a ghost king from the previous generation exclaimed, Tian Luanhui, the most mysterious of the three heroes, has finally made a move. Tian Luanhui, one of the three heroes in the sacred nether world, could be described as a force that could cause the world to cower. He came from the Aulira's ancient kingdom and was its descendant. Some even said that the current ghost king of the kingdom wanted to pass his throne to Tian Luanhui but was refused since Tian Luanhui wished to focus on cultivation. The Aulira's ancient kingdom was a lineage with two emperors. Although it was not comparable to the forever brilliant Myriad Bone's throne, it was still very formidable. Some considered it a miracle of the emperor's era. Two emperors came out from the kingdom with the gap of a single generation. This was indeed a very rare occurrence. What was even more unusual was that the founding emperor, along with the second emperor, had two very unique imperial titles. They were called Immortal Emperor Yi Shi and Immortal Emperor Er Shi. Some in the sacred nether world believed that Immortal Emperor Yi Shi inside Tian Luanhui was awakening in order to become an immortal emperor once more in this generation. Tian Luanhui, who had been keeping a low profile for a long time, suddenly coming out from his cultivation session and going to Necropolis set off huge waves. Even ghost kings from the previous generation were very wary of Tian Luanhui. This man has the knowledge of an immortal emperor. If he explores Necropolis, perhaps he could unlock its secret and even obtain the treasure mountain. A ghost king exclaimed with a changed expression after hearing about Tian Luanhui's arrival. Everyone knew that Tian Luanhui might be immortal Emperor Yi Shi's reincarnation. If this was the case, then with his rich knowledge, there was a big chance of him solving necropolis mysteries and obtaining the treasure mountain. The news of Tian Luanhui going to the eastern nether border was first received by the territory's largest lineage, the Myriad Bones throne. Since Tian Luanhui has come out, how could I, Dizwa, be missing? An extremely domineering voice and attitude came out from inside the Myriad Bones throne. Dizwa, one of the three heroes, finally declared his intention. This message was also spread across the world, resulting in the sadness of many young men. Even heavenly sovereigns from the previous generation lamented with soft sighs. Dizwa was qualified to be arrogant. As one of the three heroes, he was no lesser than Tian Luanhui. Although his birth did not shock the world like Tian Luanhui's and he didn't have the halo of an immortal emperor at that time, becoming the inheritor of the Myriad Bones throne was indicative of his abilities. In a sect that produced three emperors, devilish geniuses were as common as stray dogs. Dizwa being able to rise to the top and seize his fame spoke plenty to his strength. If Tian Luanhui was born as the heaven's proud son, then Dizwa had used his own strength and talent to earn his name. As his name would suggest, the throne of the kingdom was Dizwa's alone. He alone was invincible, basking in all the glory. His talents and strength deterred the entire world as his battle record would cause others to turn pale. At this point, Zhirong Wanxue couldn't help but point to the sky above and ask, "What's that?" The sky was shrouded by thick clouds of blood that spanned the entire ocean. It was as if blood was flowing in these clouds that blocked the sky. Occasionally, flashes of lightning would appear as if they were about to rend the sky asunder. Li Qie looked at the clouds of blood and replied, "That is a very terrifying thing." He then looked at the vast sea and continued, "We have to go. We have tarried for too long, Imp might have already reached that place." Chapter 459, an unbelievable scene. When it came to Dizwa's record, people from the sacred netherworld could talk about it forever as if it was a common household topic. At the age of 10, he could defeat royal nobles. At 15, he triumphed over ancient saints. And when he became 18, he alone soared into the North Ridge country at the eastern nether border. This country with an ancient lineage could not stop Dizwa's rampage throughout the entire land as he overthrew its royal family. An army of 500,000 cavalry formed a blockade, but it was still unable to deter his path. While in the sky and under the combined attacks from enlightened beings and ancient saints, Dizwa fought till the sky itself collapsed as he killed his way into the North Ridge's capital. Amidst the fierce crowd of experts, Dizwa eventually killed the North Ridge Ghost King who possessed the strength of a heavenly sovereign. After that battle, the ancient North Ridge country collapsed. From then on, it was separated into many smaller countries and no longer had any semblance of its former prestige. Dizwa shocked the world as his fame reverberated throughout the four Desolaces. All were frightened as other geniuses were overshadowed by Dizwa's record. Some devilish geniuses were not happy with Dizwa being listed as one of the three heroes, but after hearing about this battle, they could only become silent for a long time before resigning themselves with a lamenting sigh. The battle of one against an entire ancient country, how domineering and unbeatable was this? This battle placed Dizwa into a supreme position amongst the younger generation. From then on, when people referred to Dizwa, they would also add the word, "Sir." Today, Dizwa's eventual arrival at Necropolis would turn the excited anticipation of many geniuses into resignation. Countless people were full of hope, ambition, and even confidence for the treasure mountain in Necropolis coming into being or the eventual opening of the prime ominous grave. This turmoil would bring about a new change, allowing an opportunity for them to shine and create a new, illustrious reputation. But now, after hearing about Dizwa's arrival, all of these ambitious youngsters couldn't help but feel their aspirations collapsing. The three heroes were like unsurpassable mountains who continuously pressured all the minds of the younger generation. Even the most arrogant genius would have to acquiesce in the face of a devil's pawn like Dizwa. This scene was already astonishing enough, but it was far from over. Opposite of the Golden Ocean was the Black Sea. At its edge, hundreds of thousands of ferry handlers were in a formation. People who had been to Night Sea had never seen so many handlers like this before. Some once assumed that there were only 100 handlers at most, but now, they knew that this was certainly not the case. Standing right at the edge of the Black Sea was an enormous black shadow akin to a giant. Its foot was trampling the ocean while its head towered over the sky. The shadow's head was not revealed, but it exuded a dark air that caused others to feel the creeps. It was as if this shadow had come from the depths of hell. Anyone who looked at this shadow would shiver in fear. The countless ferry handlers present all spewed out a never-ending black blood energy that eventually aggregated into a mysterious and strange-looking magical rune that hovered over the head of the gigantic black shadow. This rune sent down red strands of light that pierced into the head of this giant. Nobody dared to look at this eerie and mysterious rune. A young expert who wasn't afraid of evil forces wanted to study this black rune. After looking at it for 5 minutes, he suddenly fell down as his soul was devoured. He didn't even have the chance to scream. A fish king swallowing the sky and a gigantic black shadow were confronting each other in this ocean, dividing it into halves, one golden and one black. They both exuded a presence that caused people to tremble and forced them to stay far away. Judging from their posturing, the two seemed to be especially cautious. The moment they took action, it would mean the rending of the heaven and earth, the annihilation of all existences. This dominating scene caused everyone to sit on the sideline, waiting. And it wasn't only because of this inevitable battle. Without a ferry handler, cultivators could not venture past the Black Sea. This Black Sea was just like the old Night Sea. Once one set foot inside, they would drown in this black water. Without a ferry handler, death was assured. Versus. Chapter 460, Deadlock. Because of this confrontation between the two armies, it was obvious that the ferry handlers would not be friendly enough to take the cultivators across. Some tried to take the long way around, but there were no results. This ocean did not have a limit, so one couldn't reach the end. There was only one option: go past the Golden Ocean to reach the shore on the other side of the Black Sea. There was a very amazing young cultivator who used his family heirloom to project a divination. He found that there was definitely a shore at the other side of the Black Sea. However, no one could get across without the assistance of the ferry handlers. And because of this confrontation, they could only wait until after the end of the war. Maybe there would be a chance to use the ferries then. Wuxia became pale from horror after seeing this stalemate and exclaimed, "What is that?" She couldn't believe her own eyes that reflected this shocking scene. When she looked up at the Supreme Immortal article in the sky, Wuxia quickly covered her eyes and shook his head to say, "Don't look at that article. It is the most profound and mystical article in this heaven and earth. One glance is fine, but with your cultivation, a second glance will result in death." After hearing this, Wuxia didn't dare to look again. She took a deep breath and gazed towards the two armies in the distance. What exactly is happening here? She emotionally asked. Wuxia looked at the Fish King and then the gigantic shadow before replying, "A battle for sovereignty." She seemed to gain a bit of understanding as to why people were only able to go out into Night Sea with the help of the ferry handlers. So it turned out that the handlers and the young nightfish were enemies. No wonder why all the handlers disappeared overnight after the change. So they had all gathered at this place. Did the sovereignty over Night Sea previously belong to the ferry handlers? Wuxia asked. Wuxia nodded lightly and replied, "You can put it that way. However, their opponents can also fight back." The young nightfish had always been waiting for an opportunity. Imp has disturbed the balance, so things are now different. Thus, the two sides were forced to meet each other. What exactly is going on? Zhirong Wanxue couldn't help but curiously ask, what do the young night fish and the fairy handlers represent? What is their status in Necropolis? The recent events had escaped the boundaries of her imagination. Everything she had seen before could not compare to her recent encounters. Necropolis inhabitants, the fairy handlers, the young night fish. Before this, no one felt anything special about the three, but now, it was different. It seemed that the three sides were not in the same camp. It appeared that the sentiments were the local residents while the fish and the handlers had special positions. Li Qiye didn't answer as he hugged her while walking above the sea. They inconspicuously went closer to the Golden Sea. With so many young cultivators stopping here, this place had quickly become a bustling bazaar. Because of the long wait, people had taken out their pavilions and mansions. They intended to wait here for a while until the end of the battle. At this time, the objects that were the most abundant at this place would be the ships that were anchored at this sea. The largest one was the size of a town while the smallest was the size of a small boat. Then there were some pavilions and mansions scattered amidst this sea of ships. Everyone set up their camps and even divided themselves into their own territories. They were still situated very far from the actual battleground since they didn't want to be close to that side of the sea. The battle between the Fish King and the gigantic shadow would be too terrifying. It could even shatter this world. So no one dared to get close. It could be said that this area was very lively, outside of some groups chattering about, some even used this location to sell items just like back in town. It was very rare to have cultivators come from all over the world, so it was indeed a great chance for business. Many shops were erected and they tried to find customers. Meanwhile, a few cultivators were bored of waiting. One of them grunted, "The two bosses have not made a move for 10 days. When will this stalemate, this war end?" A more patient cultivator retorted, "Only the heavens will know. However, we have to wait for the treasure mountain." Throughout the millions of years, Necropolis had been thoroughly excavated, but no one was able to find it. The shore beyond this place is the only other possible location. One of the more optimistic members stated with no intent of leaving, "What are we afraid of? Wait until after the battle ends, then follow the fish. We can sneak attack them and maybe we'll even be able to pull up hundreds of thousands of fish. Then, we will be rich men. With that many fish, we would be able to trade for whatever we wanted." I had my eyes on a heavenly mineral in Necropolis, but that sentiment was adamant with his price of 300 fish. I will wait for this opportunity to make a fortune. Some of the impatient ones headed back in order to find the legendary key to the prime ominous grave. They didn't know that even if they dug 3 meters down all over Necropolis, they still wouldn't be able to find the key because it was already in Li Qiye's possession. After they reached this territory and looked at all the parked ships, Zhirong Wanxue remained cautious about the two opposing military forces in the distance and quietly whispered, "How come the ancestral flow master didn't come here? Sentiments might not be able to come here, but the master was a living being. Moreover, the master was in charge of Necropolis." Now, a heaven-shaking war was about to break out at this place, so Zhirong Wanxue was quite perplexed due to the master's lack of action. This is only a small-scale battle, it won't be able to change anything. Imp broke the previous balance so the fish and the handlers were forced to fight. Li Qiye replied with a grin. Zhirong Wanxue took a deep breath and asked, "This is only considered a small-scale battle? Anyone would be able to tell that the Fish King and the gigantic shadow were unfathomable existences capable of plucking the moon from the sky. The battle of these two would be able to annihilate the earth. In the face of these existences, even the most powerful youths would be mere ants. How could this battle possibly be considered small? What about a large-scale battle?" she had to ask. "A large-scale battle?" Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and answered as he gazed at the two armies, a large-scale battle would pierce the heavens. Once a large-scale battle commences, the Fish King and the Ghost Shadow would only be part of the insignificant vanguard. Qirong Wanxue jumped after hearing this. She felt that the gigantic Shadow and the Fish King were already invincible. Even heavenly kings would be powerless before them, yet these existences were only minor characters. They are only minor characters? Then, who would be the existences in control of a large-scale battle? Qirong Wanxue emotionally asked. Just wait, one day you will witness such a battle. When that day comes, all the tribes in the sacred netherworld should pray for their safety. It will be a very destructive war. Li Qiye nonchalantly replied. Qirong Wanxue felt a chill in her heart because Li Qiye's words left her restless. Li Qiye advanced further above the sea while hugging Qirong Wanxue. They didn't make it too far before a young man approached. This young man looked like a romantic scholar without seeming to be weak. Many divine images were behind the young man as if there were spirits protecting his Tao path. Alongside sacred hymns, divine lights shot out from his body as if the gods were teaching him the Tao. This must be the famous Tao friend, Li Qiye. The young man looked at Li Qiye and clasped his hands together. Li Qiye took a glimpse at the young man with a poker face. Qirong Wanxue gently pulled his sleeve and whispered, "He is the 100 Clans child." The 100 Clans child, the prince from the kingdom of gods and a famous genius at the western Green River. Many young cultivators were alarmed at the sight of the two. One of them whispered, "The 100 Clans child is trying to recruit more people to his camp." That is Li Qiye, a ferocious newcomer. He killed Mo Lidao and Yi Sha in one breath. It's no wonder why the 100 Clans child is personally recruiting him. What do you want? Li Qiye looked at the 100 Clans child and asked. The 100 Clans child was quite polite and went straight to the point with a smile. I believe fellow Daoist Li also wants to reach the other shore and can understand the current situation. Crossing alone is impossible, so how about we all work together to cross the sea? Is that so? Li Qiye lazily replied. He had no interest in joining an alliance since he had many methods if he wanted to cross. Fellow Daoist Li may not know, but we have an alliance that consists of hundreds of young heroes, all of them are famous contemporary experts. Moreover, the Titanic Crescent Saint Child is in charge. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to reach the shore on the other side. The 100 Clans child persuaded. Because of this confrontation between the two armies, it was obvious that the ferry handlers would not be friendly enough to take the cultivators across. Some tried to take the long way around, but there were no results. This ocean did not have a limit, so one couldn't reach the end. There was only one option: go past the Golden Ocean to reach the shore on the other side of the Black Sea. There was a very amazing young cultivator who used his family heirloom to project a divination. He found that there was definitely a shore at the other side of the Black Sea. However, no one could get across without the assistance of the ferry handlers. And because of this confrontation, they could only wait until after the end of the war. Maybe there would be a chance to use the ferries. Chapter 461, Ghost Insect Evil Child. At this time, many young cultivators formed alliances in order to work together to overcome the present predicament. Two of the biggest alliances were led by the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child. This was not strange at all. The Saint Child came from the Titanic Crescent sacred ground while the Evil Child came from the Insect King imperial lineage. Both of these were emperors' lineages. The Saint Child and the Evil Child were the most exceptional and famous amongst the young generation, so naturally, they took the mantle of leadership. Because of their status and position, geniuses like the 100 Clans Child and Ghost Monk happily joined their alliances. Li Qiye gained a lot of fame after killing Mo Lidao and Yi Sha, so the 100 Clans Child's camp would be glad to have him become a member. Thanks, but I prefer to be alone. Li Qiye smiled then shook his head, rejecting the offer. The 100 Clans child did not give up, fellow Taoist Li, as the proverb says, the bigger the crowd, the mightier they become. I'm afraid no one alone will be able to surpass this difficult trial. Our alliance has an expert, the Titanic Crescent Saint Child, so why don't you cooperate with us? Everyone will take care of each other and we shall reap the benefits from it. This so-called difficult trial only applies to other people, it is not a problem for me. Li Qiye lazily replied, seemingly lacking all interest. After hearing this, the 100 Clans child's eyes narrowed as a glimmer flashed across his pupils. He then asked, so fellow Taoist Li has a way to cross this ocean? Could you reveal a thing or two? Why do I have to tell you? Li Qiye leered at him and continued, you guys can go your own way and I shall go on mine without any entanglement. Li Qiye's arrogant attitude annoyed the 100 Clans child. His country was ancient and powerful within the sacred netherworld, although it was not equal to an emperor's lineage, it was only inferior by a slight margin. As its descendant and prince, his status was high and mighty. Today, he came to recruit Li Qiye because he had heard of Li Qiye's powerful cultivation. Otherwise, how could an ordinary human get into his sight? He didn't expect Li Qiye to give him no face, way too arrogant. He then replied in a deep tone, fellow Taoist Li, one has to rely on friends once they go outside, if you have a good method, then please do share. You will also benefit in the future by doing so. Too wordy, Li Qiye waved his sleeve and said, I shall do as I please. Stop blabbering, my patience is limited. The 100 Clans child's expression sank, this was far more than simple displeasure. So you are Li Qiye. Suddenly, an aggressive and arrogant voice came. A group led by a young man came closer. Many nearby cultivators quickly parted since they didn't want to mess with these people. Anyone who saw the young man leading the group would jump in fear. He wore a black robe and was as thin as a bamboo tree, it was as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, this was not the reason to be horrified. There was a cyst-like protrusion on the young man's forehead, extremely disgusting. And something that resembled a bug was moving inside. There was indeed a worm inside this cyst-like protrusion and sometimes, it would stick its head out. It had a ferocious and nausea-inducing appearance. Anyone who looked at it would get an unbearably creepy sensation. The arrival of this young man grossed everyone out as they took a step back. Ghost insect evil child. The young cultivators all changed their expressions while the girls turned pale. In both the Western Green River and the whole sacred nether world, the evil child was the young genius that others feared the most. He hailed from the Insect King imperial lineage, a very ancient inheritance that was established before the emperor's era. It was far older than many great powers in the sacred nether world. It was created by immortal Emperor Chong Huang. Since the start of time, the emperor that scared the souls out of people the most was immortal Emperor Tian Tu, and the one that was the most creepy was immortal Emperor Chong Huang. The evil child would have to be somewhat mindful of the Phoenix Maiden since she was Sir Dee's fiancée. Not long ago, the prince felt humiliated after being slapped by Li Qiye, so he quickly got the evil child's backing by joining his alliance. Many spectators gazed at Li Qiye with sympathy. They felt that opposing the evil child would result in an unwanted and terrible fate. They couldn't help but shiver at such a thought. A young cultivator shook his head and said, this little human killed Mo Li Dao and slayed Yi Sha. He could be considered the next generation's monster, but it is unfortunate that he has to meet the evil child today. Everyone could already imagine Li Qiye's inevitably miserable outcome. With the backing of the evil child, the divine Spark Prince's courage soared as he arrogantly sneered at Li Qiye, human ant, quickly prostrate before me. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll only break your 4 limbs and destroy your cultivation while sparing your dog life. However, before the prince could finish, Li Qiye had already slapped him. Ah! The prince screamed out. He spat out some blood along with some loose teeth. Where is this wild dog's barking coming from? So annoying. Li Qiye slowly wiped his hand with a handkerchief as if it was stained by something dirty. Everyone was fazed by this blatant provocation, slapping the prince right in front of the evil child. This palm did not only slap the prince's face, but also the evil child's. The divine spark prince was not a weakling, but he didn't have the strength to meet Li Qiye's palm, so he was blown away. The ghost insect evil child's face greatly changed. He went out of his way to stand out for the prince, but this human junior still dared to slap the prince. This was giving him zero face. With a dark expression as his eyes gave an awe-inspiring glare, the evil child uttered, "Human ant, how do you want to die?" Meanwhile, the insect inside his forehead was still squirming around. "Brother ghost insect, cut off his limbs first." The prince shouted, "Then let the nether insect king bite him, let him experience a fate worse than death, let him scream for 100 years, noisy." Li Qiye swung his hand. The prince was well prepared this time, but he still couldn't evade the blow. Bang! He was slapped flying really far away once more as his blood splattered everywhere. "You dare!" The evil child's expression became fierce as he shouted, "Human ant, I'll make you wish for death." Whoosh! The protrusion broke apart as the insect flew out and tried to bite Li Qiye at lightning speed. A nether insect king. Many people screamed and swiftly ran away in fear. No one wanted to experience the terrible fate of being bitten by this insect. "Watch out!" Qiurong Wanxue quickly warned him as her complexion paled. What hole did this bug come out from? However, Li Qiye was as calm as ever. He flipped his right palm and suddenly, the myriad heavenly cauldron appeared in his hand. Boom! Refined flames from the heaven and earth suddenly soared to the sky. With the cry of a phoenix, this flame turned into a phoenix as it pecked at the nether insect king. At this time, many young cultivators formed an alliance in order to work together to overcome the present predicament. Two of the biggest alliances were led by the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child. This was not strange at all. The Saint Child came from the Titanic Crescent sacred ground while the Evil Child came from the Insect King Emperor Imperial lineage. Both were emperors' lineages. They were the most exceptional and famous amongst the young generation, so naturally, they took the mantle of leadership. Because of their status and position, geniuses like the 100 Clans Child and Ghost Monk happily joined their alliances. Chapter 462, Titanic Crescent Saint Child. The Nether Insect King became horrified. It let out a squeak before turning around to flee. It was very scared of this fiery phoenix created by the amalgamation of refined worldly flames. Li Qiye's myriad heavenly cauldron was the #1 cauldron in this world since it had devoured countless refined flames. Its fire was the purest of its kind, something that was capable of refining all things. The Nether Insect King was not afraid of the flames from ordinary cauldrons, but the flames of this phoenix were its nemesis. If it was engulfed by these flames, then its destruction would be assured. An existence like the Nether Insect King was extremely nutritious for the myriad heavenly cauldron. The Ghost Insect Evil Child quickly caught up to the insect and shouted, "Return." The insect then crawled back and hid in the evil child's forehead, not daring to show itself again. After losing its goal, the fiery phoenix then flew back to the myriad heavenly cauldron. Everyone gasped because they knew that this insect was very fierce. Normally, it would not be scared of the heaven or earth, but just now, it lost its mind in fear as if it had met its maker and immediately fled. How could people not become astonished at such a scene? The source of terror, the Nether Insect King, actually ran away. Many cultivators then realized that the little cauldron in Li Qiye's hand was an amazing treasure. Do you think you are invincible with just a little furnace? The evil child coldly spoke. The evil child, as the master of the insect, had always basked in the fear of others running away the instant they saw it. He didn't expect for the insect to flee so quickly and make him, the master, lose all face. If you have some skill, then come try it. If not, then get the hell out of my presence. Do not waste my time. Wuxia was too lazy to look at the evil child as he slowly spoke these words. Everyone looked at each other and felt that this brat was too arrogant and forceful. How many people would dare to enrage a descendant of an emperor's lineage like the evil child? Xiaofan heart jumped as she secretly worried for Wuxia since the evil child was a famous genius in the sacred nether world. The evil child had an unsightly expression on his face at the moment. Outside of invincible existences like Dizwa, who amongst the younger generation would dare to challenge his prestige? His glare became sharp as ghastly energy surged all over the sky. This thing doesn't know life from death. The evil child, at this time, looked like an evil ghost from hell, especially with the worm wiggling around in his forehead. Careful! Xiaofan quickly warned Wuxia. Umitba, however, right when the evil child was about to attack, a Buddhist chant could be heard. A monk showed up next to Wuxia and cheerfully smiled at the evil child. Ghost insect, you want to fight? Now, we'll play for a few moves. I heard that you once proclaimed that, outside of the three heroes, you were number one amongst the descendants of the emperor's lineages. Today, this monk will verify your claim of being number one. This monk was the henpecked monk Daji. He came here out of nowhere. Earlier, people already thought that Wuxia was being too arrogant for provoking the evil child, but now, a monk climbed out of nowhere and also attacked him. What was going on today? Will there be even more people who will come out to stomp on a genius's foot? Jian Xian. The evil child's expression sank as he coldly declared, "You have no business here." Monk Daji shaved his head completely bald so no one recognized him, but they shuddered after hearing the name Jian Xian. Jian Xian? The Nether Crossing Swamp's descendant, the genius of the northern misty field. Those who knew who the monk was were very excited to watch the entertaining development. Both the evil child and the saint child were famous descendants from emperors' lineages, but so was Jian Xian. The Nether Crossing Swamp that was built by immortal Emperor Mingdu was not weaker than the Titanic Crescent Sacred Ground or the Insect King Imperial lineage. However, compared to these two descendants, Jian Xian was not as famous or bombastic as the other two. Regardless, in the sacred nether world, no one dared to view him with disdain, especially the young geniuses at the northern misty field. 10 years ago, a message came out from the Nether Crossing Swamp indicating that it wished to name Jian Xian as the official successor. Unfortunately, Jian Xian didn't want to bear this responsibility and fled. The ghost insect evil child and the Titanic Crescent saint child were only descendants without an official position, but Jian Xian could have bore the responsibility 10 years ago, demonstrating that he gained the approval from the swamp's elders. This was indicative of his brilliance. Monk Daji placed his palms together and began to chant, "Umitba, this farce originally had nothing to do with me, but I'm afraid that you will die an early death in the hands of Brotherly. If this happens, how could I help you verify your bold claim? That was only a joke from Brother Ghost Insect, so Brother Jian Xian doesn't need to take it so seriously." The voice of a short person came along. His humble stature was made up by his powerful momentum, so no one dared to underestimate him. This short person was the Titanic Crescent Saint Child. Even more people gathered as they looked around at each other in anticipation. The sudden gathering of 3 emperors' lineage descendants truly made for a festive occasion. Wuxia, who was the one who started this storm, was suddenly forgotten. Is that so? Monk Daji smiled and continued, "Although I have no interest in competing for first place, if someone pats their chest proudly and proclaims to be number 1, then I would like to test them. Brother Jian Xian, stop messing around." The saint child quickly mediated, "Who in the sacred nether world doesn't know about your unparalleled talents? Li Qie glanced at them and couldn't be bothered to join in. He then hugged Qirong Wanxue and turned around to leave. The ghost insect evil child blocked his path in a combative manner and dryly said, "Want to leave? It's not so easy." Today, Li Qie had caused him to lose quite a bit of face, so how could he spare this human ant? "If you want to come, then come. Don't continuously blabber like a girl. Amitba, Amitba. Brotherly, why the need to kill a chicken with a butcher's blade meant for an ox? Just let me go." The evil child became enraged due to Jian Xian's continuous belligerence towards him, so he exclaimed, "Jian Xian, you wish to oppose me? So what if I do? Ghost insect, do you think that I am afraid of you?" Monk Daji paid it no mind and smilingly replied. The evil child glared at the monk with an ugly expression. The monk was right, they were both arrogant descendants from emperors' lineages. Neither of them had a reason to be afraid of each other. "Brother Jian Xian, there is no need for this," the Titanic Crescent Saint Child continued to smooth things over. "Why the need for infighting between us members of the ghost race just because of a human? People would laugh at us if they found out about such a thing. Brother Jian Xian, why are you interfering for a mere human? I didn't say that I was acting on behalf of the ghost race." Monk Daji shook his head and continued, "Today, if Ghost Insect wants to fight, then I'll happily entertain him to the very end. So what if I'm annoying him? If he doesn't like it, then get his ass over here." Monk Daji's words were very domineering. He was nothing like one who was following the Buddhist faith, but he indeed was a fake anyway. Many young cultivators and geniuses were watching on the sidelines. Monk Daji was indeed quite blusterous, but he had the qualifications to act this way. The evil child nearly vomited blood from anger as he angrily exclaimed, "Jian Xian, you think that I am afraid of you? The two of you can come together, I'll deal with you both." "The two of us together? You aren't good enough. You and you, both of you come together." Li Qie looked at them and slowly spoke as he pointed at the evil child and the saint child. "Such audacity!" The Titanic Crescent Saint Child retorted with a cold tone, "This place isn't somewhere for a human boy like you to show off." The Saint Child had already wanted to take care of Li Qie after hearing from the 100 Clans child that he might have a method to cross to the other side. Too much nonsense. The moment these words came out from his mouth, Li Qie stomped forward with one foot. This foot that covered the sky resembled a divine mountain breaking the wind to attack. The Saint Child's expression sank. He shifted his body like a water snake to dodge Li Qie's foot at an unbelievable angle. Die! The evil child swiftly attacked with a force that carried a ghastly energy as vast as the sweeping ocean. Amitba, Amitba. After chanting, the monk seemingly turned into a Vajrapani. His Buddhist beads swung up into the air like a heaven-shouldering pillar that easily stopped the evil child. After escaping from Li Qie's foot, the Saint Child told Monk Daji, "Brother Jian Xian, you and I are both from the northern misty field and live in peaceful harmony. Today, you chose to protect this human ant, so don't blame me and Brother Ghost Insect for working together. After we defeat Brother Jian Xian, we'll deal with this human ant all the same." Both of them were quite wary of Monk Daji. One person wanted to kill Li Qie to wash his humiliation away while the other wanted to capture Li Qie alive. Nevertheless, Monk Daji's involvement was problematic. Working together? Li Qie remained still while Monk Daji reacted in a grand manner. He laughed loudly and declared, "Both of you can come together." Buzz. Having said that, a surging emperor's power erupted right behind him as if there was an emperor in that spot. The Nether Insect King became horrified. It let out a squeak before turning around to flee. It was very scared of this fiery phoenix created by the amalgamation of refined worldly flames. Li Qie's myriad heavenly cauldron was the #1 cauldron in this world since it had devoured countless refined flames. Its fire was the purest of its kind, something that was capable of refining all things. The Nether Insect King was not afraid of the flames from ordinary cauldrons, but this phoenix's flame was its nemesis. If it becomes engulfed by these flames, then its destruction would be assured. An existence like the Nether Insect King was extremely nutritious for the myriad heavenly cauldron. Chapter 463, A Few Secrets of the Nether Crossing Swamp. There wasn't a need for pointless chatter or posturing. The Emperor's power swept by like the arrival of an immortal emperor as all 9 heavens and 10 earths prostrated before its might. The gigantic shadow and the sky-devouring fish also glanced towards this direction. Some shocked cultivators couldn't help but retreat while uttering, "An immortal emperor life treasure. An emperor's weapon." Both the evil child and the saint child lost their cool. So? As imperial descendants, don't tell me that you two didn't bring at least 1 or 2 emperor's weapons. It would be quite shameful if you guys didn't have even 1 immortal emperor life treasure. Are your elders that stingy? Monk Daji's words were so vile that it caused the ghost insect evil child and the titanic crescent saint child to turn ashen. All 3 were imperial descendants, so it was difficult to tell who would win in a one-on-one encounter. However, since the monk brought along an immortal emperor life treasure, the other 2 could only swallow their anger no matter how powerful they were. All 3 had similar levels of power, but the appearance of the emperor's weapon changed everything. The victor was instantly decided. Even if both of them joined forces, it wouldn't change the outcome versus Monk Daji with his weapon. Although they had heaven-defying emperor laws, they also didn't want to take such a risk. Once struck by the emperor's weapon, even their powerful bodies would disintegrate. Many people became speechless after hearing the monk. An item like an immortal emperor life treasure was definitely not ordinary. Even an emperor's lineage would normally only have 1 or 2 of them, so how could a young person such as him run rampant while wielding one of them? How heroic is it to win using an emperor's weapon? The evil child sarcastically retorted. He could not stop an emperor's weapon unless he cultivated an immortal physique. Monk Daji leered at the evil child and said, "So what if I am using an immortal weapon to bully you? Not convinced? Then come and bite me. You can't even take out an emperor's weapon yet you are shamelessly calling yourself an imperial descendant." This fake monk put on a young master act, one without any of the grace befitting a member of the monastery. After being provoked by the monk, the evil child and the saint child quivered from anger. They came to Necropolis in a rush, so although they asked to borrow immortal emperor life treasures from their sects, the elders had not yet approved their requests. Monk Daji was different. He could have already accepted the Nether Crossing Swamp's leadership, so he naturally had the right to control the immortal emperor life treasures. "Very well, Jian Xian, just you wait." The evil child couldn't bear this frustration and threatened, "Don't think that only your Nether Crossing Swamp has immortal emperor life treasures. Then I'll wait. Do you think I am afraid of a half-insect half-ghost monster like you?" Monk Daji leered at him and retorted. The evil child left in exasperation. Although he really wanted to fight, a direct confrontation without an emperor's weapon would be akin to throwing an egg at a boulder. After the evil child left, the titanic crescent saint child looked at Li Qie before coldly telling Monk Daji, "Brother Jian Xian, you can protect him for now, but not forever." The saint child wanted to obtain Li Qie's method of traversing the sea, but he didn't expect for Monk Daji to interfere and ruin his business. Monk Daji laughed and coldly stared at the saint child. "Titanic Crescent, you think too highly of yourself. Do you actually consider yourself to be invincible amongst the younger generation? Brotherly needing my protection? Huh, I only took action because I dislike you too and your arrogant conduct. Or could it be that you think you are the strongest genius in the northern misty field?" The Titanic Crescent Sacred Ground and the Nether Crossing Swamp were both emperors' lineages in the misty field, and these two were their strongest descendants. The 2 sects would inevitably have some conflicts due to this. However, because Monk Daji rarely showed himself, the saint child proclaimed himself to be number one amongst the younger generation. This time, the monk purposely used a provocative stance against those two in order to dispel their arrogant behaviors. The saint child only snorted in the face of such taunts and turned around to leave. The other young cultivators didn't dare to discuss this matter. Geniuses like Golden Child and the 100 Clans Child also restrained themselves from commenting. This was a conflict between emperors' lineages. Although their sects were strong, they were still far from being comparable with emperors' lineages. Both the saint child and the monk were not people they wished to offend. The crowd dispersed and went on with their own business. Monk Daji clasped his hands together and spoke to Li Qie with a smile, Amitba, Amitba. Benefactor Li, it seems that we are often brought together by fate. Oh? No longer hiding from your old lady? Li Qie snappily asked. Each time the monk appeared, he would ruin Li Qie's fun, so Li Qie was very annoyed with him. Ah, the monk wryly laughed and scratched his bald head. Li Qie laughed after seeing the monk like this, then he hugged Xiaofan Wanxue and kept going to the front. The monk quickly followed right behind them while looking at the grand scene ahead, the confrontation between the gigantic black shadow and the sky-devouring fish king. What does Benefactor Li think about these existences? He curiously asked Li Qie. Li Qie was too lazy to look at the monk as he replied, "Fake monk, you want me to talk? Your patriarch should have left behind a few words. I'm just casually asking." The monk forced a chuckle. He indeed knew quite a few things. Immortal Emperor Ming Du of the swamp came from Necropolis, so he naturally knew more about it than outsiders. Monk Daji didn't know whether his patriarch came from Necropolis or not, but there had been rumors along these lines. The Nether Crossing swamp had records about Necropolis secrets that other emperors' lineages weren't privy to. He intentionally wanted to test Li Qie. Since Li Qie was able to see through the soaring remembrance village, he should definitely know some other things as well. Fake monk, what do you want to know? If it is within my knowledge, then I can tell you about a few things. Li Qie answered with a smile. The monk's eyes quickly lit up as he cheerfully responded with a smile, "My sect has some secret record stating that this place had a great creation, an extremely amazing one for our ghost race. This creation. After obtaining it, it wouldn't be difficult to become an immortal emperor." Xiaofan Wanxue's expression greatly changed after hearing this. Wouldn't be difficult to become an immortal emperor? What kind of heaven-defying and invincible creation was this? It would drive anyone crazy. A grand creation for shouldering the heavens will. Li Qie became serious and continued, "There truly is such a creation. I can tell you about this. Also, your swamp has a few things that could help you grab this creation." Really? Monk Daji's eyes brightened once more. He was like a Scrooge who stumbled upon a gold bar. He rubbed his palms together and smilingly pleaded, "Just what is this creation? Please tell me, Benefactor Li." Li Qie leisurely looked at the monk and answered, "Since you are a ghost, maybe you could actually obtain this creation. However, I have to tell you the bad news as well. This creation is not necessarily good and it might bring about bad fortune to your life." The monk was aghast as he stared at Li Qie and asked, "How does Benefactor Li know?" "So you have seen the secret writings of your patriarch. Fake monk, you know quite a few things, don't you?" Li Qie looked at him and responded with his own question. The monk took a deep breath. This was a secret of the swamp, but very few sect members knew about it. He spoke his quivering thoughts. The patriarch's writings indeed talked about this. He warned us about obtaining this creation since it might bring about a sect-destroying disaster. When he read his patriarch's secret writings before, he didn't understand why immortal Emperor Ming Du specifically warned his descendants. Just what was it that caused their patriarch to be so wary like this? The monk couldn't help but eagerly ask, "What is Benefactor Li's opinion about this?" "Opinion?" Li Qie said with leisure, "If you want to live longer, then stay far away from it. Otherwise, if you somehow got a hold of it, then the swamp would suffer a calamity unless your patriarch comes back to life. The monk's heart thumped after hearing this. He didn't think that Wuxia was only scaring him because the patriarch's writings specifically warned them about this. Do you still want the creation? Wuxia lightly inquired. Amitba. Monk Daji shook his head and continued with an accepting smile. My talents reach the sky itself. Even if I don't have that creation, I can still reach the peak and shoulder the heavens will. This generation's true prince shall be me. Despite such boastful words, one had to admit that Monk Daji was extremely outstanding. Otherwise, he would not have become the inheritor of the Nether Crossing Swamp. Wuxia and Wuxia went to the battlefield between the two armies. He then smiled at the monk and asked, "Monk, can you cross the Black Sea before us?" The monk quickly shook his head as fast as a beating drum and replied, "Ha ha ha, benefactorly thinks too highly of me. Do you not see that no one here can do it? What can this skillless monk do when so many others have failed? Is that so?" Wuxia looked at him with a smile that didn't seem like a smile and calmly continued, "If I remember correctly, your patriarch, immortal Emperor Mingdu, left behind a treasure boat that could cross all oceans in this world. That boat should be able to cross Night Sea and the Black Sea ahead without any problems." The moments these words came out, the monk became completely shocked. There wasn't a need for needless chatter or posturing. The emperor's power swept by like the arrival of an immortal emperor as all 9 heavens and 10 earths prostrated before its might. The gigantic shadow and the sky-devouring fish also glanced towards this direction. Some shocked cultivators couldn't help but retreat while uttering, "An immortal emperor life treasure. An emperor's weapon." Both the evil child and the saint child lost their cool. So? As imperial descendants, don't tell me you two didn't bring at least 1 or 2 emperor's weapon. It would be quite shameful if you guys didn't have even 1 immortal emperor life treasure. Are your elders that stingy? Chapter 464, Crossing the Sea. If you asked about the creation on the other side, then you must know about other things as well. Night Sea and this Black Sea before us cannot be crossed without a ferry. If I guessed correctly, then you have brought along the treasure boat left behind by your patriarch. Wuxia slowly finished. These light words scared the soul out of Monk Daji. His patriarch indeed left behind a treasure boat. It was not an immortal emperor life treasure or anything, so it had been locked away in the swamp's treasury. Very few disciples had seen this boat, yet an outsider like Wuxia was revealing its details. This gave the monk quite a fright. The monk awkwardly rubbed his hands together while not knowing what to do. Wuxia interrupted him and dismissively said, "It's fine, don't be tense. I don't intend to borrow your boat. Such a trivial issue cannot deter me. If I wanted to cross, it would be as easy as flipping my palm. I know you have some items on you, but heed my warning. Do not dream about this creation or else your swamp will be destroyed within half a year. Although your sect is indeed powerful, there are a few things that should never be provoked. Don't turn your patriarch's efforts into nothingness, don't let an emperor's lineage become buried at your hands." "Is it really that terrible?" the monk asked. Wuxia coldly glared at him and answered, "Ha ha ha, monk, forget about you. Even if your patriarch was alive, he would be quite apprehensive about this. Some things are far beyond your imagination." The monk quivered after recalling the patriarch's warning. What could possibly be so terrifying that even his patriarch had to leave behind a special warning? Don't worry, benefactor Li. I know when to advance and when to retreat. Propriety is also not a foreign concept. The monk continued with a smile, "If there is nothing else, then I shall take my leave first." Wuxia glanced at him and asked, "Not coming with us?" I'm busy, I'll be going now," the monk dryly laughed and replied. Hiding from your old lady? Li Qiye burst out in laughter and asked after seeing the monk's awkward state. With reddened cheeks, the monk replied with an awkward smile, "Hee, I have to go change my outfit. My life will be over if I'm caught." "Over? You don't like your old lady?" Li Qiye looked at the monk and asked. "No, never, this is absolutely not the case." The monk jumped up and uttered. Under Li Qiye's teasing scrutiny, he reluctantly confessed, "It really isn't like that. Martial's sister and I are childhood sweethearts, and our relationship is very good. However, some time ago, the elders of the sect wanted me to accept the responsibility. They want us to get married so that big sister can help me manage the sect." "Oh, I see." Li Qiye nodded and teased, anxiety before the wedding. "However, a man who runs away from battle is too girly. Are you still a man?" Monk Daji was very embarrassed. He then gave a mirthless smile and said, "Benefactor, I'll be going now." With that, his body shifted and disappeared without a trace. The Nether Crossing Swamp. Li Qiye smiled and didn't say anything else. Li Qiye had a good impression of the Nether Crossing Swamp. Even though, during that era, Li Qiye kept his word and didn't train or give any advice to immortal Emperor Mingdu, the emperor still respected Li Qiye as a teacher. This was because the emperor knew that he was only able to leave Necropolis and obtain a great creation due to the hard work of the Dark Crow. This creation created a firm foundation for the emperor after he left the city, allowing him to reach the apex and the heavens will. Before anyone noticed, Li Qiye and Qirong Wanxue were standing at the edge of the Golden Ocean not too far from the young nightfish. The splashes from the thousands of fish could reach their bodies. Their movement caught the attention of many people. What are they trying to do? The majority of the cultivators stood far away since no one wanted to get close to such a battlefield, for it was suicidal. Once the gigantic shadow and the Fish King fought, even the strongest cultivators would be annihilated by the residual energy. "Don't tell me that they want to cross?" a person speculated. "That is suicidal." The Divine Spark Prince sneered while staring at the two in the far distance. The other young geniuses, such as Golden Child and Ghost Monk, were also spectating. Many people wanted to cross the Black Sea up ahead, but all of their attempts were unsuccessful. Fei Tsangqiong, the descendant of the nether-soaring ghost race, was said to have the fastest speed. He once claimed that he could fly to all the corners of the world. Earlier, he tried to fly over the ocean, but what was the result? He only drowned in the Black Sea. A person coldly said, "An ordinary human ant still dreams about flying over?" Truly wishful thinking. Previous attempts included flying and utilizing treasures to quickly rush over, but all had failed. Once one stepped into the Black Sea's territory, they and all their treasures would fall and drown. After several ghost geniuses failed, no one dared to force their way across. Instead, they looked for other methods. Li Qiye looked at the gigantic shadow in the distance and focused his gaze on the thousands of handlers behind it. Seeing Li Qiye's expression, Qirong Wanxue guessed what he wanted to do and anxiously asked, "Can we cross it?" "Don't worry, it is a piece of cake." Li Qiye smiled and said after picking a target, "Hug me tightly, we're about to go." Qirong Wanxue listened and tightly hugged Li Qiye's waist while blushing. Li Qiye pulled her in even closer after taking a deep breath. Now, she was standing in front of him as he clasped her waist. The two of them were tightly pressed against each other face to face. Being in such an intimate pose while hugging her young noble's chest caused Qirong Wanxue to become quite hot. However, Li Qiye was not in the mood to enjoy this romantic situation. He roared as his blood energy began to surge to perform the 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds. Myriad hands appeared behind his back as if they were lifting up 3,000 worlds. One pair of hands lifted the 9 words true bow. A divine arrow made from universal laws was placed on the gently drawn back bowstring. This mantra arrow was the last word, forward, from the 9 true words. This word turned into a universal law to become an unparalleled divine arrow. They actually want to cross. A bunch of youths were in an uproar. Can they do it? Many people secretly wished that Wuxia would be successful. They began to lose hope after seeing so many failures, but if Wuxia could do it, then it would prove that this mission was not impossible. However, there were also those who hoped that Wuxia would fail, such as the divine Spark Prince. Humph! What an ignorant fool, just wait for your death without a burial. Poof! Wuxia shot out the word forward. This divine mantra arrow pierced through the wind and time itself. The moment this arrow was released, Wuxia and Wuxia both disappeared from this world as if they had evaporated. This arrow seemed to have crossed to the past from one spacetime to another and then disappeared without a trace. Where did they go? The spectating cultivators looked around to find Wuxia and Wuxia. Everything happened so fast. In just a split second, this arrow shot through the head of a handler. He didn't even have the chance to react before falling into the Black Sea. What was even more incredible was that Wuxia and Wuxia then appeared on the ferry in the same posture as when they disappeared, still tightly hugging each other. Impossible! Some jumped up in complete disbelief. Wuxia was not the only one who thought about stealing a ferry. Some had thought about it, but they couldn't carry it out. Even powerful treasures could not kill a ferry handler since they would become powerless once they entered the Black Sea's territory. Of course, Wuxia's 9 words true bow was not something their treasures could compare to. Once the forward arrow was shot out, it would allow him to instantaneously travel anywhere, completely disregarding the heaven-defying seals or defensive perimeter of any location. After determining his target, he shot the word forward. This arrow instantly pierced the handler's head, allowing it to bring the two of them to the boat. Unfortunately, he couldn't lock onto the other shore. Otherwise, he could shoot out this forward arrow to take them there directly. Wuxia's successful attempt at seizing a ferry shocked everyone. The impossible had happened. The divine Spark Prince was both shocked and angry, thus he spoke with a sneer, becoming enemies with the handlers. So foolish. Everyone knew that attacking a handler would bring about a personal disaster. Antagonizing the handlers and sentiments inside Necropolis would result in a bad end. After Wuxia took over the boat, the gigantic shadow suddenly exuded a terrifying breath as thousands of handlers immediately surrounded him. It's over, this guy will be eaten alive by all those handlers. Someone exclaimed out loud. If you asked about the creation on the other side, then you must know about other things as well. Night Sea and this Black Sea before us cannot be crossed without a ferry. If I guessed correctly, then you have brought along the treasure boat left behind by your patriarch. Wuxia slowly finished. These light words scared the soul out of Monk Daji. His patriarch indeed left behind a treasure boat. It was not an immortal emperor life treasure or anything, so it had been locked away in the swamp's treasury. Very few disciples had seen this boat, yet an outsider like Wuxia was revealing its details. This gave the monk quite a fright. The monk awkwardly rubbed his hands together while not knowing what to do. Chapter 465, The Other Shore. But at this time, Wuxia's body suddenly emitted a strange and mysterious aura. Don't mess with me or I'll butcher all of you, Wuxia coldly declared. This mysterious aura came from the item that Wuxia previously borrowed from the ancestral flow master. The gigantic shadow and the handlers were very wary of this thing. The shadow chose not to attack and all the handlers also withdrew. They didn't dare to look straight at Wuxia. The ferry was then pushed by a force that brought them to the other side. This scene stunned all the young cultivators. Someone thought that he was only seeing things and kept on rubbing his eyes. No way. Many didn't dare to believe such a thing. Wuxia killed a handler, yet the shadow and all the other handlers just let him off like that? They didn't know that Li Qiye was carrying an extremely heaven-defying item, something that instilled absolute fear in these types of ghastly creatures. The crowd remained stunned for a long time as they watched Li Qiye ride the ferry to disappear in the far horizon. "Bah, lucky bastard!" The divine Spark Prince exclaimed with an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth from anger since he didn't expect Li Qiye to be able to reach the other shore alive. The Titanic Crescent Saint Child's eyes were flashing with glimmers as he whispered, "There is something amazing on that guy." Umitba, quite amazing," Monk Daji also couldn't help but murmur. Just like Li Qiye had said, Monk Daji had a treasure boat that could let him cross the Black Sea, the boat left behind by immortal Emperor Ming-Du. However, the monk would not carelessly use the ship because he was wary of the Black Shadow along with the handlers. He was unable to confirm whether they would mount an assault if he were to cross. At this moment, Li Qiye was able to cross after killing a handler without suffering an appropriate response. This told Monk Daji that Li Qiye possessed something even more frightening than himself. In the far distance, a red cloud suddenly flew closer at an unparalleled speed. Monk Daji's expression greatly changed as his neck shrank a bit into his body before quickly escaping in fear. The Black Sea was calm, there was nothing else besides the pitch-black water. Li Qiye rode the ferry like a powerful arrow, drifting quickly towards the other shore. Qiurong Wanxue was still in a stunned state. She didn't expect that Li Qiye's method was to kill a handler and aggressively steal a ferry. Moreover, not one handler dared to attack them. She wouldn't even dare to think about such a feat before. "What's wrong? Do you enjoy my embrace so much that you're too reluctant to pull away?" Amidst her daze, she suddenly heard Li Qiye's teasing voice next to her ear. This immediately woke her up as she found herself still tightly hugging his body with both hands on his waist. At this moment, she wanted to jump down into a hole from embarrassment. Her entire body felt hot, her legs weakened as a numbing sensation emanated throughout her body. She quickly escaped with a blushed complexion and didn't dare to look straight at Li Qiye. "Don't fall in love with me, I am only a legend." In contrast to her lovable bashfulness, Li Qiye was nonchalant and was even in the mood to tease her. Qiurong Wanxue's face felt very hot, but in the depths of her shyness, there was also a slight sensation as if she had lost something. There was an indescribable sense of loss. A long time later, she only gently sighed. The ferry carried the two of them towards the other side at a very high speed. After traveling for quite a while, they finally saw the other side. From a far distance, one could only see a dark landmass. Moreover, the sky above this land was multicolored with bright lights soaring towards the horizon. After slowly landing on the shore, the two stepped onto land at last. Then, Li Qiye sealed this ferry on the Black Sea. This boat and the underworld boat were a bit similar. Once this thing left the Black Sea, it would rot, so there was no way to bring it along. Suddenly, there was a buzz, a beautifully melodious sound. The moment the two arrived, their Tao foundation suddenly became very lively with hymns as many universal laws abruptly appeared. Both Li Qiye's and Qiurong Wanxue's bodies were surrounded by the hymns of the Grand Tao. Each universal law was like a soaring phoenix, they appeared alongside many floating runic arrays. It was as if the two had become part of the Grand Tao as it resonated with their own Tao foundation. A new Tao would appear right below each of their steps. The sonorous bell-like rings were like a dancing melody. Qiurong Wanxue's reaction was even greater than Li Qiye's. Universal laws began to weave around her body, turning into words that eventually opened a new immortal chapter. These universal laws emitted a brilliance with golden powder drifting down alongside pleasant sounds. It could be said that each of her steps right now resulted in a new blooming lotus flower. The heaven and earth's Grand Tao chose to assist her, wherever she went, the Grand Tao would follow. What is going on? Qiurong Wanxue was startled. Although the Grand Tao gave her an incomparable feeling and great benefits, she herself knew that, with her talents and cultivation, she was very far from harmonizing with the Grand Tao, so walking with the Grand Tao was impossible. However, such a matter was happening to her right now, so how could she not jump from astonishment? This is a Tao land and you are a ghost. This Tao land has a lot to do with your ghost race. Li Qie answered with a smile. Xiaofan Wanxue somehow managed to calm down and followed Li Qie deeper into this land. She found that it was very strange. Mountains and roads were expansive while majestic rivers covered this vast land. However, upon a closer inspection, one would see that the mountain ranges were erected by Tao bones, Tao laws formed the earth, and the riverbeds were made from Tao chapters while Tao runes caused the water to flow. All aspects of life on the ground were also similar in this regard. Whether it was the birds flying in the sky or the beasts running on the ground or the vegetation that didn't have life essence, they were all derived from the Grand Tao. A big tree towered to the sky before Xiaofan Wanxue. This tree had a vigorous body with lush, verdant leaves, but another look would show that several Grand Tao universal laws came together to form its old and hard trunk. Smaller universal chains, the size of fine silk strings, came together to form the green leaves. Then there was a giant elephant that ran in front of them. One could see that a Tao foundation made its bones, Tao chapters made the meat, and its eyes were made from the energy of the Grand Tao. Just by staring at it, one would feel the power of the Grand Tao assaulting one's senses like oceanic tides. Similarly, there was a bird flying in the sky, Tao runes formed its feathers, a Tao source formed its body, and its eyes were the amalgamation of many Tao laws using spirit energy. It seemed as if this land was full of colorful life like a paradise or a sacred ground, but in reality, there was no life here. Everything was derived from the Grand Tao, they were only a form of the Tao and not true life. In the beginning, Xiaofan Wanxue didn't clearly see and thought that this land was full of life. However, after following Li Qie for a while, she began to notice the clues. Although the creatures were playfully running around, with a more attentive look, one would be able to see that all of them lacked true life essence. What is this all about? She found this to be too unbelievable. It was even creepier than Necropolis. Although Necropolis was home to a large number of sentiments, they had their own consciousness and perception. They wanted to survive, so it could even be said that outside of not having physical flesh and blood, the sentiments were no different from their outside counterparts. But this place was different. Everything here was dependent on the Grand Tao. No matter if it was the growing trees or the flying little birds, they didn't have an autonomous consciousness or a natural will to survive, for they were only derivations of the Grand Tao. You can think of this place as a Tao land. To be more precise, it is a derivation of the Grand Tao from the heaven and earth. Li Qie smiled and responded. That can't be. Xiaofan Wanxue was extremely shocked as she found it hard to believe. Everyone knew that amongst the 9 worlds and 8 desolaces, the 9 heavens and 10 earths, all the creatures in this world and the myriad of existences were all masterpieces from the heavenly Grand Tao. The sky, the earth, all the existences, the world itself, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires, all of this came from the heavenly Grand Tao. And the scene before her eyes was only a derivation from this Grand Tao. They were unlike the real living creatures outside. Everything here was only made up of universal laws, cold and emotionless. This land was a gigantic and complex machine with orderly functions, but it had no life. You can consider it as the first form of the heavenly Grand Tao, but it probably can't be considered as the first form either, because this place cannot give birth to life. To be more precise, this is a very small or a miniature version of the heavenly Grand Tao's derivation. The heavenly Grand Tao truly exceeds our imagination. If there was an invincible existence capable of controlling this Tao along with all the worldly laws, then you would be able to see the scene before you again. Li Qie smiled and added, of course, someone who can grasp this heavenly Grand Tao before you is very rare in this world. He continued on with emotion, the true heavenly Grand Tao is able to bear the 9 heavens and 10 earths and also capable of creating all living existences. It is mysterious and profound, something that is impossible for anyone to comprehend in its entirety. The true heavenly Grand Tao is different from the heavenly Grand Tao that cultivators usually talk about. The Grand Tao mentioned by cultivators is only a small part of the overarching picture. The true heavenly Grand Tao is a power, a universal law. Since time immemorial, there were immortal emperors who referred to the true heavenly Grand Tao as the origin Tao of heaven and earth, the myriad Tao of heaven and earth, or the true Tao of heaven and earth. But at this time, Li Qia's body suddenly emitted a strange and mysterious aura. "Don't mess with me or I'll butcher all of you," Li Qia coldly declared. This mysterious aura came from the item that Li Qia previously borrowed from the ancestral flow master. The gigantic shadow and the handlers were very wary of this thing. The shadow chose not to attack and all the handlers also withdrew. They didn't dare to look straight at Li Qia. The fairy was then pushed by a force that brought them to the other side. Chapter 466, Other Shore's Secret. For as long as one could remember, even immortal emperors with the heaven's will, someone who reigned over the universe, could not control the true Tao of heaven and earth and could at best only grasp a very small part of it. Li Qia added. That is impossible. Qirong Wanxue was amazed by this revelation. Immortal emperors were invincible in everyone's eyes since they were capable of shouldering the heaven's will. However, Li Qia was saying that even the emperors themselves could not grasp the true Tao. No one would believe such a claim. There are many things that are impossible in this world. Li Qia continued with a smile, but this is the truth. Wanting to control the real heavenly Grand Tao is impossible. Why? Qirong Wanxue curiously asked. Li Qia stared at the distant horizon and spoke. The reason is very simple, life. Even an immortal emperor could not suddenly create life. For example, if there is no seed, then there will be no root, let alone a single leaf. Even an invincible emperor cannot create a tree out of thin air. If there is a seed, then emperors have ways to let it become a towering tree overnight. If there was a branch, then an emperor could let it take root in the soil to grow into a tree. With a leaf, they could use the most heaven-defying method so that it would take root and eventually grow into a tree as well. Li Qia paused for a moment before continuing. However, if there is nothing, then an emperor cannot create a heaven-piercing tree because they can't create life out of nowhere. They require a starting point in order to do anything. Creating life is the old villainous heaven's business. To be a bit more exact, it is a matter left to the true Tao of heaven and earth, understand? Qirong Wanxue was sent into a daze. Hearing Li Qia's exposition shocked her completely. It had opened a new door for her. She was able to see a new Grand Tao that had never been touched before. At this moment, she was entering a new palace of the Grand Tao. Before, she was only lingering around its gate. She was a royal noble and cultivated quite a powerful Tao law, resulting in a strong foundation, but that was mere mimicry. It was like someone had already built a house and she simply moved in and decorated it a bit. But now, she knew how to build her own house one brick at a time. Li Qia looked at her expression and smiled. You are correct, this is about creating a Grand Tao that belongs to you and you alone. Even if you cultivate an immortal emperor's technique, it would only be a Tao that belonged to someone before you. It is not yours. If this was the case, then how could you even talk about creating a country or accepting divine bestowments in the future? Without your own Tao, how would the heavens will accept you? How could you shoulder the heavens' will? Qirong Wanxue took a deep breath. Creating one's own Grand Tao was a territory that only virtuous paragons entered. Right now, she was only a royal noble and was very far away from such a level. Nevertheless, she still greatly benefited from Li Qia's words. Li Qia led her to a different location. she noticed a very strange scene in the sky. One would not be able to see it without closely examining the sky. With a careful look, they would find that it was actually a kingdom. Up in the far reaches of the sky where there were immortal lights coming and going along with divine flames, there seemed to be a faint palace and some ancient pavilions. It was as if there was an extremely vast kingdom in that area, almost completely like another world. The palace was big enough to contain 3,000 worlds. This was a kingdom that loomed over the 9 heavens in an extremely secretive recess of the clouds in the sky. This made it seem as if it was a fantastical illusion. What is that? Qiurong Wanxue pointed at this kingdom in the sky and curiously asked. Li Qiye looked at the kingdom and lightly replied, "You can call it the kingdom of heaven, but don't ask for more details." Kingdom of heaven? Qiurong Wanxue couldn't help but murmur repeatedly. She suddenly had another urge and asked, "Has young noble been here before?" "No." Li Qiye shook his head and elaborated, "This is my first time as it is not easy to come here. Under normal circumstances, this place would not allow for outsiders to intrude. However, it is a bit different right now. Had it not been for some matters, I wouldn't have come here." Qiurong Wanxue didn't know of the matters that Li Qiye was referring to, but she felt that it had something to do with the ancestral flow master. Li Qiye stopped at many places as if he was looking and trying to understand something through meditation. What is young noble trying to comprehend? Qiurong Wanxue curiously asked after seeing Li Qiye's behavior. Li Qiye answered, "Merit laws and chapters. However, it is not to the extent of comprehension, I am only looking. These things are too complicated to understand from just a glance." Merit laws and chapters? Qiurong Wanxue repeated in surprise. She looked around. Although this place was derived from the heavenly Grand Tao, she didn't see any merit laws at all. Li Qiye smiled and led her to a high peak so that they could overlook the entire scenery with a panoramic view. Li Qiye then pointed to direct her gaze, "Look at this piece of heaven and earth. The straight mountain right below your feet is a sword technique. The dense forest ahead is a longevity law. The rolling river before you is a heaven-sweeping technique. The broken mountain over there is an incomplete heavenly knocking technique." Qiurong Wanxue carefully looked again, but she didn't notice the profundities. However, after receiving more guidance from Li Qiye, she faintly felt something. For example, the high peak below her seemingly contained a resonating sword energy. "My talents are too low, so I cannot comprehend the mysticisms of these things," Qiurong Wanxue said in shame. Li Qiye responded with a smile, "You can't be blamed, the profoundness of this place is far beyond your imagination. I myself would need to spend a lot of time in order to learn everything. How come young noble isn't learning all the merit laws at this place?" Qiurong Wanxue asked. "It took a lot of work to come to this place, a land filled with merit laws. Anyone would covet these laws that came in myriad forms, but not Li Qiye. The merit laws here are not suitable for me." Li Qiye shook his head and added, "These are merit laws that belong to your ghost race, so I am not fit to cultivate them. Moreover, it is meaningless for me to learn them. The person who left behind these merit laws was extremely heaven-defying. The same mountain, from a different perspective, could be a mountain range or peak. Each person would see different things and come to a different conclusion. This place only contains the general structure of the Grand Tao and merit laws, so people would have different results. Sometimes, the difference would be like the heaven and earth." Li Qiye paused for a moment here. "If you want to learn everything from its true origin, then you have to be at the same level as that person, or you have to have heaven-frightening knowledge with supreme aptitudes and meticulous analytical abilities, leaving no stone unturned until the very root. Of course, to reverse the flow all the way back to the origin of every merit law here would require a very long time." Li Qiye continued on, "Even if you could learn a few merit laws, it would still be very difficult to teach them to someone else. Everyone has different interpretations of the Tao where even the slightest difference could lead to a monstrous gap. However, if you manage to learn a few of them, then it would still be very beneficial since this is the origin of the ghost race. The origin of my ghost race? Qiurong Wanxue exclaimed in shock. Li Qie nodded and said, you can put it that way. At the very least, the source of your ghost race's enlightenment is here. The outcome would be astonishing if others were to know that this land was the supreme Tao land of the ghost race. Qiurong Wanxue was frozen with shock. If this place was the origin of the ghost race's cultivation, then the merit laws here were the primal arts of ghost cultivators. Just where is this place? Qiurong Wanxue took a deep breath after a long time and asked Li Qie in disbelief. He then replied, an abandoned land. Someone threw the heavenly grand Tao here, so this place became a land of refuse. Qiurong Wanxue's eyes were wide open as she exclaimed, an abandoned land of refuse? I'm impossible. Is this not the origin of our ghost race's cultivation? That is indeed true for you. A very long time ago, many cultivation arts of the ghost race came from this place. To be more precise, they were purposely spread by that person. But to him, this was only a wasteland that contained garbage. Why did he throw away these powerful merit laws? Qiurong Wanxue looked at this wondrous land that contained myriad merit laws. People would go crazy from happiness if they were able to learn these arts. Li Qie looked at the distance and softly said, because he failed, so he discarded all of his failures here. For example, the mountain below us is a sword technique, but it is also gold. The forest over there is a longevity law, but it is also wood. The river ahead is a heaven-sweeping law, but it is also water. They are the 5 elements, do you get it now? He tried to use the theory of the 5 elements existing in harmony to defy the heavens. Defy the heavens? Qiurong Wanxue couldn't help but repeat. The creation of life. Li Qie looked at her and said, but he was not successful. It is apparent just by looking at this place. He had tried numerous times, but all of it was for naught. Creating life? Qiurong Wanxue was taken aback. Earlier, Li Qie was saying that the creation of life was a thing that was only meant for the high heavens, but now someone actually tried to go against the heavens. For as long as one could remember, even immortal emperors with the heavens will, someone who reigned over the universe, could not control the true Tao of heaven and earth and could only grasp a very small part of it at best. Li Qie added. That is impossible. Qiurong Wanxue was amazed by this revelation. Immortal emperors were invincible in everyone's eyes since they were capable of shouldering the heavens' will. However, Li Qie was saying that even the emperors themselves could not grasp the true Tao. No one would believe such a claim. There are many things that are impossible in this world. Li Qie continued with a smile, but this is the truth. Wanting to control the real heavenly grand Tao is impossible. Why? Qiurong Wanxue curiously asked. Li Qie stared at the far horizon and spoke, the reason is very simple, it is not yet time to reveal the secrets. You will have to wait until later tonight. Chapter 467, Meditation, Come on. Li Qie said with a smile as he led Qiurong Wanxue onward. This time, he was still taking a break here and there, but it was not for understanding merit laws, it was more about finding something else. Qiurong Wanxue couldn't help but ask, what is young noble trying to find? Li Qie pointed at the sky and replied, we need to enter the kingdom of heaven, but first, we have to find a place with real life essence before being able to go up. We can't fly up there. Qiurong Wanxue anxiously looked at the sky. She was very curious about what was up there. You can try flying up. Li Qie laughed and said. She was very trusting of Li Qie, so she immediately jumped up to fly. However, the moment she reached a certain height, it seemed as if a huge palm was pushing her down from the sky, causing her to fall to the ground and become dizzy. Are you all right? Li Qie got closer and asked with a smile. Qirong Wanxue got up and angrily looked at him to say, "Young noble tricked me. You knew that there was a suppressive force in the sky, yet you still told me to fly." Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. "This isn't suppression. The two places are not in same world. You don't know what this place is, so you can't comprehend the gap." Qirong Wanxue looked at his smile and angrily glared at him. The two of them continued and crossed many mountains and rivers. They walked for a long time but were unable to find the place Li Qie was searching for. After a long while, they eventually reached a certain location. This place was different from the others. There was no grand Tao or universal laws creating mountains and rivers here. There were no grasses or fishes, only a scorched earth, bleak and lifeless. The other places had no life essence, but there were still flying birds and swimming fish with flowers blooming and withering. In contrast, this scorched earth had nothing, there was only a deathly stillness. Here. Li Qie was immediately attracted by this scorched earth. He quickly stepped inside this land and crouched down for a closer look. It seemed that there was something here that was garnering all of his attention. Qirong Wanxue followed right after him. She noticed that there was nothing else besides the little ants crawling on the ground. She couldn't discern whether these ants were real or whether they were derived from the Grand Tao. She then carefully counted and found that there were a total of 10 ants constantly moving in a circular pattern. Wait, no. Qirong Wanxue looked for a while and found that one was missing and only 9 were left. When she counted again, the missing ant came out of nowhere and the group numbered 10 again. She still wasn't right. Just when she thought that she was seeing things, she then found that there was only 1 ant. Moreover, she couldn't see how the other 9 had disappeared at all. How could this be? She was stunned for a bit. The group, once again, turned into 9 ants, then another came out to complete the circle. She didn't know if she was just dizzy or if it was an illusion. She focused her mind again to see how many were truly there. But suddenly, the earth abruptly started to spin and there were millions of ants walking in a circle. This was the last thing she remembered before she instantly blacked out. As she was about to lapse into a coma, a cold aura capable of enlightening people with perfect wisdom went inside her body, causing her to jolt. She instantly woke up. It was Li Qie who brought her back from her coma. "Don't look. Your Tao heart has not been honed to the extent where you can look at this thing," Li Qie solemnly said. In fact, not too many people in this world could tell how many ants there were, unless it was an immortal emperor or someone who had experienced a lot of training, like Li Qie. Otherwise, their Tao heart would be shaken. Just what is that? Qirong Wanxue was extremely alarmed and didn't know how many ants there were. "This is something beyond your grasp," Li Qie replied since he noticed her inquisitive mind and smiled. "The quantity isn't important, the essential part is the beginning and end. 1 is the primordial, 9 is the extreme, and 10 is grand completion." Qirong Wanxue was still confused after hearing this, but Li Qie did not find it surprising. "Take a walk to other places to see if you can find anything or the place that I'm trying to find. If there is any danger, immediately message me via telepathy." Having said that, he crouched down and carefully watched the ants on the ground. He was completely absorbed and engrossed in meditation. Qirong Wanxue didn't bother him and went elsewhere. Li Qie completely forgot about everything since there were only the ants moving in a circle in his eyes. In the eyes of others, the ants were moving, but it was a different story for Li Qie. The ants had to do with the beginning and end. After an unknown amount of time, Li Qie found some clues and stirringly murmured, "Fascinating, no wonder why he ended up like that." He was comprehending a few things, so the villainous old heavens did not spare him. Amazing. Unfortunately, this is not complete. If he was able to understand it, then he would have been number 1 throughout all the ages. Those who were unaware would only see ants crawling around in a circle, nothing special at all. However, to those who understood a bit more, they would find that the derivation of these ants were too mystical and shocking. Inside these ants was the derivation of the true Tao of heaven and earth. Although they were only ordinary ants, they involved the beginning and end, life and death, yin and yang, all existences, and all living beings in this world. Even immortal emperors would be astonished to see such a derivation. Unfortunately, this did not evolve completely and was only a prototype. Nevertheless, it was still a derivation from the true Tao of heaven and earth's profundity, something to create life. To put it in a grander manner, this was Genesis. However, these ants were only the beginning. Wuxia continued his projections and was very sure that the direction of this derivation was correct. This meant that the existence in the past had walked very far on this path. After countless calculations and attempts, he finally began to grasp the wonders of the true Tao of heaven and earth. This existence had a different interpretation of the true Tao and used it to start a whole new grand Tao. Unfortunately, what this existence created was just the beginning and was a mere outline, something that was far from completion. At that time, for a variety of reasons, this heaven-defying action was not tolerated by the high heavens, so this existence eventually forced himself into desperate straits. Wuxia immersed himself in these derivations. He calculated as countless Tao runes appeared inside his sea of memories. All of the erased memories and experiments that were once carried out by him slowly came back. Wuxia, as the Dark Crow, was different from sealed undyings. Sealed undyings were reliant on blood-era stones. Although they were not dead, they couldn't live normally throughout the long years. The Dark Crow was different. It had always lived in the actual world and experienced the ups and downs of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It possessed knowledge and wisdom that others failed to compare to. During this long period of time, it lived a very colorful life and had done many things, but all of them revolved around 3 key points: invincibility, eternal life, and Genesis. Across the ages, the Dark Crow produced numerous invincible existences. This was a form of training to him, a type of accumulation and exploration to reach an invincible state. Later on, it began to research the topic of eternal life, true immortality. This was a topic that had tempted everyone throughout the eons. Supreme existences during the Desolate Era and immortal emperors during the Emperor's Era had always explored this path. Everyone naturally wanted true immortality. The Dark Crow was a special case of true immortality. It knew that this pseudo-immortality depended on a certain thing in the immortal demon grotto. As long as his physical body remained there, the Dark Crow would be immortal. However, this immortality was putting its life in the hands of others, so during the long years, after accumulating a lot of knowledge on this path, Wuxia had tried to search for true immortality. He trod very far on this path, but he couldn't reach the end. After all, since time immemorial, no one had heard of someone with eternal life unless they depended on some extremely unique existences, such as something from the legendary 9 grand heavenly treasures. Because the road to immortality was impassable, Wuxia changed his goal. If he couldn't attain immortality, then what about creating life like the true Tao of heaven and earth? Or even mastering the genesis of an entire new world? He had tried many times to walk on the path of the origin of life and creation, but this was a means left to the high heavens. Many immortal emperors had tried in the past, but no one had ever succeeded. Wuxia also persevered for a very long time without bearing any fruit. Like he had said before, no one was able to understand the entire true Tao of heaven and earth. Today, after seeing these ants deriving the grand Tao, Wuxia became extremely shocked. After numerous attempts and projections, he was completely certain that this person found the right path. Unfortunately, that person had only just begun and time did not wait for him. Wuxia immersed himself in watching these ordinary ants, hoping to see through these transformations. If this path was truly perfect without flaws, then it would be too terrifying. At that time, immortal emperors would be nothing. The high heavens would be nothing. It was as if he was petrified while being lost in these derivations. This reckless attempt at creating projections had put himself in a crisis. Li Qiye himself was unaware while these projections were exhausting his blood energy along with his life force. "Come on," Li Qiye said with a smile and led Xiaofan Wanxue onward. This time, he was still taking a break here and there, but it was not for understanding merit laws, it was more about finding something else. Xiaofan Wanxue couldn't help but ask, "What is young noble trying to find?" Li Qiye pointed at the sky and replied, "We need to enter the kingdom of heaven, but first, we have to find a place with real life essence before being able to go up." "We can't fly up there?" Xiaofan Wanxue anxiously looked at the sky. She was very curious about what was up there. "You can try flying up." Li Qiye laughed and said. Chapter 468, Tianluanhui. The rate of consumption of Li Qiye's blood energy and life force was amazing. His hair turned completely white, it was as if he became dozens of years older in just a second. At this time, his fate palace appeared and the Terra's root that he had obtained from the islands poured down an endless amount of life essence. This rich life essence flowed back into the fate palace. The 4 images of life inside the master palace released a huge amount of life force in order to reverse Li Qiye's aging, making up for his loss of blood energy and life force. If someone was next to Li Qiye at this moment, they would find that his hair was changing between black and white continuously. This development was not surprising at all. Even the most brilliant genius capable of defying the heavens would not be able to understand these derivations during their lifetime. Very few in this world could understand its profound meanings. Even devilish geniuses would suffer from qi deviation after looking at it for a long time. For example, Xiaofan Wanxue almost fainted after just several glances. Meanwhile, Xiaofan Wanxue went to a different place. She only wanted to learn one merit law, that alone would be quite satisfactory. This was the origin of the ghost race's cultivation. Many merit laws here encompassed multiple ghost merit laws. By just learning one of them, it would be equivalent to understanding a huge section of ghost cultivation, and it would surely benefit Xiaofan Wanxue's future Dao path. However, despite her best efforts, she was not able to understand the profundities of a single merit law. At best, she was only able to sense some changes. For example, the faint sensation of sword energy or saber intent of some mountains, or a certain majestic aura. Just seeing through the profundities of these laws would be more difficult than reaching the heavens for Xiaofan Wanxue. However, she couldn't be blamed for this. It was not only due to her lacking talents, the merit laws that were thrown away here were the origin of cultivation and the most ancient grand Dao of the ghost race. After millions of years of cultivation and transformations, the many races in the sacred netherworld were already far from their original grand Dao and merit laws. Though these abandoned laws only seemed to be merit laws, they actually contained an all-encompassing grand Dao with unparalleled mysteries, very complex and cumbersome. However, even unraveling a sliver of the mysteries here would result in boundless benefits. Tracing back to the origin of these merit laws was equivalent to grasping an outline of the ghost race's grand Dao. This general outline may not be as powerful as an emperor's law, as one would not be able to use it to slay one's enemy or evil, but once grasped, it would open a path towards the peak in the future. Only those at the virtuous paragon realm would be able to expose themselves to personal Dao creation. However, in this place, as long as one had heaven-defying talents and knowledge sufficient to understand these origin merit laws, then one could begin to ponder the mysteries of a virtuous paragon long before that point. This was a very amazing matter. Xiaofan Wanxue failed time and time again. Not only was it due to her lacking talents, but also because her knowledge was far from sufficient. She came from the Snow Shadow Ghost tribe. A small tribe like this would have a very limited selection of merit laws. Reaching royal noble at her age already meant that her talents were very extraordinary. If she came from an emperor's lineage, then maybe her present cultivation would not be any weaker than the likes of the Titanic Crescent Saint Child. She would also be able to understand a bit of these mysteries. But alas, her knowledge was too little and she couldn't understand anything. The mountains of treasures before her very eyes were close at hand, but she could only go back empty-handed. Nevertheless, Wuxia was not greedy. She felt no regret despite being in the presence of numerous unlearnable merit laws. This trip to Necropolis was very fruitful to her, and Wuxia had given her plenty of good fortune. After failing to learn these merit laws, Wuxia decisively gave up and searched for a place with signs of life in Wuxia's stead. Although this was an abandoned land, it was vast with hundreds of thousands of miles of land. Finding a place with life in this great expanse was as hard as finding a needle in a haystack. While Wuxia was lost in looking at the ants and Wuxia was in search for a place with signs of life, someone finally succeeded at crossing the Black Sea back at the boundary. The person was Tianluanhui. He brought along an extremely heaven-defying item and successfully stole a really big ferry from a handler. He then brought along dozens of young cultivators on this boat and they quickly traveled towards the other shore. The young cultivators were the most promising geniuses of the ghost race, such as the Titanic Crescent Saint Child, the Ghost Insect Evil Child, Golden Child, Ghost Monk, and so on. Tianluanhui's actions shocked all the young cultivators present. His invincible style and mysterious aura garnered a lot of admiration. Tianluanhui is indeed deserving of being one of the three heroes, someone who is comparable to Sir Dizwa. Many were amazed after seeing the faint style of an emperor in Tianluanhui. No geniuses would deny that he was a reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Even the arrogant Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child couldn't help but be won over by him. Tianluanhui's amazing move made others think about Dizwa. How come Sir Dizwa still isn't here yet? Many young cultivators stuck behind at the ocean thought about Dizwa. At this moment, they were all waiting for his arrival. Maybe he would be like Tianluanhui and would bring them across the Black Sea to the other shore. However, Dizwa still didn't show up. After a long time, new information about Dizwa suddenly came. He had arrived at Necropolis and suddenly entered an ominous ground. At that place, he came upon a divine beast, so he immediately gave chase. A scarlet flame Qilin. Sir Dizwa actually wants to tame a divine beast like a scarlet flame Qilin. Although it was a shame for Dizwa to miss out on this lively occasion, this news was still astonishing enough. Even the older cultivators outside of Necropolis took a deep breath after hearing this. An older sect master said, Dizwa is too ambitious. Countless people wanted to tame this Qilin in its lair, but all had failed. Even virtuous paragons have failed before. Dizwa is being overconfident this time. Nevertheless, the older generation did not dare to sneer and call him arrogant because he possessed the qualifications and skills to act in this manner. Only a heaven's proud son like Dizwa would be able to tame a divine beast like the scarlet flame Qilin and make it his mount. On the other side, Tianluanhui brought people across the Black Sea with his boat. Once they landed on the shore, even Tianluanhui shuddered in amazement. A land of epic creations, a Tao land. Tianluanhui took in the view as his body exuded a mysterious aura. He was like a god with a pair of eyes capable of seeing through the cycle of samsara and yin and yang. The moment the other geniuses landed on the shore, they also felt the hymns of the Grand Tao and became astonished. Before they could calm down, Tianluanhui had already disappeared. Apparently, he had no intention of going with them. Maybe great creations are waiting for us at this place. We'll go our separate ways. The Titanic Crescent Saint Child shouted before going on his own. The ghost geniuses all went on their own after picking different directions. They all wanted their own great creations. Maybe they could even find the legendary treasure mountain. They didn't wish to cross this vast land with anyone since no one wanted to share their treasure with others. At this time, Qirong Wanxue was trying to find the land with signs of life that Li Qiye had mentioned. She crossed a mountain range and suddenly felt a mysterious aura coming from very far away. She lifted her head and noticed a shadow in that direction soaring by at an extreme speed. This shadow that left myriad laws in its wake crossed over mountains and rivers like a true god. A mysterious aura shrouded this person that exuded the faint sensation of a young immortal emperor. Tian Luanhui. Qirong Wanxue's expression greatly changed. Although she had never seen him before, she had heard descriptions of him from others. After feeling his aura, she was sure that it was one of the three heroes, Tian Luanhui. If some from the younger generation were able to pass the Black Sea, then Tian Luanhui was definitely one of them. She shuddered with worry at the thought of Tian Luanhui being on this land. She had to let her young noble know, so she turned around and went back. When she returned, Li Qiye was still lost in his calculations of the ants like a petrified statue. Seeing his hair turning white all of a sudden scared her witless. "Young noble, what is wrong?" Qirong Wanxue assumed that he was suffering qi deviation, so she quickly rushed over to pull on him. However, the moment she got close, a powerful force blew her away. Fate palaces appeared above Li Qiye's head and a life force rushed forth like a spring, turning his hair black again. Then, a bit later, his hair became white before a new wave of life force came by to recover his vitality. This process kept on repeating itself. Qirong Wanxue couldn't get close since Li Qiye was being sheltered by his own power, but she became relieved after seeing his hair turning back to black. The rate of consumption of Li Qiye's blood energy and life force was amazing. His hair turned completely white, it was as if he became dozens of years older in just 1 second. At this time, his fate palace appeared and the Terra's root that he had obtained from the islands poured down an endless amount of life essence. This rich life essence flowed back into the fate palace. The 4 images of life inside the master palace released life force in order to have Li Qiye's aging to make up for his loss of blood energy and life force. If someone was next to Li Qiye at this moment, they would find that his hair was changing between black and white continuously. Chapter 469, Disappearance of the Black Sea. However, she was still quite worried while looking at Li Qiye's appearance. What could these ants possibly be to cause him to be so immersed like this and risk it all just to comprehend them? Li Qiye didn't care for virtuous paragon merit laws or emperor's weapons since he gave them to Qirong Wanxue as if they were garbage. So what in this world could cause him to be so fascinated? Qirong Wanxue found it difficult to imagine such a thing, but it turned out that these few tiny ants were sufficient. She didn't dare to look at them since the lesson from last time was still fresh. With just a couple glances, she had almost lapsed into a coma. If it wasn't for Li Qiye saving her in time, maybe she would have died at this place from qi deviation. Tian Luanhui's sudden appearance at this land was a source of worries for her. She decided to stay as a guard by Li Qiye's side day in and day out, but Li Qiye still remained inert like a stone statue. Time kept on moving and his hair went from black to white, then white to black. In the beginning, she had concerns about Li Qiye expending too much blood energy, but these were dispelled when she saw the endless life force inside his fate palace recovering his blood energy. Rumble. Today, she was still by his side, but the landscape suddenly shook. Even the golden and black seas were swaying. She suddenly realized something as she lifted her head and noticed that the kingdom in the sky suddenly became bright as if a paragon was waking up. She had the feeling that a giant had turned his body, causing the earth to quake like this. And it wasn't only her, all the geniuses on this land were scared out of their wits. Even Tian Luanhui, who was searching alone in a corner, became alarmed. What is that? Tian Luanhui looked up at the faintly visible kingdom in the horizon and wondered. Many young ones that were still at the other side of the sea felt their souls leaving their bodies in horror because, at this time, the gigantic shadow and the sky-swallowing fish king had begun to fight, causing the earth to be torn asunder. The first move of one side plucked the celestials while the other side unleashed a tsunami millions of feet high. Everyone immediately escaped very far away before watching with quivering legs. They all assumed that the victor between these two monstrosities would be decided today. However, while enjoying this spectacle, the earth suddenly shook like a giant turning his body, causing them all to become aghast. Something rose up from the bottom of the Golden Sea. This was a huge divine ring flashing red lights as if it was made out of blood. On the surface were universal laws that intertwined into a sacred portal. This portal then sucked in the gigantic black shadow along with the Fish King and teleported them to a different world. All became dumbfounded when the Golden Sea suddenly set off a gigantic wave. Before they could calm down, a splashing sound could be heard as the Black Sea on one side was drowned out by the Golden Sea on the other. The Black Sea and the thousands of handlers along with their ships disappeared without even a bubble remaining. In this fashion, the Black Sea was flooded along with the fairy handlers. All disappeared without a trace and only the Golden Sea remained. The ocean became calm again right after, and the gigantic divine ring sank back into the depths to an unknown location. When everyone regained their composure, the scene was tranquil without winds nor waves as if nothing had happened at all. If they didn't see the Black Sea, the tens of thousands of fairy handlers, and the gigantic black shadow, then others who just arrived would think that nothing had happened. What? What just happened? All the young cultivators were frightened since they didn't know what was going on. Ha ha ha, the Black Sea is not there anymore. However, someone reacted very quickly with excited laughter. Many people suddenly realized it as well. Although they didn't know what happened, the Black Sea disappearing was good news to everyone, so they immediately rejoiced. It has finally happened, the Black Sea is no longer there. A young cultivator couldn't help but exclaim, "It is fine now. Without the Black Sea, we can reach the other shore. Here we come, other shore. Necropolis treasures and the ancient treasure mountain, all of these are meant for us." Another couldn't contain his excitement and let out a wild laughter. Then he used his fastest speed to fly towards the other shore. "We have to hurry as well. Maybe the legendary treasure mountain has already been found by Tian Luanhui." Others also quickly set out. In just a brief moment, many young cultivators rushed forward as they were unwilling to be left behind. Someone eventually set foot on the other shore and instantly felt the sounds of the heaven and earth. The first group couldn't help but be taken by surprise. There really is a legendary treasure in this place. Their excitement was uncontainable as they celebrated before jumping into the mountain ranges ahead. This sudden change caused Qirong Wanshue's heart to shiver. Although she didn't know what was going on, something must have happened after the kingdom in the sky suddenly exuded a bright light. Li Qie had said that he wished to reach the kingdom of heaven, but the sudden change just now caused her to become quite nervous. What was even more important was that the two of them still hadn't found the area with life yet. Qirong Wanshue looked over towards Li Qie. Now, he was completely petrified. Unaware onlookers would not be able to recognize him. Qirong Wanshue hesitated for a bit. Even if she continued to stay here, she wouldn't be able to contribute anything. Maybe she should go to find the area with life to save Li Qie some time. In the end, she was still the chief of an entire tribe. After deciding, she no longer hesitated and chose a direction for her search. In fact, they had already gone considerably deep into this landmass, but there were still a few directions left unsearched. At this time, she basically chose to backtrack. She didn't know where the area with life was, but it was definitely not ahead of them, so she had to pick a different direction, even if it meant going backward. She had traveled for several days and encountered a lot of people. This land that was once only inhabited by the two of them was now quite lively, to her surprise. She didn't know what was going on, but she was deliberately avoiding the young cultivators. Li Qie had made a lot of enemies, so she went out of her way to put on a disguise to mix amongst them. The next day, she found several groups and discovered what happened after asking some questions. The Black Sea had disappeared, so countless cultivators were able to reach this land. Many young cultivators were astonished by the magical properties of this land and became incredibly excited. It was as if there were numerous treasures just awaiting their excavation. However, their desperate search bore no fruit, as no mountains of treasure could be seen. At this time, they began to recognize the strange aspects of this place. In the end, geniuses couldn't instantly recognize the mysticisms of this land. Not everyone was like Wuxia, who knew many secrets. The moment the geniuses discovered the heavenly accumulation of universal laws, they had a certain thought and specifically went to Tian Luanhui with questions. Tian Luanhui had been, for some time, searching while traveling, so he gave these geniuses a very definite answer: this place is a Tao land. Once, there was a supreme existence who left behind his life's findings here. Every mountain and river on this land is an incredible merit law. After getting such a definite answer, these geniuses became quite shocked, and news of this got out very quickly. What? Every mountain and river is an incredible merit law? All the young cultivators were amazed at this finding. No wonder why everything in this place is formed from universal laws. So this was the case, many became very excited. They began to study the landscape in order to research the merit laws. The first to show some results were the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child. The Saint Child observed a river and obtained some enlightenment as he quickly shouted with joy, "Amazing, this is an emperor-level merit law. This merit law. It is indeed specifically tailored for our ghost race." The Evil Child studied a particular peak with an emotional expression. The two of them were attracted by these landscapes and became deeply immersed. Although they themselves cultivated Emperor's laws, studying these scenes before them still benefited them greatly. They were both from Emperor's lineages, so they cultivated Emperor's laws from a young age. Factoring in their excellent talents, very few could match them. Their general knowledge and understanding was also far above their peers, so they quickly reaped a good harvest after observing for a while. Not weaker than Emperor's laws? The Saint Child's evaluation quickly spread, causing everyone to be quite astounded. Countless people immediately stopped what they were previously doing to continue observing the landscapes in order to understand their profundities. Emperor's laws, ah! What kind of shocking news was this? To everyone, the treasures were no longer important. An emperor's law would greatly benefit them for life. Immortal Emperor Bao asked, "What do you think this is?" True God Nacht responded with some hesitation, you know Raffle. It's just a dude on a boat at sunset, right? This led to Immortal Emperor Bao wondering if readers will understand this teaser at all. It isn't that clear. Chapter 470, Learning the Tao at the Other Shore. In just a short period of time, no mountains or river were left unturned. Even the valleys and ravines were filled with at least one or two cultivators trying to ponder the Tao of this amazing land. However, this place involved the Grand Tao's outline, so although each scenery indeed contained a merit law, the Tao found inside was far from simple. That supreme existence in the past didn't just randomly throw down merit laws all over this place. He combined countless merit laws as experiments. Each mountain and river connected with the heaven and earth, so forget about reversing the trace to understand the origin. Even understanding what was on the surface was fraught with difficulty. Despite their observations, the young cultivators here had very few results. They were sure that these landscapes contained an amazing merit law. They could feel the sword energy and saber intent inside, but understanding and tracing the mystic Grand Tao all the way back to the origin was harder than reaching the heavens. However, many did not give up. They then chose different mountains and rivers, hoping that they would eventually understand a merit law, but no matter how many times they changed their setting, all was for naught. Occasionally, there would be a few geniuses who were slightly successful, but it would just be a glimpse of the surface. Nevertheless, they still greatly benefited and became lost in their research. Other youths without any success had to admire them. Geniuses are indeed geniuses. People who come from emperors' lineages are a different breed. This was because, at this time, the saint child and the evil child had achieved some success. As they were observing a mountain and a river, universal laws reached out with divine properties emanating everywhere as if they were breaking out from a cocoon. Strands of Tao runes appeared before their eyes and Tao seals appeared on their bodies. After seeing their success, many young geniuses couldn't help but admire them. After understanding a thing or two, the two of them became ecstatic. Other cultivators didn't know what they were seeing, but they clearly knew what it was. This was not a simple merit law, and whether it was of the emperor level or not was no longer important because this was the general outline of the ghost race's cultivation. They could then derive it much further, resulting in even greater benefits. Buzz. While many were envious of these two, a series of immortal lights suddenly shot to the sky at a different location. What is going on? Many people curiously ran towards that direction. There, they found a huge valley overwhelmed with immortal lights along with a faint shadow, Tian Luanhui. Tian Luanhui was encompassed by immortal lights as thick divine laws coiled around his body. It was as if a treasure had opened at this valley, and dragons and phoenixes flew everywhere with dancing cheilants and a black tortoise raising the ocean. Images of true gods came out one after another, chanting mantras that preached the Tao. Tian Luanhui sat in a meditative pose inside the immortal lights to listen to the Tao lecture as amazing phenomena appeared all around him. These creatures were not real and instead were formed from the grand Tao universal laws. However, the profoundness of the Tao being studied by Tian Luanhui was real. A youth noticed this and murmured, "Incredible. He is studying the real mysteries of the grand Tao." Tian Luanhui's Tao research created much more dazzling images compared to the evil child and the saint child. Many cultivators both admired and were envious of Tian Luanhui's amazing harvest. One of the three heroes, a person gently sighed. No one could hold their head up high before someone like Tian Luanhui regardless of how great their talents were or their degree of arrogance. A few of them stayed behind to see if they could obtain something from Tian Luanhui's lights, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't observe its mysteries. Although every location in this land was a merit law filled with the profound grand Tao, very few were able to understand anything. Even just reaching the most superficial layer was already a great harvest. After trying out many different places, some of the young cultivators gave up. They had no choice since not everyone was like the saint child and the evil child, let alone Tian Luanhui. After not gaining anything from Tao observations, they began to shift their focus. Before this, people had heard about a treasure. It might even be the treasure of Necropolis that had never been found before. And so, this group decided to find treasures, instead, while searching every inch of the land. Some looked towards the sky because the moment they got here, they immediately noticed the kingdom. Some tried to reach the sky, but no matter how they tried or what treasures they used, they all automatically fell down after reaching a certain height. There must be a way to reach the sky. An unrelenting person exclaimed. Some speculated that the kingdom in the sky was the fabled treasure. The treasure mountain could even be there. In an instant, countless people went searching to find clues of how to reach the kingdom in the sky. There is a place that is different from all the others. This place has life. Hard work paid off after all. A person finally found a clue in the Far East. Ever since they set foot on this land, they found that this place was weirder than even Necropolis. It was without any life and all were formed from universal laws. Now, they were ecstatic after discovering signs of life. Could this be the entrance to the treasure? Many young ones rushed to this land with life. Qiurong Wanxue had blended into the crowd in her disguise. After hearing about this, she also ran there. She found that there was already a big crowd after she arrived. This land of life was a small oasis that had a small lake surrounded by growing trees and lush grass. There were some ruins around it as if a palace had collapsed at this location. Everyone had spent a lot of time on this land and they all got a sense of relief after reaching this oasis. All the renowned geniuses had come, including Golden Child, the 100 Clans Child, and others. They gave up on learning merit laws and wanted to find the fabled treasures. After hearing about the discovery of a land with life, they all quickly rushed here. Qiurong Wanxue knew that this oasis was extremely important, so after entering, she carefully searched every part of the oasis in order to find out what was so special about it. However, after a meticulous search, she didn't find anything unique about this place at all. In fact, not only her, but all the other cultivators also focused on finding something and only discovered that this oasis was very ordinary. When she wanted to take an even closer look, a commotion suddenly began at the oasis. It turned out that some ghost race geniuses were chasing cultivators from the other races away. Members of the ghost race can stay behind. Other people, leave at once. Why? A young cultivator of a different race indignantly protested. Someone with keen eyes noticed the faint light of a treasure coming from the lake. It seemed as if an artifact was about to come out. This non-ghost race cultivator quickly shouted, "A treasure is coming out. Members of the ghost race can stay. Other people, leave. Now." This light became brighter and brighter, so more ghost race experts tried to drive the other races away. "This place does not belong to your ghost race," a human cultivator angrily exclaimed. Before he could finish his sentence, a monk had already thrown him outside while chanting, "O merciful Buddha. If anyone else wishes to stay here, then it will no longer just be a simple throw." Ghost monk. Another cultivator from a different race said with shock. "Ghost monk, don't push us too far." A human expert said with gravity. "What are you going to do then?" A sneer came about. A golden skeleton walked out as a series of rattles from his bones rubbing together came forth. Golden Child. The young cultivators who were being chased away quickly became demoralized. He was not the only one present. The 100 Clans Child and the Divine Spark Prince were also here. It could be said that the majority of the ghost experts had all gathered at this place. The Divine Spark Prince leered at the human expert and coldly sneered, "A human ant dares to create noise here? Are you tired of living?" The human cultivator had an ugly expression. Although it was hard to swallow this humiliation from the prince, he had no other choice. The other races also felt very dissatisfied and angry, but this situation was overwhelmingly disadvantageous, so they had to restrain their anger. At this moment, anyone would understand that these ghost geniuses wanted to claim the oasis for themselves. It would be impossible for others who wanted a part of this treasure to stay. Although they were very unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Their opposition strength was very apparent here. In just a short period of time, no mountain and river were left unturned. Even the valleys and ravines were filled with at least one or two cultivators trying to ponder the Tao of this amazing land. However, this place involved the Grand Tao's outline, so although each scenery indeed contained one merit law, the Tao found inside was far from simple. That supreme existence in the past didn't just randomly throw down merit laws at this place. He combined countless merit laws as an experiment. Each mountain and river connected with the heaven and earth, so forget about reversing the trace to understand the origin, even understanding the surface was fraught with difficulty. Despite their observations, the young cultivators here had very few results. They were sure that these landscapes contained an amazing merit law, they could feel the sword energy and saber intent inside, but understanding and tracing the mystic Grand Tao all the way back to the origin was harder than reaching the heavens. Chapter 471, Treasure of the Oasis. Once Golden Child, the 100 Clans Child, the Divine Spark Prince, and Ghost Monk teamed up, they would represent the most powerful force in this area as long as the descendants of the Emperor's lineages didn't come. They were famous and had great cultivations, so even if cultivators from the other races wanted to seize this treasure, they lacked the necessary might. Qirong Wanxue was amongst the cultivators from the other races and was going to leave along with this group, but Ghost Monk clasped his hands together and gazed at her with his fiery and ghastly eyes. "Chief Qirong, please stay." Her heart sank as she pretended as if she didn't hear him, thinking that the opponent might not necessarily be able to confirm that it was her. Ghost Monk's ghastly eyes narrowed as a dark smile appeared when he deepened his tone. "Chief Qirong, do you want me to personally invite you out?" His eyes were firmly fixated on her. Everyone was now staring at her, so she couldn't leave even if she wanted to. "Thank you." Qirong Wanxue took a deep breath before she stepped out. She then shook her head to say, "I only came here for the experience. I have no intentions of getting a share of the treasure." Ghost Monk revealed a strange smile and said, "Chief Qirong is too polite. You are also a ghost, so of course you can stay behind. Maybe you can even get 1 or 2 treasures. My Snow Shadow tribe is only a small tribe, so we can't handle great treasures. I do, however, appreciate your sincerity." Qirong Wanxue knew that this did not bode well, but she still calmly stated, "I have other business to attend to, goodbye." However, the moment she turned to leave, the Divine Spark Prince appeared and blocked her path. He sneered and declared, "Leaving isn't impossible, but tell Wuxia to come here to pick you up." The prince had been slapped several times by Wuxia and had lost all face. How could he not try to repay this humiliation? Although his backing, the ghost insect evil child, was not here, he was confident that his current alliance could capture Wuxia if Wuxia came here. Then, the prince could wash away his shame. Everyone was looking at her since they all knew she was Wuxia's companion. Moreover, they were the first ones here, arriving before everyone else. The prince wanted to keep her behind not only to take revenge on Wuxia, but also to find out some news from her. In the end, Qirong Wanxue was still a chief, so she was able to stay calm in a bad situation. She spoke without any panic with a deep tone, "Divine Spark Prince, I don't understand your intention. There are no grudges between us. Although I have nothing against you, I do against Wuxia." The prince sneered, "You going together with Wuxia was courting death. Chief Qirong, I trust that you can send a message to Wuxia." The 100 Clans child also chipped in with a smile, "Why don't you stay here for now and wait to watch the treasure come into being? Then you can tell Wuxia to come and pick you up as well. Would that be okay with you?" Qirong Wanxue shuddered inside. It was clear that this group had formed an alliance not only to find treasures at this place, but also to set a trap for Wuxia after baiting him. The cultivators who were chased away from the oasis were only watching from the distance. They didn't know Qirong Wanxue, so naturally they would not take action to help her. As for the cultivators inside the oasis, they were all on the side of the Divine Spark Prince, so they were certainly not going to help her. Besieged, Qirong Wanxue knew that whatever she did would lead towards a disaster. She took a deep breath and shook her head to say, "I'm afraid you have found the wrong person. Ever since we got here, fellow Taoist Li and I went on our separate ways. I don't know where he is at this moment. Moreover, we are merely acquaintances, so I have no way of informing him." Although Qirong Wanxue could indeed contact Wuxia, she didn't hope for her young noble to come to this place. If Wuxia came to save her from the location with the prince and his alliance along with several thousand ghost experts, it would be akin to hopping into a pit trap. No matter how strong he was, he most likely couldn't deal with so many ghost experts working together. Chief Qirong, if you don't help us, then I'm afraid we can't help you." Ghost Monk revealed a dark smile and continued, "You are also a chief from a ghost tribe, so you should know that us ghost race members should be united and should wipe out pests like that human ant. Chief Qirong, even if you don't think for yourself, you should still think about the Snow Shadow tribe. Golden Child slowly articulated a heartless threat. They were clearly trying to intimidate her. Many shivered after hearing this because they knew that Golden Child's words were not just baseless and overreaching. Xiaofan Wanshue's expression greatly changed. Her tribe was only a minor clan, it could not reach the apex or even approach it. However, the 100 Bones Sacred Tribe was a renowned great clan. Although it was not an emperor's lineage, it was a giant monster. One of its fingers was enough to easily destroy the Snow Shadow tribe. She knew the consequences, but she still took a deep breath and replied with a deep, calm voice, "I have no connections to fellow Daoistly. If your tribe is going to destroy my Snow Shadow tribe, then I have nothing else to say. Although we are only a small clan, we are not spineless. We will never succumb to your oppression." She had made up her mind about not putting Wuxia in a dangerous situation. Her powerful rhetoric earned her a lot of respect from the young cultivators of the other races. A small tribe like the Snow Shadow tribe could not oppose a behemoth like the 100 Bones Sacred tribe. Even other great powers in the nether border would not want to mess with this tribe since this was the territory of the ghost race. One had to show proper restraint when dealing with them. Moreover, the alliance showed that it was not just the sacred tribe at work here. A minor tribe like the Snow Shadow tribe was weaker than an ant in the face of this alliance. However, even against prodigies like Golden Child, Xiaofan Wanshue, who hailed from a small tribe, still spoke powerfully without shrinking away. As a result, many people admired her courage. Why waste time talking with her? The Divine Spark Prince looked at the increasingly brighter brilliance from the lake and impatiently said, "Just capture her. Then, we will see if a treasure is about to come out from this lake or not. Chief Xiaofan, if you choose to be unreasonable, then we have no choice but to ask you to stay here as a guest." Compared to the Divine Spark Prince's aggressiveness and Golden Child's heartlessness, the 100 Clans child had much better manners. Xiaofan Wanshue's expression darkened. She knew that she would not be able to escape today. The moment the 100 Clans child was about to take action, a lazy voice came from afar, "Oh? You want to hold my people hostage? Did you ask for my permission?" Everyone couldn't help but look over towards the direction of the voice and found that Wuxia was quickly approaching. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the oasis. Everyone had different reactions to his arrival. The next generation's fierce has come. Mo Lidao was known as a ferocious man in the southern distant cloud, so Wuxia was known as fierce after stomping Mo Lidao to death. Young noble. Xiaofan Wanshue was both happy and scared to see him. She was happy to see Wuxia, but she was scared because the alliance was ready to deal with him, so he was in a precarious situation. Xiaofan Wanshue quickly winked at him, signaling him to leave as soon as possible since the Divine Spark Prince had gathered thousands of experts here to take care of him. Wuxia smiled and slowly walked towards the oasis without a care for the big alliance. He then slowly spoke, "A bunch of men bullying a lady, is this the honor of your ghost race? Li, you came just in time," the Divine Spark Prince said as he gritted his teeth. After being slapped several times, he suffered from extraordinary shame and humiliation and hoped for revenge. He hated Wuxia to the bones and wished that he could peel Wuxia's skin and tear apart his tendons, then beat him down to his knees to wash away the shame. Unfortunately, his brother-in-law went to capture the Scarlet Flame Qilin and the ghost insect Evil Child was immersed in the Tao. The Divine Spark Prince was powerless even if he wanted revenge. However, in the current situation, he was working together with the group of Ghost Monk, the 100 Clans Child, and Golden Child. They huddled together along with many other disciples from the great powers, causing their camp's power to surge. Regarding strength, cultivation and status, the Divine Spark Prince was not a match for the other four. However, these geniuses were looking for a breakthrough. They were talented geniuses in the sacred nether world, elites with great cultivations. However, the descendants from the emperor's lineages, the titanic crescent saint child and the ghost insect evil child loomed over their heads. Even Jian Xian was no exception. Competing against these imperial descendants would be extremely difficult in the future. They felt that it was better to join Diswa's camp. Once he becomes an immortal emperor later on, they would be bestowed titles and countries and would have the same amount of power as imperial descendants. Because of this group banded together. Now, they all stared at Wuxia. This could be described as, the path is always narrow for enemies. The divine spark prince's eyes were filled with fury. He wished that he could stomp Wuxia down to the ground at this very moment, but he knew that Wuxia was very powerful and he was not stupid enough to rush over. Ghost Monk, Golden Child, and the 100 Clans Child looked at each other and were eager to give it a try. They didn't plan on fighting him solo and instead wanted to work together to capture Wuxia in an instant. They were all geniuses of the sacred nether world, so they were very confident that they could capture the lone Wuxia if they were to join forces. Once Golden Child, the 100 Clans Child, the Divine Spark Prince, and Ghost Monk teamed up, they would represent the most powerful force in this area as long as the descendants of the Emperor's lineages didn't come. They were famous and had great cultivations, so even if cultivators from the other races wanted to seize this treasure, they lacked the necessary might. Chirong Wanshue was amongst the cultivators from the other races and was going to leave along with this group, but Ghost Monk clasped his hands together and gazed at her with his fiery, ghastly eyes. "Chief Chirong, please stay." Chapter 472, Prelude to the Bloody Massacre. You choose not to enter the welcoming heavens and instead tread into a hostile hell. The Divine Spark Prince with bloodshot eyes said through gritted teeth. Wuxia gave him a lazy look and responded, "Hell? Where is this hell? You guys dare to think of yourselves as hell? Even if it is hell, I would still slaughter everything and stomp them below my feet. Oh merciful Buddha." Ghost Monk began to chant. Buddhist hymns appeared as Ghost Monk's body exuded a nether aura. It was as if dark Buddhas were crawling up from the ground while emitting ominous laughter that caused people to shudder. Ghost Monk was famous for being merciless in the sacred nether world. Many became quite frightened whenever his name was brought up. Benefactor Li is too confident. You have come to the wrong place. This is the world of ghosts, and you alone cannot set off a storm. Ghost Monk said with a shady smile. World of ghosts? Wuxia raised his brow and retorted, so what if it is? I will still pierce the sky of this so-called world of ghosts. Then, he relaxedly walked towards the oasis. Golden Child, the Divine Spark Prince, Ghost Monk, and the 100 Clans Child looked at each other. 700 young ghost experts rushed forward to prevent Wuxia from entering. The 100 Clans Child revealed a smile that was not a smile and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, excuse us, but this place belongs to the ghost race. There will be a price if you wish to enter." Wuxia glanced at the young geniuses, then at the several thousand ghost members in the oasis and laughed. Meanwhile, these ghost cultivators were very excited. They had people from the great powers along with the minor sections. The treasure light from the lake became brighter and brighter, so the treasure might come out very soon. The excited crowd was jubilant and awaited their chance to show off. If they could contribute, then the group of the young geniuses would surely share more treasure with them. Moreover, killing a human like Wuxia would send a message to the other races' cultivators, something that they would be very happy to do. Is that so? Wuxia then looked at Chirong Wanshue for a moment before finishing his sentence. Today, I am in a good mood, so I will give you guys a chance. Obediently let go of her and I'll forgive you all. Big tone. The Divine Spark Prince coldly laughed before saying, "We can do that if you surrender yourself. If you do so, we will let her leave safely. This monk can assure you that we shall do so. Moreover, no one will make it difficult for the Snow Shadow tribe." But if you don't cooperate, it would be hard to say. Although the sacred netherworld is large, there will be no place for that tribe to exist. Ghost Monk revealed an evil grin. This I can promise as well. Golden Child coldly added. He was a golden skeleton, so he spoke without any emotion. Fellow Taoist Li should think about this carefully, since it does not only affect you. If you want to oppose all the ghosts in this world, then you won't be the only one dead without a burial. The Snow Shadow tribe will suffer as a consequence as well. There will be no place for them. That is, if they can escape alive in the first place. The 100 Clans Child said with a smile. Nothing could be better for them than Wuxia obediently accepting his captivity. At the same time, the other young ghost cultivators were like tigers stalking their prey. In the end, this was a rare chance to make some contributions. Meanwhile, the young cultivators from the other races were watching with palpitations. The ghost race was being very aggressive right now, and their alliance was too oppressive. These young cultivators believed that Wuxia had no chances at all and that his death would be the only possible outcome. If the group of Golden Child chose to work together to suppress Wuxia and the Snow Shadow tribe, then many other ghost tribes would join in. To the ghost race, a human could be killed at any time. In the end, the Snow Shadow tribe belonged to the ghost race as well, but it was only a small tribe. Who would care about it? Many great powers would be happy to please the divine Spark Prince so that they could cling on to Dizwa's leg. Wuxia had been forced into a dead end with nowhere else to go. It was clear that the Alliance wished to kill Wuxia. No matter how powerful a human like him was, he would not be able to stop for experts by himself. Moreover, against behemoths like the sects behind them, the Snow Shadow tribe really had nowhere to go. They could even be annihilated completely. It is a dead end. Cultivators from the other races pitied Wuxia. His only option was to acquiesce in a docile manner in the face of such a desperate situation. Resisting the ghost race was futile in this scenario. If Wuxia gave up, then maybe he would be able to save Qirong Wanxue and the Snow Shadow tribe. Many people shuddered, the ghost race was so aggressive. Today, the victim was Wuxia, but tomorrow, it could be them instead. However, they were helpless and couldn't do anything. Outside of the southern distant cloud, the sacred netherworld belonged to ghosts. So I have no other choice except to surrender? Wuxia chuckled and asked. Whether it is for yourself or for Chief Qirong, fellow Taoist Li's best option is to surrender now. We'll give you a peaceful passing if you give up willingly. The 100 Clans Child smirked. Human ant, give up. The young ghost cultivators in the oasis all shouted. Show no mercy if he dares to resist. Yes. Anyone who opposes our ghost race shall die without a burial. Massacre their entire clan. Many young ghost cultivators clamored after being infected by this atmosphere. They all felt that Wuxia was a fish on a chopping block while they held the knife. With an unspeakably cruel pressure, they looked at Wuxia struggle before his inevitable death. The divine Spark Prince felt a thrill of pleasure seeing the cornered Wuxia. Li, it is not too late. Come over here and prostrate before me for forgiveness. Beg me for mercy. With such a powerful alliance, the prince was completely confident about being able to capture Wuxia. With a blanched expression, Qirong Wanxue hastily shook her head and urged, Young noble, don't. Although she tried to escape, the 100 Clans Child blocked her retreat. Wuxia had a wide smile as he looked at everyone while slowly declaring, Today, my mood was pretty good. Unfortunately, some people are blind. Wuxia was speaking the truth. After exerting numerous efforts, he finally understood the ultimate mystery of those ants and gained a general understanding of that particular Grand Tao. He then obtained a new perspective on its framework. Such an unparalleled harvest caused him to be in a great mood, but these young geniuses who didn't know life from death ruined it. Threatening me? Li Qie narrowed his eyes. He then swept his gaze over all the ghosts and declared with a smile, "If you guys like threats, then I will give you two options. You can scram while your father is still in a good mood. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you and dye this land red." His sudden bold declaration caused all the young cultivators to look at each other while the ghost cultivators glared at him. "Fool!" The divine spark prince madly laughed and said, "You're still being so bombastic before your death. Fellow ghosts, let us slash this human ant into pieces, let him know, let all the races in this world know that anyone who opposes our ghost race will not have a good end. Accept your death, fool." The ghost cultivators were enraged. After the prince's command, the group was in high spirits and let out their battle cries. They relentlessly took out their treasures and unleashed them towards Li Qie. They were glad to tear him to pieces, anticipating the pleasure of this massacre. "Watch out!" Qiurong Wanshue's expression greatly changed as she urgently shouted. Clank! Li Qie conveniently took a sword from a cultivator standing outside of the oasis and channeled a black brilliance covering the sky. This terrifying black sword technique was like an ocean drowning out the world, like a gigantic evil tree piercing the sky. Boom! This black fiend-like brilliance suppressed all the weapons flying towards Li Qie. Countless sword beams pierced through hundreds of ghost experts and nailed them to the ground. With strange hisses, these black lights sucked the blood out of the ghost experts like vampires. The earth sword of the Trinity swords, extremely een and extremely evil. The appearance of this sword was akin to releasing thousands of devils from hell. Anyone who witnessed this sword would feel a chill spread down their spine. Ah! Miserable screams came one after another. With just one sword, hundreds of ghost experts became dried corpses. This scene frightened many spectators. The divine spark prince's expression became ugly as he cried, "Kill this little animal. Die!" The young ghost experts in the oasis cried out in unison. Their crimson eyes displayed their bloodlust as a force more than 1,000 strong aimed for Li Qie. Among them, many were royal nobles and ancient saints. The combined attack of so many would be earth-shattering. No more restraint. Li Qie smiled and said before swinging another horizontal earth slash at them. 10 show. Chapter 473, Easily Massacres All Enemies, Clank. A sword hymn resonated through the 9 heavens. This sword was completely merciless. Like the most supreme sword from above, it slashed down to massacre the mortal realm, sparing nothing. This was the most merciless and imposing sword technique. Poof! This sword sweeping by left behind a spectacular scene. Heads began to fly as columns of blood spurted out like springs, creating a sanguine rain. After those heads flew away, they could still see their bodies standing there, spurting their own blood. The heads then rolled on the ground with their eyes wide open. Even at the moment of their death, they couldn't discern that sword slash. Everyone became shocked by this scene. One sword to kill 1,000. The blood then reached the ground and flowed like a river, creating a scene of carnage. Golden Child, the Divine Spark Prince, Ghost Monk, and the 100 Clans Child became quite alarmed. Ghost Monk then shouted, "Activate the formation." He then took out an array script, causing vast amounts of black smoke to fill the oasis. The 4 of them stood in the formation, each presiding a corner respectively. Qiurong Wanshue was also dragged into the formation. The 4 of them wanted to bait Li Qie into the trap, so they imprisoned her in the middle of the formation, its most dangerous area. A ghastly air surrounded the entire formation along with Buddhist chants and a bright Buddhist radiance. Everyone felt a chill as if a ghost Buddha was climbing out of hell. There were indeed ghost monks who wore monastic robes appearing in the formation. They did not have any flesh and were only bones. Their chanting created this gigantic nether formation. The Zen Ghost Secret Formation of the Zen Ghost Tribe. A person recognized this grand formation and screamed out. All of the cultivators outside the formation quickly fled really far, aghast. Rumor has it that the Zen Ghost secret art was a very evil technique that was cultivated by Ghost Monk, and the formation that stemmed from it was even more terrifying. It had been said that those who were trapped in the formation would all be refined into puppets. For monstrous Buddhas appeared in the four corners, causing a mighty nether energy to spread out. Li, if you want to save her, then enter. If not, she will become a puppet within 3 minutes. The four nether Buddhas were created by the four geniuses. They used the power of the formation to turn into these nether Buddhas and used their surging blood energy to fuel this formation. Ah! Chirong Wanshue screamed out in fear. Child's play. Li Qiye smirked. The space around him suddenly trembled. With extreme speed, he abruptly disappeared before showing up inside the secret formation. His speed was too swift so no one saw how he got inside the formation. All the cultivators gasped at this sight. Someone said, rushing into this ghost formation is suicidal. If he gets trapped inside, then he will be refined in just 3 minutes. He is being too reckless even if he is trying to save someone. Although killing 1,000 with one sword was marvelous, many people assumed that he was suicidal when he rushed into the formation. In the middle of the Zen Ghost formation, Chirong Wanshue was trapped by a swarm of skeletal monks. They exuded a ghastly energy, causing her to become pale from fear. She quickly channeled her strong blood energy to create a barrier for protection. Right at this dangerous juncture when she was completely pale, she felt her body become light as if someone was pulling her. She was scared out of her mind. However, once she embraced the hard chest and smelled the familiar scent, her rampaging heart immediately calmed down. With his soaring immortal physique, Li Qiye's speed was too fast so the ghastly formation could not trap him. The reaction of the formation was a lot slower than Li Qiye, so he managed to rush to the middle and grabbed the trapped Chirong Wanshue. The soaring immortal physique speed was unbeatable, it would cause the time-space around his body to be 1 beat slower. He trod around the formation as if it was an empty house. The four geniuses were both shocked and furious after seeing such a scene, so they shouted, "Kill!" They poured all of their blood energies into the formation. Four nether Buddhas sealed the sky as a murderous ghastly aura descended. However, Li Qiye stood in the middle of the formation with no intent to escape. He spoke seriously towards Chirong Wanshue, "Hold tight." Then, he stomped heavily on the ground. Chirong Wanshue listened and hugged him tightly. There was an unprecedented sense of security as she hugged her young noble's waist. In this second, the hell-suppressing inner physique emitted a bright light. Countless silk-like universal laws hovered around him as his invincible physique erupted. The sky was covered by Li Qiye's gigantic foot. The 9 heavens collapsed and myriad stars were destroyed. Even a vaster earth would not be able to withstand such a terrifying stomp. This stomp was as heavy as the 9 worlds and the countless mountains contained within. It was capable of collapsing the firmaments and crushing all things in this world. Boom! After a deafening bang, this stomp came down and shattered the 4 nether Buddhas into little pieces that scattered in the sky. The group of the 4 geniuses was blown out of the Zen Ghost secret formation by this powerful force. Rumble. More explosions ensued along with the sounds of bones breaking. All the skeletal monks in the formation were crushed completely. Eventually, another bang resounded as the entire formation collapsed. The 4 spewed out blood in the sky after being knocked out of the formation. Before they could reach the ground, Li Qiye, with a speed 10 times faster than lightning, had already reached them. The first victim was Ghost Monk. Before he could react to Li Qiye's sudden appearance, he was already kicked flying. The second was the 100 Clan's child. He was alarmed after seeing Ghost Monk's situation, but it was too late. With the soaring immortal physique, Li Qiye pierced his head with a finger. The third was Golden Child. He was frightened out of his mind and wanted to take a treasure out. However, with a cracking noise, his bones instantly shattered. Everything came to an end. By the time anyone realized what had happened, Wuxia was already gripping the divine Spark Prince by the neck in midair. Ah! At this time, Ghost Monk's horrified scream finally came out. He heavily struck the ground due to the kick and turned into a puddle of flesh and blood, staining the ground. His scream before his death echoed all the way to the blue clouds. The 100 Clans child didn't even have the chance to scream since his head was penetrated, his body fell flat to the ground. Golden Child's golden skeleton broke into countless fragments, he was without a chance to scream either. Ghost Monk was flattened, the 100 Clans child's body fell down, Golden Child was shattered, and the divine Spark Prince was hanging in the air by the neck. All of this happened in an instant as if 4 Li Kais attacked the 4 of them at the same time. The prince couldn't react in time either. It wasn't until he heard the shrill scream of Ghost Monk that he noticed the remaining 2 were dead. He was dumbstruck and pissed his pants in terror since he could hardly believe it. The hell-suppressing godly physique and the soaring immortal physique, the combination of these 2 was unbeatable. Although Wuxia's soaring immortal physique had yet to reach minor completion, his physique tribulation was not far off. How frightening were these 2 immortal physiques when used together. Absolute weight combined with absolute speed resulted in an all-destroying force. Wuxia's body was the most powerful weapon. Moreover, with the fastest speed in the world, nothing could chase or stop the soaring immortal physique. Wuxia didn't need merit laws at all. His body alone was enough to kill his enemies. There would be a limit to one's attack power when cultivating only one immortal physique. However, the synergy between the hell-suppressing godly physique and the soaring immortal physique was too great. Everything became simple when these 2 were utilized together. There would no longer be a need for techniques, laws, and the profound Grand Tao, pure weight and pure speed alone would suffice. Both the cultivators outside and the young ghosts within the oasis were scared silly and shaken. One sword killing 1,000 was already more than horrifying, but Wuxia defeated the formation along with the 4 geniuses in just a second. Among them, the divine Spark Prince was weaker, but the other 3 were little sovereigns at the grand achievement stage. However, both the secret formation and grand achievement little sovereigns were turned into nothingness all the same in an instant. Qiurong Wanxue was frozen. She knew that Wuxia was very powerful, but not to this extent. Completing such feats meant that his power was not within the confines of the little sovereign realm. Earlier, she was worried because she thought that he couldn't fight against 4 opponents. But now, she knew that her concerns were unnecessary. Everyone thought that Wuxia would die in the formation of Ghost Monk. After all, it was a famous and deadly formation. Once trapped inside, anyone would be turned into a puppet within 3 minutes. With little sovereigns presiding and powering the formation, not to mention a little sovereign, even a grand sovereign would not be able to break through the formation within the allotted time. Because of this, Wuxia imprudently rushing into the formation was deemed suicidal. 3 minutes were simply too short. Clank! A sword hymn resonated through the 9 heavens. This sword was completely merciless. Like the most supreme sword from above, it slashed down to massacre the mortal realm, sparing nothing. This was the most merciless and imposing sword technique. Poof! This sword sweeping by left behind a spectacular scene. Heads began to fly as columns of blood spurted out like springs, creating a sanguine rain. After those heads flew away, they could still see their bodies standing there, spurting their own blood. The heads then rolled on the ground with their eyes wide open. Even at the moment of their death, they couldn't discern that sword slash. Chapter 474. Extinguishing. However, Wuxia didn't need 3 minutes. No, he didn't even require 3 seconds. With just 1 foot, the entire formation shattered instantly. This scene was too impressive. Breaking a formation without any finesse, techniques, or even any thoughts at all. He used absolute power to destroy it in the most direct, simple, and brutal manner. This was also the most difficult way to break a formation since it required a power dozens of times greater than the formation. However, this requirement was nothing before the hell-suppressing godly physique. It had an endless supply of blood energy from the 9 celestials and fate palaces, allowing the physique to utilize its peak state. Such a method was an art of brutality. Direct, simple, and it intimidated the hearts of spectators. At this moment, time stood still. The divine Spark Prince was like a fish out of water, being held up high by Wuxia as his eyes turned white. This moment was a frozen painting, a scene that would be engraved in the minds of many people for the rest of their lives. The divine Spark Prince struggled to break free, but he couldn't move due to Wuxia's firm grip on his neck. His eyes became even more white as he was about to suffocate. However, he mustered his last ounce of strength to take in one more breath of air. His heart sank from fear as piss dripped down his pants. This was his first time so closely facing his own mortality, the first time feeling that his life was in the grasp of someone else. "You can't do this to me." The divine Spark Prince struggled to utter, "Brother. My brother-in-law is Sir Dizwa. You cannot do this to me. If you harm even a hair on my head, my brother-in-law will not forgive you. There will be nowhere you can hide." At this moment of life and death, the divine Spark Prince mentioned his backing. Perhaps only his brother-in-law's prestige would be able to save him. Everyone held their breath. Although it was quite shameful to bring out one's backing to scare someone, to the prince, Dizwa was his only hope at this moment. Dizwa's fame was like thunder next to one's ear. This was one of the 3 heroes who originated from the Myriad Bones throne, someone with magnificent halos around them. Dizwa's name was filled with a mysterious force that caused all listeners to grow quite wary. In the sacred netherworld, no great power or individual would not give him face. Even the powerful descendants would not dare to offend such a character. Dizwa was like the rising sun. He had a bright future as the most promising candidate for becoming an immortal emperor of the sacred netherworld in the future. And even if he didn't become an emperor, he would surely be able to form a country or obtain a divine bestowment while reaching the highest apex. Anyone, no matter who they were, was willing to befriend such a promising young talent. The divine Spark Prince was his little brother-in-law, so no matter how trashy he was, many people would show him some face out of respect for Dizwa. Everyone was curious to see what Wuxia would do. If he killed the prince, then he would surely stand in opposition to Dizwa. "Your brother-in-law?" Wuxia smirked and asked. "Dizwa, ah. The descendant of the Myriad Bones throne?" The divine Spark Prince quickly grabbed onto this grass straw capable of saving his life. "Yes. Dizwa is my brother-in-law, an unbeatable young immortal emperor." "Oh. A young immortal emperor, how wonderful." Wuxia admired with a smile. "Be smart then and let me go." The divine Spark Prince thought Wuxia was afraid of his brother-in-law's fame, so he was emboldened and made a threat despite his current situation. "Now. If you let go of me now, I will ask my brother-in-law to spare you. If he takes action, he would kill you in 3 moves." Wuxia burst out in laughter after hearing the prince's threat. Wuxia shook his head and said, "Divine Spark Prince, oh divine Spark Prince, you really are a straw bag. Worshipping your brother-in-law as an immortal emperor. Your brother-in-law, Dizwa? To be frank, your father doesn't know who he is. He is nothing in my eyes. So what if he is a young immortal emperor? Even a real immortal emperor would not be able to scare your father, so Dizwa ain't shit." Everyone gasped in disbelief. Very few people in the entire sacred netherworld would dare to say these words. Even the most devilish genius would not carelessly say so. But now, this human boy was arrogant to the point of not putting Dizwa in his sight. Such arrogance and this domineering style were very rare in this world. You! The divine Spark Prince was aghast. With an extremely pale complexion, he screamed, "You, my brother-in-law. Okay, I'm tired of listening to these words. I'll send you off now." Li Qiye's fingers pinched together after he spoke with a smile, creating the sound of bones breaking. The divine Spark Prince died without a chance to scream as his eyes were still wide open. Li Qiye threw his corpse down to the ground as if it was a piece of trash. The prince didn't believe that Li Qiye would actually kill him, that his brother-in-law's fame was not enough to scare a human junior. Of course, this was back when he was still alive. The area became so silent that one could hear the sound of a needle hitting the floor. The divine Spark Prince's body was lying there quietly with his eyes still full of disbelief. So shocking. Li Qiye actually crushed his throat in front of everyone. This was a declaration of war to Dizwa. No matter how benevolent Dizwa might be, he would not spare someone who killed his little brother-in-law in front of so many. The daggers had been drawn between Dizwa and Li Qiye, and only at death would this feud end. Many shivered at this thought. After Dizwa's last decorated battle, no one dared to provoke or challenge him anymore. But now, a human boy was doing something no one ever dared to imagine before. Li Qiye turned around and looked at the young ghost cultivators in the oasis, saying, "Anyone else have something to say about me?" Li Qiye smirked and said in a relaxed manner, "Please, I am a good listener who welcomes all advice." The remaining ghost cultivators were scared out of their minds. Geniuses like the group of Golden Child were mere ants before Li Qi, not to mention them. Not long ago, they viewed him as an ant, but now they were the ants before him. How could they have any comments at all? Especially about Li Qiye. Earlier, I think I heard about someone saying that they wanted to destroy the Snow Shadow tribe. Sorry, but those interested can send out a message for me. I don't care what your tribe is. The 100 Bones Sacred Tribe, the Zen Ghost Tribe, whatever. If someone dares to destroy the Snow Shadow tribe, then I will massacre all of them, even the Myriad Bones Throne. My reasoning is very simple: those who dare to touch the people under my protection, your father will destroy them. Everyone glanced at each other while trying to make sense of such aggressive words. Throughout the ages, no one had dared to say that they would destroy the Myriad Bones Throne, let alone a crazy human boy. However, no one would dare to voice their dissatisfaction towards Li Qiye. In the end, the example of the 4 geniuses was still very fresh and unforgettable in their minds. Since no one has any comments about me, disperse. I trust that you guys will happily welcome me in? Li Qiye asked with a broad smile. The ghost cultivators in the oasis suddenly rushed outside like bees from their hive. When the trees topple, the monkeys scatter. They didn't want to stay at this place, they only wanted to get as far away from this monster as possible. Li Qiye brought Qirong Wanxue to the lake while no one dared to stop him. Even if a treasure was about to come out, these ghost cultivators wouldn't want to stay. Their life was more valuable than treasures. The cultivators from the other races saw Li Qiye walking towards the lake as the light became increasingly brighter. Some courageous souls trailed behind him into the oasis. They didn't dare to contest for the treasure against Li Qiye, but they had an irrepressible curiosity and simply wanted to see what kind of treasure was coming out. Qirong Wanxue and Li Qiye drew closer to the lake where the light was very bright. When standing next to the lake, one would notice a bright brilliance that illuminated the entire oasis. Is it about to come out? Many people probed on the sideline and eagerly asked, "What kind of treasure is it?" Qirong Wanxue didn't think so because the lake became brighter as Li Qiye got closer. Once Li Qiye was next to the lake, the light became blinding. This made her realize that there was no treasure, the light was being emitted because of Li Qiye. Although the light in this small lake was blinding, the surface was calm. it didn't seem like a treasure was about to come into being. As if he knew her conjecture, Li Qiye smiled and said, "Yes, it is not a treasure or anything of that sort, it is because of this." Li Qiye took out an item that looked like a talisman. However, it was not a talisman, it was more like a piece of paper. It had runes that couldn't be read by Qirong Wanxue. It seemed very old, as if it had endured many years. However, Li Qiye didn't need 3 minutes. No, he didn't even require 3 seconds. With just 1 foot, the entire formation shattered instantly. This scene was too impressive. Breaking a formation without any finesse, techniques, or even any thoughts at all. He used absolute power to destroy it in the most direct, simple, and brutal manner. This was also the most difficult way to break a formation, since it required a power dozens of times greater than the formation. However, this requirement was nothing before the hell-suppressing godly physique. It had an endless supply of blood energy from the 9 celestials and fate palaces, allowing the physique to utilize its peak state. Chapter 475. Inside the kingdom of heaven, the brilliance in the lake became brighter than ever after Li Qiye took out the piece of paper. Waves of immortal lights surged into the sky as if an immortal item was coming out. A young stone golem from an ancient clan recognized the item in Li Qiye's hand and jumped from shock before shouting, "That is the legendary prime ominous key." The young cultivators in the far distance behind him were also astonished from disbelief. What? The prime ominous key? The prime ominous key was something found only in the legends, very few actually saw it with their own eyes. It was said that in order to open the prime ominous grave, one must possess the key. Many people assumed that it had to be a key to open a lock. Who would have thought that it was not in a more traditional form and instead a piece of paper? Everyone knew the significance behind the grave, since there was a chance of obtaining the secret to everlasting life. This was something even more valuable than becoming an immortal emperor. Qirong Wanxue was stunned. At this time, she understood that he obtained the key from the ancestral flow master. Li Qiye held the key while spewing out a mantra, "Open." The key emitted a bright radiance that shone down onto the lake, creating rippling waves. The lake also displayed an image. This was a huge kingdom with as many divine temples and immortal pavilions as a city of the gods. "Isn't that the kingdom in the sky?" someone exclaimed. After being woken up by this person, everyone looked up to the sky for a comparison. It turned out that the lake's image actually mirrored the kingdom in the sky. Once people set foot on this landmass, many tried to reach the mysterious kingdom in the sky, but all had failed despite using a plethora of methods. Even geniuses like the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child failed. This created a lot of questions and aroused quite a bit of curiosity. Just where was this kingdom in the sky? What was inside? Could it be the dwelling of the gods? A few suspected that it was only an illusion, but after many opened their heavenly gazes for a look, they found that it was real. This then led to the question of how would one reach it since the kingdom was real. Now, seeing the reflection of the kingdom in this lake, many young cultivators suddenly realized something. Could this lake be the key to reaching the kingdom in the sky? One of them speculated. Rumble. At a time when many were shocked, a platform rose up from the lake to reveal a gigantic Tao gate. A magical rune appeared on the key in Li Qiye's hand. He quickly hugged Qirong Wanxue and shouted, "Go!" The moment the word came out, the Tao gate sucked the two of them in. Those who were following him became stunned. Someone who managed to react extremely fast quickly rushed after Li Qiye so that he could also get to the kingdom in the sky. However, he was blown away by the Tao platform and couldn't get close. Right when others moved closer, the Tao platform slowly sank back into the lake while the Tao gate disappeared as well. What a pity! Everyone stomped their feet with regret. They all just missed a once-in-lifetime opportunity. Maybe the kingdom in the sky is the place that contains the treasure mountain. Someone murmured. Everyone felt that this made sense. Rumor has it that the treasure mountain had never been found even after many generations. They couldn't help but become very envious of Wuxia when this thought came into their minds. When Wuxia regained her vision, she realized that the two of them had been transported to another location. Here, she felt herself floating since her body was as light as a feather. It felt as if she was about to ascend. Wuxia looked around and found herself in the middle of an ancient golden kingdom. Everything was covered by a magical light. This place was huge and had many ancient temples. These temples were gigantic, some were even bigger than a city. At this time, Wuxia and Wuxia stood in front of the square of an ancient temple. The square was empty, but its vast size caused others to think that they were mere ants, that they were as insignificant as specks of dust. This ancient temple was large to the point where one couldn't see everything. It was as if this temple was a gigantic city. Wuxia brought Wuxia towards this gigantic temple. They walked for a long time and eventually got closer. Here, Wuxia noticed that there was a huge formation before the ancient temple. To be more exact, it was a great ceremony. Many treasures were placed on top of this Tao platform. After a careful look, she noticed that a few treasures on the platform were very familiar. She had seen them at Imp's coffin tapping auction. They were the treasures other people traded to Imp. That's right, Imp was sitting in a meditative pose on the Tao platform as if he was in a trance. All of the treasures embedded on the platform emitted waves of tangible and lively immortal lights that ran across the markings until they entered Imp's body. After shooting out these lights, the light of the treasures dimmed as if they had lost their divinity. She then understood that he traded and collected the treasures from Necropolis in order to use them. She whispered to Wuxia, who was beside her, "What is Imp trying to do?" Wuxia pointed at the gigantic temple before them and answered, "He wants to open the door to that place. He spent a lot of time to collect treasures from Necropolis in order to obtain the divinity hidden within them. Only a huge amount of divinity would be able to connect to the other side to open that door." Wuxia stared at the ancient temple and noticed that the door was gigantic. It was even bigger than a city's gate. It was not closed, but a barrier of light blocked the way, making it seem as if the path had been sealed by a supreme method. However, this was not why she was shocked. She saw through the light and noticed the scene within the ancient temple and found herself completely stunned. Inside the ancient temple was an endless sky filled with stars. In other words, it was another grand world. This was a broken grand world. Stars were collapsing as the sky was shattered. It was a dead world where endless seas of lightning drowned everything. All Tao were shattered. There seemed to be something tearing everything into pieces. And this spectacle was not the most horrifying part. A rain of countless corpses fell down from the air. There were all kinds of creatures. From huge beasts to mummified human corpses to ant-like bodies. To sum it up, there were countless bodies falling down from the sky, such a terrifying scene. In the sky was a huge open door, the source of these falling corpses. It seemed that the power that wanted to tear this world apart came from this door. Wuxia saw a shadow standing by this door in the sky. It seemed as if this shadow was trying to stop the power from tearing apart the world, attempting to seal the countless falling bodies. One couldn't discern this shadow clearly as they could only see a vague outline, making it seem as if this shadow was only an illusion. "What is that?" Wuxia asked. She felt a chill spreading throughout her body. Inside the temple was a terrifying image of the end of time. The world-tearing power and countless corpses raining down from the sky gave it a dreadful sense of foreboding. Wuxia had been quiet for a while. Eventually, he shook his head and gently sighed, "A disaster, a curse, a punishment from the heavens." Wuxia looked at the shadow trying to turn the tide and asked, "Is that just an illusion?" Li Qiye also looked at the shadow, but he didn't answer. A long time later, Qirong Wanxue shifted her gaze back to Imp sitting on the Dao platform. By now, he had absorbed all the immortal lights from the treasures. How did Imp come in here? Qirong Wanxue curiously asked, does he also have the prime ominous key? No. Li Qiye shook his head in response, Imp is different from everyone else. As long as the conditions are there, he can come inside. However, Imp definitely cannot enter this ancient temple. Qirong Wanxue didn't know what the conditions were, but she remembered that Li Qiye once mentioned that night sea turning clear, the appearance of the golden ocean, and the confrontation between the young night fish and the handlers were due to Imp Buzz. Imp's body became as bright as the sun. This radiance was intense to the point where no one could look straight at him. The treasures that were deprived of their divinity all shattered. When the light from his body reached its limit, it suddenly turned into an unparalleled magical rune that seemed to block a supreme grand Tao. Open! Imp wildly shouted. At this moment, he had an invincible and heroic aura like a god of war that was peerless in the 9 heavens. This aura made it feel as if an immortal emperor had arrived. This aura was not aimed at them, but Qirong Wanxue still couldn't handle it and almost fell powerlessly to the ground. Li Qiye reached out and supported her back. A circular divine radiance from an unknown source appeared before him, but it was unable to stop this invincible aura. The brilliance in the lake became brighter than ever after Li Qiye took out the piece of paper. Waves of immortal lights surged into the sky as if an immortal item was coming out. A young stone golem from an ancient clan recognized the item in Li Qiye's hand and jumped from shock before shouting, That is the legendary prime ominous key. The young cultivators in the far distance behind him were also astonished from disbelief. What? The prime ominous key? Chapter 476, Imp Qin Guangwang. After being shrouded in the divine light, Qirong Wanxue finally heaved a sigh of relief and no longer felt the suppressive aura. Imp madly roared and unleashed countless magical runes to attack the barrier at the gate. A very small hole was created in this barrier. In a split second, Imp used an unbelievable speed to rush towards the gate in order to enter the temple. However, boom! A deafening blast threatened to destroy the heaven and earth. The moment Imp tried to infiltrate the temple via this tiny gap, the barrier blocked his path. Even in his mighty God of War form, he was still blown away by the barrier of light. His invincibility could neither stop nor withstand the barrier's power. It was an eye-catching scene to see Imp flying in the sky as his white beard became stained with his own blood. He fell heavily to the ground as blood spattered everywhere. After a long time, he finally managed to get up. He sat straight down on the ground with a pale expression. His dimmed eyes made it apparent that he was without any will to fight. You still can't do it. Li Qiye approached and shook his head to say, everyone is powerless in the face of this matter. One can only rely on oneself when dealing with a heavenly tribulation like this. If outsiders could help, then it would have happened already. Qirong Wanxue didn't understand what Li Qiye was talking about and only stood silently to the side. The frozen imp finally looked up and said, I have prepared for a very long time just for today. It is meaningless. Li Qiye shook his head and continued, if it could work, then would the ancestral flow master just sit there and wait? If outsiders could help, then it would already have been dealt with. Who are you? Imp gazed intensely at Li Qiye and asked with a deep tone. Imp's eyes focused. This was a pair of eyes as bright as the stars. With an unparalleled prestige, they caused others to want to submit. Li Qiye was unfazed by the gaze and replied, who I am is not important. However, I will give you a chance, maybe you will find salvation. The stunned imp came back to life and shook his head to say, salvation? I should have been saved in the past but, Imp let out a soft sigh. Li Qiye said with a smile, the ancient legends have always been a mystery and included many complex things. That year, even if you tried your best, it wouldn't have done anything. Imp had a smile filled with bitterness, regret, and helplessness. This one smile contained too many emotions. Wuxia consoled, I heard that you used your blood for the sacrificial ceremony that year. You have already tried your best. Imp shook his head and bitterly laughed. After a long time, Imp responded, no, it was to ask for forgiveness. No need to be discouraged, there is still a chance. For example, me. Wuxia looked at him and said while pointing at his own nose, if you agree to help me, then no matter if it is for salvation or forgiveness, there will be a chance. What kind of chance? Imp gravely inquired. Wuxia pointed at the sky and declared, I want to declare war, I want to tear that sky apart, I want to penetrate that damn place, I want to dig out that damned existence, I want to dispel the fog that's shrouding all things. Declare war? Ha! Ha! Imp burst out in laughter as if he had just heard the funniest thing in the world. With just you? Ha ha ha! Imp was tearing up from laughter while pointing at Wuxia. He laughed to the point where he could no longer stand straight. It seems that you don't believe me. Wuxia didn't care for his laughter and leisurely said. Imp struggled to stop laughing and shook his head to say, I'm not looking down on you. It's just that wanting to tear that sky apart. Not even immortal emperors would be able to do it, let alone you. Wuxia retorted, it isn't necessarily impossible for an immortal emperor, it depends on whether they have the courage to fight or not. Don't forget that, in the past, immortal Emperor Fei Yang had fought to the point where the heavens collapsed while both devils and gods cried out. Eventually, he suppressed that place completely. Even immortal Emperor Fei Yang would not be able to tear that sky apart. Imp shook his head and said, although he was there for a very long time, he still couldn't tear apart that damned area. Because this is an issue of your ghost race. It was only a challenge to immortal Emperor Fei Yang. Suppressing that place for one generation was already enough. What about you? Imp looked at Wuxia and probed, you are also a human so this place has nothing to do with you. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and smiled after a long silence, not necessarily. I might be a human, but there are a few things I want to make clear. Commendable courage, but you won't do. Imp shook his head and said. Is that so? Wuxia smilingly refuted, I don't think so. Although my cultivation right now is far from an immortal emperor, my methods are definitely no weaker than one. More importantly, I have something that immortal emperors do not have. For example, this thing. Wuxia took out a tree stump with the shape of an open palm from his fate palace. The already dead stump had green leaves growing from it, filled with endless life. Imp took several steps back as if he had seen a ghost and exclaimed in astonishment, no. No way. Imp was at a loss for words. After some time, he pointed at Wuxia and uttered in surprise, how did this thing fall into your possession? Wuxia smiled and withdrew his palace before saying, it doesn't matter how I obtained it. The important thing is whether you are interested or not. Imp was dazed and unable to speak. Wuxia smiled and continued, I understand. This is a path towards death. You can think about it and give me an answer later. Of course, don't let me wait for too long. Imp looked at Wuxia, one wouldn't know what he was thinking about. After a very long time, he took a deep breath and asked, what do you want me to do? Wuxia replied, I need someone to open a path for me. With you as my vanguard, I can accomplish even more things. With just me? Imp shook his head and said, I alone won't do. It is not because I'm afraid of death, death to me is salvation. However, with only me helping you, it would be absolutely helpless and we would not be able to attack that place. That damned place is too powerful and is definitely not weaker than any burial ground. Imp was stunned and was met by more words from Wuxia, of course, you should be mentally prepared. Once we make our way in, I cannot guarantee your survival. You should already know as well that leaving Necropolis is not easy. Survival? If we make it there, I do not plan on coming back alive. Imp gently sighed, I am neither a man nor ghost. Continuing to live is meaningless. If His Excellency didn't grant me this supreme blessing, then I wouldn't want to live any longer after that blood ceremony in Necropolis in the past. Li Qie nodded his head and said, very well, you shall be my vanguard. It will be very spectacular. Imp took Li Qie's hand and agreed, good, I hope you will be successful. My name is Qin Guangwang, I have not used this name for a long time. I know. Li Qie chuckled and said, you probably have never heard of my name before. It is Li Qie. Qin Guangwang murmured his name again and again. Then he looked up at Li Qie, I seem to have heard of this name before. Li Qie smiled and looked back at the ancient temple, then I shall get started. What do you want to do? The puzzled Qin Guangwang asked. Li Qie replied, don't worry, I won't do anything crazy. I only came here to look at a few things. Also, I'm here to borrow a certain item. Borrow? Qin Guangwang was confused. He couldn't help but look at Li Qie then back at the ancient temple before he suddenly seemed to have realized something. Li Qie stepped towards the ancient temple, quickly followed by Qirong Wanxue. She didn't understand what they were talking about, but she didn't ask either. If Li Qie wanted to talk, then he would definitely tell her. Li Qie stood before the gate and slowly took out a box with many seals on it. He raised the box with both hands while bearing a very solemn expression. This item, Qin Guangwang was quite shocked. He clearly knew what this box contained. I borrowed it. Li Qie smiled then took a deep breath. Afterward, he closed his eyes and opened his fate palace, then the wooden stump appeared in his hand. Li Qie seemed to be praying, I will declare war against the heavens and tear apart this fog. I fight to solve the mysteries, so I need that certain item. Today, I am here to sincerely pray and hope that you will lend it to me. I heard that the legendary battle armor is here. Today, I want to borrow it and I shall return once I become victorious. After praying, Li Qie slowly opened the box. A light flashed before disappearing inside the ancient temple, then he closed the cover. Meanwhile, the green leaves on the tree stump exuded a verdant radiance as waves of light that were seemingly alive flowed into Li Qie's body, giving him a boundless vitality. Qirong Wanxue and Qin Guangwang held their breaths while gazing at the sky inside the ancient temple. Hopelessness. Chapter 477, Another Farewell. After a long time, a light suddenly darted out from within the ancient temple. It was the same light that flew out from the ancient box in Li Qie's hand. Now, it had returned to the box. Shortly thereafter, a group of lights shot out from the ancient temple, but Qirong Wanxue couldn't discern its shape very clearly. These lights went inside Li Qie and resonated with the green light. Clanking sounds appeared all over his body as if battle armor was being put on. Li Qie slowly put away the box and received his fate palace along with the tree stump. Li Qie opened his eyes and heaved a long sigh of relief. Success. Qin Guangwang also softened up. He then murmured, since you were able to dig out that mythical thing. Combined with this battle armor, you will definitely be able to survive the battle. I hope so. Li Qie calmly said, this is only one more layer of defense. We can't determine who the winner will be until the very end. However, I am certain that I will not be the first to die. Rumble. An explosion occurred in the ancient temple as if the heaven and earth was shattering while the whole world swayed. In the sky inside the ancient temple, the shadow near the gate suddenly emitted a bright light and erupted with a power capable of destroying all things to block the curse from the heavens. This sudden change startled Qirong Wanxue, causing her to yell out, "What has happened?" Li Qiye gazed at the scene inside the temple and murmured, "This is a turning point. In the end, a final gamble is still needed." A Dao rune appeared on the ground and, before Qirong Wanxue knew what was going on, she lost her vision. Li Qiye, Qin Guangwang, and Qirong Wanxue were all sent outside. At the Dao land of the ghost race, the once colorful earth lost its colors. The lights that pierced the sky were extinguished as if all the power had been withdrawn. No one knew what was going on. The universal laws suddenly intertwined into Dao gates and teleported all the young cultivators away. Even the golden sea had changed as if all of its power had been sucked out, drying up the sea. With continuous splashes, the Black Sea once again dominated this area. Night Sea's situation was the same as above. In the middle of the ocean, a black water suddenly shot out and began to spread throughout the clear water. "Oh mother, what is going on?" The cultivators in Night Sea quickly turned around to flee towards shore with their fastest speed. Death would be certain if they were touched by this black as ink water. Countless cultivators were transported back to Necropolis without prior warning. Many people were stunned by this scene. What is happening? They were all confused. Even Tian Luanhui was not an exception. He did not completely understand the things he was learning, so he was full of regret. What a shame. If there was more time, then Tian Luanhui would have definitely been able to comprehend the whole thing. Li Qiye, Qin Guangwang, and Qirong Wanxue were teleported back to a different location in Necropolis. Qin Guangwang looked around and said, "I have to go back to my old coffin. When you're ready to go to war, just call for me." He then gave an item to Li Qiye. Li Qiye accepted the item and nodded his head to say, "For sure, I shall leave the vanguard to you." Qin Guangwang then turned around and disappeared without a trace. Qirong Wanxue found it strange and asked, "Young noble, is Imp a human or a ghost?" He awkwardly rubbed his hands together and said, "Here's the thing, you. Don't you feel that Huang Jiaofu is worth grooming?" "Huang Jiaofu?" The master coldly exclaimed, "That year, you took away Mingdu, isn't this enough?" That had already broken the rules of Necropolis. Li Qiye quickly retorted, "But Huang Jiaofu and Mingdu are different. Huang Jiaofu belongs to Necropolis, he's a real inhabitant. That year, Mingdu obtained a great creation, but Huang Jiaofu was not any lesser than Mingdu. However, the time wasn't ripe. Even with Mingdu's origin, he was still very appreciative towards Necropolis. If Huang Jiaofu could come out, then he would still be a disciple of Necropolis. I can guarantee you that, in the future, he will treat Necropolis well and make great contributions. I will observe him, that's enough." The master interrupted Li Qiye, "Impossible. I was too kind that year. The rules of Necropolis cannot be broken again, I will not make a second exception." The master was adamant about this, so there was no room for further negotiations. Li Qiye couldn't help but turn silent and gently sigh a while later. He then bitterly smiled and said, "Then I won't force you. That year, when I forcefully took Mingdu away, it was my mistake. This time, I came back to apologize to you. If you don't agree, then I'll listen to you. We can only say that Huang Jiaofu's good fortune hasn't come." The master coldly scowled at Li Qiye's response. Li Qiye continued to speak in a sincere manner, "This time, I truly came to say goodbye to you. Once I gather the things I need, that will truly be the time to declare war. You are right, I had everlasting life and plenty of time, but that was only before when I was the Dark Crow. I didn't say goodbye back then because I knew I had enough time to eventually come back and see you again." Li Qiye softly sighed. At this point, he let out a bitter smile and continued, "But now, I am no longer the Dark Crow and I no longer have everlasting life. When I leave this time, I don't know when I will be able to come back and visit Necropolis again, or if I will have the opportunity to do so at all. Because of this, in addition to Huang Jiaofu's matter, I specifically came to say goodbye to you. Li Qie continued, no matter what, you will have the chance to wait for that day, and I hope that I will be able to see a day like that in the future as well. The ancestral flow master sat there silently without saying anything and only coldly glared at Li Qie with a profound gaze full of unreadable emotions. Li Qie deeply stared at the master before saying, "Take care, I hope that we can meet again in the future." The master remained seated there silently without any movement. After a long time, a light suddenly darted out from within the ancient temple. It was the same light that flew out from the ancient box in Li Qie's hand. Now, it had returned to the box. Shortly thereafter, a group of lights shot out from the ancient temple, but Qirong Wanxue couldn't discern its shape very clearly. These lights went inside Li Qie and resonated with the green light. Clanking sounds appeared all over his body as if battle armor was being put on. Li Qie slowly put away the box and received his fate palace along with the tree stump. Li Qie opened his eyes and heaved a long sigh of relief. Chapter 478, Leaving Li Qie took a final glance and softly sighed before turning around to leave. He didn't know when the next meeting would be after this farewell. Stop. The master finally spoke with a cold tone once Li Qie reached the door, "Come back here." One of his feet was already out the door, but he paused and slowly pulled his foot back. He then turned around back to the grand hall before looking at the master seated on the chair. The master didn't say anything, and the person's mood and thoughts were impossible to decipher. "Are you just going to leave like that?" The ancestral flow master asked coldly. Li Qie softly sighed and said, "I know I owe you, but I cannot repay it right now. I'm not interested about that." The master scowled. "Okay, what do you want to talk about? I'm all ears." Li Qie gave up and responded with a defeated smile. "Humph." The master was very unhappy with Li Qie as the pressure of this scowl emanated throughout the grand hall. Li Qie only smiled and didn't say anything. He put on a patient appearance, waiting for the master to talk. "Do you really have to declare war?" After a long time, the master spoke again in a cold manner. "Do you really have to do this? This situation has lasted for 1 billion long years." A young cultivator who saw Li Qie's fierceness with his own eyes reminded his sect master, "This brat is not easy to mess with. He easily killed 1,000 experts and the group of Golden Child, the Divine Spark Prince, Ghost Monk, and the 100 Clans Child. This brat is not any weaker than the descendants from the Emperor's lineages." What? He dared to kill even the Divine Spark Prince? Is he tired of living? After hearing this news, anyone would be shocked, including sect masters and even heavenly sovereigns. Killing the Divine Spark Prince in the sacred netherworld was not a good thing. Everyone knew that he was the little brother-in-law of Dizwa. How could the prince's sister, the Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden, let this go? Dizwa would surely take the side of his fiancée, and offending Dizwa was the same as offending the entire Myriad Bones throne. Both sects and cultivators would be wary of the Myriad Bones throne. It was not just a sect with 3 emperors. Its progenitor, immortal Emperor Wangu, was the first emperor of the ghost race, an existence that towered proudly across the ages. It could be said that the true strength of the throne was unimaginable. Perhaps even the ancestral flow had to be cautious of it. Not too many great powers in the sacred netherworld dared to oppose the throne of bones. A cultivator who personally witnessed the fight said, "This human brat not only killed the prince, he also provocatively challenged Sir Dizwa without any respect. This junior is too arrogant. Maybe he doesn't know just who he is facing." A heavenly sovereign from the previous generation shook his head and continued, "Opposing Dizwa is suicidal. Only the other 2 heroes of the sacred netherworld, Tian Luanhui and Chan Yang, can compete with Dizwa. I hope Sir Dizwa doesn't come too quickly." Then, maybe we'll have the chance to grab the prime ominous key. A person revealed his crooked intentions. Wuxia took a final glance and softly sighed before turning around to leave. He didn't know when the next meeting would be after this farewell. Stop. The master finally spoke with a cold tone once Wuxia reached the door. Come back here. One of his feet was already out the door, but he paused and slowly pulled his foot back. He then turned around back to the grand hall before looking at the master sitting on the chair. The master didn't say anything and the person's mood and thoughts were impossible to decipher. Chapter 479, Imminent Catastrophe. In fact, more than just a few people wanted to seize Wuxia's key. It was something full of temptation. There was a rumor stating that the one who wields the key would have a higher chance of obtaining the legendary immortal technique for everlasting life. In the past, Immortal Emperor Du had the key, which was why he was able to find the grand creation in the grave. Just wait, even if that human boy can leave Necropolis, he still won't be able to enter the grave. A person sneered, when Dizwa comes, he will be a dead man. After Wuxia left the ancestral flow, Huang Jiaofu immediately came to find him. Wuxia said, the ancestral flow master has allowed for your departure. When do you plan on leaving? Huang Jiaofu scratched his head and hesitantly asked, When does Sir think is a good time to leave? Wuxia contemplated while stroking his chin. Then he took a look at Huang Jiaofu. Are you certain you have died several times? Huang Jiaofu wryly laughed and said, Sir, I'm not sure of the exact number, but my urge to leave Necropolis is quite strong. Then do not rush it. Try to remember a thing or two. If given the chance, then die one more time. If you successfully transform, then you can leave without dying. If you force your departure before a successful transformation, then you won't live for long anyway and you won't be able to amount to much. It would be a waste of my efforts, understand? Huang Jiaofu prostrated on the ground and said gratefully, I will never forget your kindness. After leaving Necropolis in the future, I am willing to follow you as your servant and contribute to your cause. No. Wuxia shook his head and said, you need to be grateful towards Necropolis, not me. The reason that you were able to live till now is because of Necropolis. It is this place that feeds you. Moreover, it is not me who made an exception for you, it was the ancestral flow master whose benevolence decided to give you a chance to create a miracle. Wuxia solemnly continued, remember, in the future, no matter what you achieve or what fortunes you obtain, you must promise 3 things to me today. First, never oppose Necropolis. Second, never do anything that might harm Necropolis. Third, you must help Necropolis if it is in trouble. Necropolis gave birth to you and groomed you, it is your origin. Got it? Sir can rest assured, this lowly one will definitely follow the 3 vows made today. Huang Jiaofu swore. Very good. Wuxia nodded and said, I trust that you will create a miracle in the future. You being able to live through the many ages in Necropolis is already a miracle, a great creation. Huang Jiaofu busily kowtowed on the ground with irrepressible excitement. He had finally obtained his wish. He didn't know why he wanted to leave Necropolis, but this urge had been unbearable ever since the inception of his memories. He absolutely had to leave the city in order to see the outside world. The inhabitants of Necropolis wanting to leave the city was an unbelievable matter. Necropolis was their root, their paradise. No sentiment had ever wanted to leave before, but Huang Jiaofu was different. A long time ago, he obtained a great creation just like immortal Emperor Mingdu, but he was different from the Emperor. Wuxia gave the ancestral flow a final glance and secretly sighed. It was time for him to go. Wuxia left the ancestral flow and went to find Qirong Wanxue, but he was surprised to not see her at their original meeting spot. Sir wants to find that lady? Huang Jiaofu said, when I came earlier, she was in a rush and quickly left Necropolis. Li Qiye left instantly. He knew something had happened, otherwise, Qirong Wanxue would not have left so easily. There was only one reason for her quick departure. Something must have happened to the Snow Shadow tribe. Rumble. Waves of explosions rumbled throughout the sky, causing the earth to shake. This huge army flying in the sky alarmed numerous cultivators. The army consisted of golden chariots, amazing flying creatures, and divine ships. This extremely spectacular and magnificent aura showed off their might like an unstoppable flood. Young geniuses and famous cultivators from the previous generation all avoided the path of this army. It moved without showing any restraint in its domineering rampage. All other people avoided their path. A few people were unhappy, but they quickly changed their expressions after seeing the phoenix banner hung up high. Even the most arrogant cultivator would take several steps back after seeing this insignia. This magnificent and powerful army had an imposing aura with their vast blood energy. All the troops had divine flames surrounding their bodies, and they all wore great suits of armor like an army from the heavens. This army guarded a phoenix chariot that had 8 mythical birds pulling it. The chariot was cast from an extremely rare sacred metal and had scintillating lights along with floating universal laws. A woman who wore a phoenix robe sat inside the chariot. Her phoenix eyes carried a prestige just like a noble empress. Her beauty shamed the flowers and the moon, causing the birds and fish to hide, for they were not worthy to be in her presence. The woman sat upright on the chariot with an atmosphere as if she was the queen of this world. Not only was she beautiful, she even had multiple divine rings that bloomed from her body. They were extremely blinding and gorgeous, like a golden phoenix in the sky. Many people were shocked to see this woman from afar. Sect masters who were camped right outside Necropolis all had different thoughts upon her arrival. A person whispered with a changed expression, "The Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden." Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden, an extremely famous name. Young geniuses were sad to hear this name due to fear, and even predecessors were not spared from this fate. The Divine Spark country was a big nation in the southern distant cloud, a country of the first rank. Nevertheless, it was still much weaker than emperors' lineages. However, its king was very talented since he gave birth to a great daughter like the Phoenix Maiden. At a young age, she was betrothed to Dizwa from the Myriad Bones throne. Since then, the Divine Spark country soared up high and turned into a phoenix after obtaining its new backing. The Phoenix Maiden was very famous in the distant cloud. Some even considered her to be the prettiest, even after taking the entire sacred nether world into account. This was mainly to flatter Dizwa, but it could not be denied that the Phoenix Maiden was indeed a beauty. However, beauty alone was not enough to become Dizwa's fiancée. Rumor has it that, at the moment of her birth, she had a Yin Phoenix as her friend. This was considered a miracle, and many predecessors believed that this was the affection of the heavens. And of course, she did not disappoint. She reached the heavenly sovereign realm at a young age and was called the youngest sovereign in the southern distant cloud. Many people believed that her talents were equal to Lan Yunju's, the descendant of the Thousand Carp River. Lan Yunju had dual saint talents, so she was quite amazing. Being on the same level as Lan Yunju was enough to tell the Phoenix Maiden's worth. She was indeed an amazing woman. She took charge of the country in her father's stead, and it prospered under her rule. She trained many disciples, and they were on the path to catching up to emperors' lineages. Is the Phoenix Maiden not going to see Sir Dizwa? Could this mean that Sir Dizwa has already tamed the Scarlet Flame Qilin? Many people gasped at her arrival. One informed cultivator said, "Not yet, Sir Dizwa still isn't here yet. The Phoenix Maiden came here first to take revenge for her brother. That human named Li Qiye." After hearing this, many glanced at each other. However, this made sense because the prince was indeed her own flesh and blood. A no-name human killed her little brother, so of course she could not swallow this indignation. She didn't go to Necropolis or the prime ominous grave. Instead, she commanded an army straight towards the Snow Shadow tribe. The small Snow Shadow tribe was dozens of thousands of miles from the prime ominous grave. Rumble. The army traveled quite quickly, causing the world to tremble. The moment it arrived, the entire tribe was frightened out of their minds. An elder noticed the army and said with a blanched complexion, "The divine spark Phoenix Maiden." The entire tribe was overshadowed with fear. The scared elder recovered and quickly shouted, Go inform the chief and Elder Xi's group." The army quickly surrounded the Snow Shadow tribe completely. The Phoenix Maiden sat on her phoenix chariot up in the sky, forcing others to look upward. She coldly looked down at the entire tribe. In her eyes, they were mere ants. Wiping them off the planet was as easy as flipping her palm. Snow Shadow members, listen well. From now on, no one is allowed to take a single step outside lest they be killed without mercy. She spoke majestically in a tyrannical manner. This caused all of the Snow Shadow members to become pale. In fact, more than just a few people wanted to seize Li Qiye's key. It was something full of temptation. There was a rumor stating that the one who wields the key would have a higher chance of obtaining the legendary immortal technique for everlasting life. In the past, Immortal Emperor Du had the key, which was why he was able to find the grand creation in the grave. Just wait, even if that human boy can leave Necropolis, he still wouldn't be able to enter the grave. A person sneered, "When Dizwa comes, he will be a dead man." Chapter 480, Great Bounty. Despite being in control of a great army that loomed over the Snow Shadow tribe, the Phoenix Maiden did not order for the tribe's destruction immediately. After trapping the tribe, she sent out a message immediately, "Li Qiye of the human race, heed my words. Surrender within 1 day or I'll stamp out the Snow Shadow tribe." After hearing this message, many looked at each other. Everyone knew that she wanted revenge for her brother, the Divine Spark Prince. Her solemn and mighty voice rang across the sky, "Anyone who captures Li Qiye alive shall be rewarded with a king medicine. If you bring his head to me, I'll award a precious scroll. His limbs may be traded for a virtuous paragon life treasure. No matter who it is, killing him shall earn them the prime ominous key. The reward may be given immediately." Her declaration caused many great experts' hearts to beat fast. Such a big play. This reward was too tempting, no one would be able to resist it. Someone couldn't help but murmur, "Such a tyrannical style. Li Qiye can't escape even if he wants to, since he would be chased by everyone to the corners of the world. This bounty is simply too good to pass up." No wonder why the Divine Spark Prince could act so boisterously. Those who touched even a single hair of his would not have a place in the sacred netherworld. A genius stated, "This is how it is now. The sacred netherworld might be large, but there is no haven for Li Qiye. Even if he can run today, his death is still imminent." Many young people, especially geniuses, were annoyed with the Divine Spark Prince. They sneered at his arrogance that stemmed from having a great brother-in-law. What was so great about it? But today, after seeing his sister's grand gesture, they understood the magnitude of his backing. The Snow Shadow tribe was bait to lure Li Qiye. The Phoenix Maiden was afraid of him running away, so she also put out a great bounty. The fact that Li Qiye's killer would be able to keep the prime ominous key was enough to drive people mad and salivate with greed. She was indeed a formidable woman. No wonder why the Divine Spark country continued to prosper under her rule. Her first move was enough to seal Li Qiye's future of being a dog without a home. He would be hunted down every day no matter where he went. The Divine Spark Prince used to boast that anyone who offended him would have no place in this world. Before, many thought that this was simply a bluff, but seeing the Phoenix Maiden's bold move, even the predecessors lost their composure. Worthy of being Dizwa's fiancé. Such a domineering move. A royal lord said. We'll be rich. However, there were other great powers who were excited and eager for such a great bounty. Not to mention the key, the king medicine, precious scroll, and virtuous paragon life treasure were items capable of causing one's eyes to redden with desire. One king medicine pill could be sold at a sky-high price, allowing one to live carefree in the future. Such a lucrative prize made many want to take Li Qi's head. When Qirong Wanxue was still at Necropolis, she received the news from Elder Ji, who was camping with others right outside. The young group of Peng Zhuang was also at this camp. It was a small tribe, so their camp was far away from the city and distant from where the great powers were located. This had just happened, and the news regarding the Phoenix Maiden's blockade around the Snow Shadow tribe traveled very fast. After receiving the news, not just the Snow Shadow disciples, but even the always stoic Elder Ji was frightened and at a loss as to what to do. This matter was too grave. The rest of the disciples were completely panicking in horror while being completely directionless as well. One of them asked, "Elder Ji, what should we do now?" Elder Ji was also helpless, replying, "We will wait another half a day. If Chief doesn't come back by then, we'll pull back immediately." They couldn't be blamed for this choice. The Divine Spark country was a giant monster compared to the Snow Shadow tribe. This was the difference between an elephant and an ant. Moreover, what caused Elder Ji to quiver even more was that the Phoenix Maiden was Dee's fiancée. The Divine Spark country alone could easily destroy the Snow Shadow tribe, let alone a supreme existence such as the Myriad Bones throne. Qirong Wanxue ran back just in time from Necropolis. The disciples shouted after seeing her, slightly calming down their chaotic minds. However, Qirong Wanxue was not any better than them, for the existential crisis of the tribe left her in panic as well. She asked, "What is the situation right now?" Elder Ji quickly answered, "Outside of a few disciples who haven't returned, the entire tribe is trapped. The enemy has yet to make a move, but our time is running out." Qirong Wanxue took a deep breath and commanded, "Send my order for the disciples outside to not return until the crisis is resolved. Run away, run as far as possible." Elder Ji agreed, "I have already ordered so." He then looked at her and said, "But what about us?" Qirong Wanxue replied, "Elder Ji, take the disciples away from this place and do not run back to the Snow Shadow tribe. As long as the Verdant Mountain is still there, there is no fear from running out of firewood." At this point, Qirong Wanxue had no better strategy. Luckily, seedlings like Peng Zhuang and the other 5 were still here, and they obtained quite a great fortune as well. As long as the 6 of them survived this calamity, even if the Snow Shadow tribe perished, there would still be a chance to rebuild it in the future. "What about Chief?" Elder Ji asked. Qirong Wanxue put on an austere expression and answered, "I have to return to the Snow Shadow tribe and stand with our kin even if it means death." Elder Ji lost his colors and quickly persuaded, "Chief, that won't do, you'll die for sure." Qirong Wanxue shook her head and decisively stated, "I am the head of the tribe. As such, I have the obligation to live and die together with its members. If something were to happen to me, then Elder Ji will be the chief to lead the remaining disciples." Elder Ji took a deep breath before quietly asking, "Where is young noble Li? Has he already escaped?" "No, he is not a coward who runs away. He is still inside Necropolis right now, and I'm afraid he won't make it in time," Qirong Wanxue gravely replied. She didn't wish for her young noble to die, but she also couldn't watch her tribe get destroyed by the Phoenix Maiden without doing anything. Her heart was quite conflicted at this moment. Elder Ji gently sighed. Even if Li Qiye came out and willingly accepted his detainment, the Phoenix Maiden still wouldn't spare the Snow Shadow tribe. Their tribe was only an ant to her, so killing them was as simple as lifting a finger. "Go, it is not too late," Qirong Wanxue commanded Elder Ji and the disciples. Elder Ji quickly made a decision and brought them away. Unfortunately, time ran out since an aggressive group came and blocked their path. The arrival of this group immediately drew the attention of nearby cultivators. Seeing the protrusion on their foreheads caused these cultivators to run away very far from fear, not daring to get involved. The Insect King Imperial Lineage. There were only more than a dozen young cultivators blocking the Snow Shadow group, but Elder Ji and the others turned pale after seeing the protrusion on their foreheads. Qirong Wanxue was also quite alarmed. An escaping cultivator recognized the leading young cultivator and exclaimed, "The junior brother of the ghost insect evil child." These young cultivators were only ordinary disciples from the insect lineage. The leader was one of the many junior brothers of the evil child. He was not a brilliant genius by any means, but others still feared him. The insect imperial lineage had been famous for a long time. The Nether King insect was a source of terror to many people. Elder Ji's group was stricken with fear after seeing these Insect King disciples. Once bitten by the insect, they would experience a fate worse than death. The ghost insect evil child's junior brother blocked the path and menacingly smiled as he said, "You want to leave? It won't be so easy." The squirming pouch on his head was quite a creepy sight. "Where is Wuxia? Say it." The junior brother declared with an ominous smile. "I don't know his whereabouts." Qirong Wanxue took a deep breath and shook her head in response. Very well, I'm not afraid of you guys not speaking. I'll take my time interrogating all of you after you're captured." The junior brother let out a grim smile. He then commanded the disciples right behind him, "Go, capture all of them. Don't kill them, we'll take them to the Phoenix Maiden as a greeting gift. You guys, go, now. I will stop them." Qirong Wanxue hastily spoke with a changed expression. She then made all of her blood energy erupt as her royal noble aura shot up high. She was risking it all at this moment. However, the disciples from the Emperor's lineage quickly surrounded all of them. In just a second, Elder Ji's group lost their chance to escape. Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden. Chapter 481, Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden, Be Obedient and, the junior brother laughed sinisterly. However, before he could finish, his words were abruptly stopped. Puff! An arrow's shadow flashed, accompanied by a wind-breaking noise. The disciples that were surrounding Qirong Wanxue's group were pierced and fell to the ground without the opportunity to even scream. The ghost insect evil child's junior brother had been gripped by the neck and suspended in the air. He was already in his enemy's grasp before he finished his sentence. Everything happened too fast. Before anyone could calm down, the disciples from the insect lineage were all shot to death while only the junior brother was alive. The junior brother couldn't move with his neck gripped, so he struggled to spew out these words with a pale face. Who are you? Are you not currently looking for me?" The young man that was gripping his neck revealed an innocent smile and said, "You were searching, so I came to see you." Wuxia. The junior brother trembled in fear. He was only a fox exploiting the tiger's might and didn't expect Wuxia to actually be nearby. Wuxia killed the group of the Divine Spark Prince and the other young geniuses in one breath. He was the new fierce of this generation. "Very well, if you are looking for me, then it is time to finish this." Wuxia's roar reverberated throughout the world in an overbearing manner. "Regardless of how many people the Divine Spark country brought, I alone shall slaughter all of them. But heed my warning, do not touch a hair of the Snow Shadow tribe, or else I will slay your entire country tomorrow." This tyrannical declaration echoed in the sky for a long time. Many people looked at each other after hearing this. Someone couldn't help but sneer and say, "Ignorant fool, does he not know who he is offending? Slay my Divine Spark country?" The Phoenix Maiden's image also appeared under the 9 heavens. She had a pair of sharp and majestic gaze, making her seem like the queen of this world. She coldly spoke, just because of these words, I shall annihilate the Snow Shadow tribe, then I'll exterminate your 9 clans. The fury of the Phoenix Maiden startled many people, especially the group of Wuxia. No one doubted her resolve or strength to carry out her threat. Exterminate his 9 clans? At this time, a pleasant voice, as clear as a bell or an elf, emanated throughout the sky along with a shadow. Lan Yunju's unparalleled smile reached across the spatial plains as she spoke. Phoenix Maiden, I wonder what your divine spark country will do to kill my 1,000 carp rivers and 9 clans? With the myriad bones thrown as your backing, I really want to see what trump cards you will use to slay our 1,000 carp guardians and 9 clans. 1,000 carp guardian. At this time, countless eyes fell upon Wuxia. They gasped at the thought of him being the 1,000 carp guardian. The 1,000 carp river was incredibly prestigious. Naturally, it was not weak since it was an emperor's lineage. Moreover, it was also extremely mysterious. In the past, immortal Emperor Qianli swept through the 9 heavens. There was a rumor stating that he even quashed the ancestral realm. Even a high and above existence like the sacred netherworld's ancestral realm had to retreat before the might of immortal Emperor Qianli. Immortal Emperor Qianli was also the most recent emperor from the emperor's era in the sacred netherworld, so his influence was still greater than any other emperor. Because of this, the mysterious and dreadful 1,000 carp river was coveted by many lineages, but none of them dared to make a move. Phoenix Maiden, the rules are very simple. Lan Yunju's pleasant voice continued, my 1,000 carp guardian will challenge your divine spark country alone, regardless of how people you have or how many helpers you can get. However, you cannot touch the Snow Shadow tribe, or else my 1,000 carp river will guarantee that tomorrow will be the demise of your divine spark country. Even the myriad bones thrown will not be able to protect you. Lan Yunju's words reverberated throughout the world. Everyone held their breaths in anticipation after hearing these words. Many great powers knew that this was not an empty threat. The divine spark country was indeed powerful, but there was still a big gap compared to the 1,000 carp river in the southern distant cloud. The river sect had the power to destroy the divine spark country, and the myriad bones throne was too far away to help. So be it. The Phoenix Maiden spoke with a cold attitude, tell him to come alone, I shall wait right outside the Snow Shadow tribe. Having said that, her image in the sky disappeared. Wuxia and Lan Yunju's avatars also disappeared from the horizon. The messages across the sky from the 2 sides created a tense atmosphere. Everyone knew that a storm was coming. This battle would surely shake the heavens. This also resulted in a group of indecisive people. Before, many were eyeing Wuxia not only for the prime ominous key, but also for the tempting bounty from the Phoenix Maiden. However, the situation was now different since they all knew that Wuxia was the guardian of the 1,000 carp river. This meant that he had its backing. Anyone who wanted to deal with Wuxia had to think it over carefully, including other emperors' lineages. Chapter 482, Going Through the Bloody Path. The rewards are the same, whoever kills Wuxia will be protected by the myriad bones thrown. After the exchange in the air, the Phoenix Maiden immediately let out this message. Many cultivators who were going to give up suddenly became active again after hearing about the protection from the Throne of Bones. This was met with an immediate response from Wuxia, I welcome all those who want a piece of me. If you think you are capable, then come and kill me for the prime ominous key and the rewards. Don't worry, as long as you are able to kill me, the 1,000 carp river will not find you for revenge. Wuxia's declaration stupefied everyone. This was the same as screaming that he did not mind becoming enemies with the rest of the world. A sect master was dumbfounded after hearing this news. This guy is crazy, he's provoking even more people. When facing such a situation, others would try to avoid falling into an even worse state. Wuxia had the 1,000 carp river as his backing and it was a great deterrence, but his declaration just now was no different from telling the world that he was a fat piece of meat that anyone could take a bite of. This brat is either crazy or confident enough to think that he is invincible. A heavenly sovereign predecessor couldn't help but murmur. The Thousand Carp River won't take revenge? Those who were apprehensive of Li Qia's position became ecstatic after hearing this. He chose the hard way instead. Excellent. Such an admirable and domineering attitude. An expert cheerfully said, if he wishes to provoke everyone in this world, it would be an affront to our ghost race's prestige if we didn't kill him. Suddenly, many became restless with excitement. Many great powers that were apprehensive before were now ready to take action. Many of them gathered their experts right outside of the Snow Shadow tribe in order to attack Li Qia. One royal lord commanded, go and prepare right outside of the Snow Shadow tribe, I don't believe that he is invincible. Countless people then congregated right outside of the Snow Shadow tribe. Experts and masters from the great powers were all there. No one wanted to be the first to make a move. All were waiting for the right time to take advantage of the situation. Li Qia's declaration also shocked the group of Qirong Wanxue. This was the first time the stunned Snow Shadow disciples saw an arrogant person of this magnitude declaring war against the rest of the world. They were conquered by Li Qia's domineering style and were full of admiration. They felt that Li Qia was comparable to the three heroes. His aggressive challenge to the world would be a lifelong goal for them to strive for. Are you crazy? Even Lan Yunzhu was startled. You mind the fact that you don't have enough enemies already? Li Qia calmly said, this much is nothing. The more the better, it is time for me to sharpen my blade. It has been a while so I can feel my body rusting. Qirong Wanshue's group was speechless. The Phoenix Maiden's army was already terrifying enough, but now Li Qia wanted to challenge the rest of the cultivators in this world. This was such an insane course of action. Doing so was suicidal in everyone's eyes. How many actually managed to live after challenging the rest of the world? Unless it was a rare genius like Dizwa, one could forget about surviving. Your head is the thing that is rusting. Lan Yunzhu glared at him while showing a charming look, then she snappily said, is the divine spark country and the myriad bones throne not enough? Do you want to declare war against the rest of the ghost race? Li Qia waved his sleeve and slowly said, the decision is not in my hands but theirs, I can't help it if they wish to oppose me. If they stretch out their necks while waiting for me to execute them, don't you think that it would be cruel of me to let them down? He continued to smile and said, moreover, so what if I face all of the ghosts in this world? Forget about just this world, I don't even mind facing the ghost race in all the 9 heavens. People had to gasp at such a tyrannical statement. Before, the group of Elder Ji would think that Li Qia was blustering with an unparalleled egotism. But now, they didn't think so. These words that came from Li Qia seemed so trivial. Nevertheless, they were still very skeptical about the extent of Li Qia's strength. How could he have so much confidence? Lan Yunzhu looked at Li Qia and angrily said, have you become insane due to murderous urges? You're always talking about massacres and such. Lan Yunzhu knew about Li Qia's aggressiveness and that he wasn't a good guy at all. Li Qia had planned to slaughter them back at the Thousand Carp River, and he had no reservations against killing the ghost race. Killing one is a sin, killing hundreds makes one a hero, killing tens of thousands makes one a king, and killing millions makes one an emperor. Li Qia calmly continued, since time immemorial, which immortal emperor didn't step on countless bones to reach the throne? From beginning to end, killing millions is normal for an emperor. If one wants to reach the peak, they must have the determination to slaughter millions. Li Qia looked at Lan Yunzhu and said, the emperor's path is narrow, when enemies meet, one side must die. Even if you don't want to kill, the moment you set foot on this path, millions will want to kill you. So instead of offering your head to others, why not kill millions to achieve an eternal title? The years are long and future generations only remember those who shouldered the heavens will to become emperors, not those stomped below their feet. After becoming emperors, killing millions will become a decorated battle record, not the act of a crazed murderer. Lan Yunju quietly listened. She was a genius with dual saint talents and had a chance to walk on the emperor's path in the future, so she understood this logic. Even if you didn't want to kill people, others would want to slay you on the imperial path. This is a form of training. Li Qiye said with a smile, it is not as simple as killing, one can perfect their arts during a real battle. Only by experiencing a life and death battle under the baptism of blood would one's merit laws reach their utmost limit. Even an ordinary technique would become the most frightening sure-kill move after numerous blood-tempered battles. The path towards becoming an immortal emperor is not just about learning and marching through the corpses of countless enemies. Li Qiye slowly continued, only after countless battles would one be able to understand more about their own self and utilize an even greater potential. They must temper their merit laws and cultivation in blood to eventually reach the ultimate sublimation. Qiurong Wanxue also carefully pondered Li Qiye's words. She had never been exposed to these things before, so they were quite helpful in giving her a new perspective. Lan Yunju had more insights about the emperor's path than Qiurong Wanxue. She leered at Li Qiye and intentionally wanted to take him down a notch. Watch out or you'll fall on the path before becoming an immortal emperor. But she knew that her counterattack couldn't really faze him. Rest assured, throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I alone am invincible. Li Qiye calmly and leisurely declared. The group of Elder Ji couldn't help but show astonishment from this exaggerated remark. Other people, no matter who they were, would be afraid to say such a thing, but this was a simple and common routine to Li Qiye. Lan Yunju wittily quipped, "Oh, uncle, don't blow the leather hide too hard or it'll blow up." Li Qiye leisurely smiled and retorted, "Just wait for my triumphant return." Lan Yunju glared at him before calmly saying, "I know, I'll be waiting." She was confident in Li Qiye and trusted that he could create another miracle. There were rolling hills right outside of the Snow Shadow tribe. At this moment, they were occupied with endless shadows of people from the gigantic crowd that consisted of cultivators from all levels and races. So many were here that it created a myriad of scenes. Some were floating in the sky, some were lingering on the peaks, and some were hiding in the shadows. The cultivators that came here for Li Qiye numbered in the dozens of tens of thousands or even more, all aimed to kill Li Qiye since the Phoenix Maiden's bounty was too tempting. More importantly, Li Qiye had the prime ominous key. There were also many sect masters and kings along with high elders, but the young prodigies here were too many to count. High elders from the great powers didn't necessarily need king medicines, precious scrolls, or even a virtuous paragon life treasure, but the key made them salivate. Of course, some of the young ones came for fame. At this moment, Li Qiye was very illustrious after killing the group of the divine Spark Prince. He was called the new fierce of this generation. His cachet had nearly reached the level of the Titanic Crescent Saint Child or the Ghost Insect Evil Child from the Emperor's lineages. The rewards are the same, whoever kills Li Qiye will be protected by the Myriad Bones throne. After the exchange in the air, the Phoenix Maiden immediately let out this message. Many cultivators who were going to give up suddenly became active again after hearing about the protection from the Throne of Bones. This was met with an immediate response from Li Qiye. "I welcome all those who want a piece of me. If you think you are capable, then come and kill me for the prime ominous key and the rewards. Don't worry, as long as you are able to kill me, the Thousand Carp River will not find you for revenge." Li Qiye's declaration stupefied everyone. This was as if he was screaming that he did not mind becoming enemies with the rest of the world. Chapter 483, The approaching storm. Killing Li Qiye would win them success and recognition to become the most dazzling hero of the younger generation. The young cultivators knew that they were not a match for Li Qiye one-on-one, but many wanted to take his life anyway. Even heavenly sovereign predecessors personally came along with several tens of thousands of experts, acting like tigers stalking their prey. As the proverb says, enough ants will bite even an elephant to death. These young cultivators wanted to sneak attack Li Qie during the chaos and take his head. When that time comes, not only would they gain the bounty from the Phoenix Maiden, they would also gain an illustrious reputation. Just thinking about the potential fame left their blood boiling with excitement. They couldn't wait to cut off Li Qie's head and use it to pave their future path. And of course, there were those who didn't want to become involved in these murky waters and instead came to join the fun. This group stood very far from the Snow Shadow tribe since they only wanted to watch the battle. There was also another group that had a different plan. This group consisted of a few Undyings hiding in the shadows. Given the chance, they would definitely deliver a fatal blow to Li Qie. They didn't come for the bounty or for the prime ominous key, they came to take revenge for their disciples and descendants. At the oasis, Li Qie killed many young ghost cultivators. Their elders were the ancestors of sects who had been waiting for a chance to take revenge. Outside of the Snow Shadow tribe, countless experts held their breaths in anticipation for Li Qie's arrival. Some were excited, others were tense while the rest hid their emotions. Only the divine spark Phoenix Maiden who was sitting on her phoenix chariot remained calm. It was as if her victory was already a foregone conclusion. The Snow Shadow members were stricken with fear. Although the enemies hadn't taken action against them yet, who could predict what would happen after the battle? At this point, they could only pray for Li Qie to be the victor with the last laugh. The majority of the Snow Shadow disciples didn't know who Li Qie was or why their tribe was linked to a human. However, these questions were no longer important to them. What was crucial was that Li Qie's victory was the Snow Shadow's last hope of survival. If Li Qie died, then amidst the excitement, the divine spark country and the crowd would destroy the entire Snow Shadow tribe. Because of this, the entire Snow Shadow tribe quietly prayed for Li Qie to triumph over everyone for the sake of their survival. Li Qie finally appeared under countless gazes. Just like he had previously stated, he came alone. He strolled with leisure as if this venture was not dangerous at all, he was merely taking a stroll before a mighty army. He's here, he is here. At this time, the atmosphere was tensing. Many experts who were ready to sneak attack or those who only wanted to spectate were in a frenzy. The gazes that fell upon Li Qie came in a plethora of emotions, there was anger, murderous intent, cold and calculating glints, and cruelness. These gazes alone seemed enough to cut him into many pieces. The 10,000 experts outside of the tribe secretly took out their weapons or maneuvered to a better position. When the time was ripe, they would deliver the fatal blow. Li Qie seemed to be a lost lamb as he faced so many prowling experts among the hills. He had entered the tiger's den, and these hungry experts were just waiting to take his head. Or, one could also describe him as a drowning man surrounded by sharks that were ready to swarm him once they smelled blood. Among the tumultuous crowd, some people couldn't help but admire Li Qie. One older sect master said while being visibly moved, "So courageous. He knows that there are tigers on the mountain yet he still chose to come." Even knowing full well that countless experts were lying in ambush, Li Qie still came alone. Such a person was either truly confident in his cultivation or was a madman. This guy is absolutely crazy. Opposing the Phoenix Maiden alone wasn't enough, he even dared to challenge the world, resulting in him having to face its wrath. He's a freaking maniac. Someone inside the crowd exclaimed. A human cultivator couldn't help but say, maybe he is just full of confidence. He believes that he can leave in one piece just like Dizwa. When Dizwa was 18, he also destroyed the North Ridge country alone and walked freely in the midst of a 500,000-strong army. Although the human race had a very weak presence at the nether border, many human cultivators here hoped for Li Qie's victory, for the pride of humanity. The nether border was the territory of the ghost race, especially when an unbeatable Tao lineage like the Myriad Bones Throne presided there. The human race certainly did not have an easy time there. If Wuxia could sweep through all of his foes today, then the human race would shine, especially if he could become an existence like the three heroes. This also meant that a human genius would have a chance to become an immortal emperor in the sacred nether world. However, the words of this human expert caused the spectating ghost members to become discontent. A ghost cultivator sneered, "Humph! You dare to compare a human brat with Sir Dizwa? He is nothing." The human expert strongly retorted, "Nothing? He is the guardian of the Thousand Carp River. I dare you to go say that to the Thousand Carp River." "So what if he is the guardian of the Thousand Carp River?" The ghost cultivator coldly mocked, "Just watch, before the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he will be torn apart by the thousands of experts. He is just a lost lamb waiting to be eaten by the wolves, he will die without a burial." The human expert sneered back and retorted, "Back at the oasis, Wuxia killed 1,000 with one swing, so he can still do it here. So what if you have the advantage of numbers? When one is powerful enough, mere numbers wouldn't be able to do anything to one." The human cultivators were backing Wuxia while the ghost cultivators spoke for their own. Many ghosts only wanted Wuxia to be dismembered and left rotting in the field. After all, how humiliating would it be if several tens of thousands of ghosts couldn't kill a human junior? Ghost tribes considered themselves as the sovereigns of the sacred nether world, but this was also very close to the truth. If they were to lose today to a human junior, then their authority would come under attack. Calm River Ghost Monarch, Netherwell Bone Demon, Onyx Mountain Corpse King, 8 Slaughter Heavenly Sovereign. The more composed ghost experts looked at the experts gathered by the hills and recognized all the famous characters, saying, "Even Sir Dizwa might not be able to face so many enemies, unless he brought an immortal emperor life treasure with him. Otherwise, he might not be the last man standing." At this point, the ghosts that gathered here were all notoriously powerful. The young geniuses were one thing, but the more surprising part were the great characters from the previous generation, especially those who became heavenly sovereigns during the difficult Tao era. There were also experts from the other races, such as the demon race, the blood race, heavenly devils, and stone golems among others. The Phoenix Maiden's bounty was too generous, so even the other races' experts joined in the hunt. Only humans did not participate. This was a battle between Wuxia and the entire ghost race. Any human expert who participated in attacking Wuxia would be abhorred by the rest of the humans in the sacred nether world. Wuxia slowly approached under countless gazes. He came closer and closer while the experts hiding in the mountains held their breaths. In this tense atmosphere, even they could hear their own heartbeats. Wuxia stopped right before the hills. He was as calm as ever as his gaze swept past everyone. Finally, his gaze stopped on the divine spark Phoenix Maiden sitting on her chariot in the sky. The Phoenix Maiden had an ice-cold expression as her sharp glare was directed towards Wuxia. Her eyes were full of a murderous intent that resembled the cold glints of blades. "Ah, are you the divine spark Phoenix Maiden?" Wuxia looked at her and smilingly said, "I am here. Do you want to fight one-on-one or all together? I welcome either choice." The Phoenix Maiden up high above coldly looked at Wuxia and spoke with a murderous tone, "Against enemies, I do not care for the process. The only thing that matters is the result of either you prostrating before me, or having your head placed on my table. I'm afraid you won't be able to achieve either outcome." Wuxia nonchalantly stated while standing before the mighty army with a smile, "How about I give you a suggestion? Scram now to the edges of the heavens and I'll pretend that nothing happened." Chapter 484, Solo Against All. Naive fool, still blustering after killing my little brother. The Phoenix Maiden's cold eyes were full of murderous intent. She was no different from a maddened queen. "You mean that useless prince?" It could only be described as him choosing death. he dared to conspire with others against me. I was already merciful enough for not taking it out on your divine spark country. Today will be your funeral. I will offer your head at my little brother's funeral to appease his soul in the heavens." The Phoenix Maiden spoke with a cold expression. Wuxia was too lazy to talk any longer, so he said, "Then stop wasting time. Just get on with it and see who will become the ultimate winner. Do you want to go first, or do you want to let these hired thugs come at me?" The Phoenix Maiden coldly glared at him and then spoke emotionlessly, "Heroes, from now on, the reward will be doubled. Capture Wuxia alive, 3 virtuous ancestors' longevity blood drops, Wuxia's head, 1 king medicine pill and a bottle of 1,000,000-year-old longevity blood, any of his limbs, 1 precious scroll and 1 virtuous paragon true treasure." What? 3 drops of longevity blood from virtuous ancestors? An uproar erupted after this declaration. Someone else exclaimed, 1 bottle of 1,000,000-year-old longevity blood. 1 drop of longevity blood for 10,000 years, 1 drop of longevity blood from 10,000 drops of blood. This was a phrase that described how precious a cultivator's longevity blood was. A virtuous ancestor's blood was even more precious since they were the highest existences amongst virtuous paragons. Some people said that virtuous ancestors were the closest to immortal emperors, they were at the pinnacle of their realm. Some even said that their power was very close to emperors. So how could 3 drops of longevity blood not cause people to palpitate? Grand characters at the end of their lifespans lost their composure after hearing this reward. A few undyings that were hiding in the shadows wanted to take a shot. Their lifespans had withered, but maybe these 3 blood drops would allow them to live for a few more years. However, these undyings had lived for a very long time. They were not in a rush to take action and only continued observing to see Wuxia's true power. A few of them were very wary of him. After all, he was still the guardian of the river sect. They weren't sure whether the river sect would protect him if they attacked Wuxia. The Phoenix Maiden's new conditions caused the spectating experts to no longer be able to bear it. The ghost experts who already wanted to kill Wuxia became even more agitated. In just a few moments, countless glowing eyes were glaring at him. At this time, he was a piece of fat meat that everyone wanted a bite of. Cultivators eyed Wuxia like hungry wolves, but no one wanted to make the first move. Wuxia had a certain level of notoriety after killing Golden Child's group, so no one wanted to be the first person to eat crabs. Many just wanted to take advantage of the situation, so they waited by the side. Wuxia had moved behind the real Bai Longfei and shattered his head with 1 slap. Bai Longfei didn't see anything at all even at the moment of his demise. He naturally couldn't see how Wuxia appeared behind him despite his great speed. "You were only displaying your slight skill before a true expert." Wuxia didn't even bother to look at his corpse and said. Bai Longfei's speed was no different than a snail's in Wuxia's eyes. Wuxia didn't even need to use the soaring immortal physique against Bai Longfei, the Kung Peng's 6 variants alone was far faster than Bai Longfei. Many people shuddered after seeing how Wuxia easily slayed Bai Longfei with 1 slap. It was apparent that he was much faster than Bai Longfei. Wuxia walked closer to the tribe's entrance and was stopped by 3 middle-aged men. One wielded a large shield, another a pair of sabers, and the last one had a long rope wrapped around his arm. A total of 8 divine rings emanated from each of their bodies. Without a doubt, they were all just a step away from grand achievement Little Sovereign. The Winged Continent's 3 saints. The hearts of many people shuddered after seeing the 3 middle-aged men. The 3 saints were far stronger than ordinary Little Sovereigns. They reached the heavenly sovereign realm during the difficult Tao era. Alas, they were born in the wrong era and spent their golden age in the midst of this arduous time. Otherwise, they would have already reached Heavenly King or Virtuous Paragon. Moreover, the 3 of them were blood siblings and they had grown up together. They cultivated the Tao alongside each other in the form of a combination technique. They were completely in sync with their thoughts. When facing their enemies, whether it was only one person or an army, the three of them always fought together. The oldest brother had the shield for defense, the second brother had two sabers for offense, and the third brother's rope was for sneak attacks. The three were perfect together, and very few people could defeat their joint attacks. Even grand sovereigns had died at their hands. "Junior, what will you do now?" The oldest brother with the shield gravely spoke with the appearance of an unbreakable mountain. Wuxia slowly unsheathed the saber by his waist. This was just an ordinary iron saber. He then poured his blood energy inside and it emitted a crimson light as if it was a treasure saber. This time, Wuxia had both a sword and a saber ready. He wanted to train himself, thus he avoided using the hell-suppressing godly physique along with the soaring immortal physique. Otherwise, this battle wouldn't even be considered a challenge to him. Wuxia pointed with his saber and lightly said, "Come, don't waste words." Having said that, a saber's him appeared. The ordinary saber under the channeling of his blood energy seemed to have its own spirituality. "Mad fool!" The second brother roared, then attacked with his dual sabers instantly. The saber slashes came suddenly and continuously like a flood. This little sovereign's attacks flooded the sky, creating a terrifying scenery. The saber slash could easily split the earth and mountains in half. "Are you not embarrassed by showing off such a meager level of saber mastery?" Wuxia smiled. "Zheng." He raised his saber to the sky. In this instant, the ordinary saber in Wuxia's hand seemed to have turned into a flood dragon. "Naive fool, still blustering after killing my little brother." The Phoenix Maiden's cold eyes were full of murderous intent. She was no different from a maddened queen. "You mean that useless prince?" It could only be described as him choosing death. He dared to conspire with others against me. I was already merciful enough for not taking it out on your divine spark country. Today will be your funeral. I will offer your head at my little brother's funeral to appease his soul in the heavens." The Phoenix Maiden spoke with a cold expression. Wuxia was too lazy to talk any longer, so he said, "Then stop wasting time. Just get on with it and see who will become the ultimate winner. Do you want to go first, or do you want to let these hired thugs come at me?" Chapter 485, Battle begins. A cut across the sky like a torrential river. The second brother's saber slash couldn't compare to Wuxia's attack. The ghost saber ray was drowned by this huge river and crushed by the incomparable saber intent. This saber strike not only destroyed the second brother's saber ray, it also caused many mountains to collapse, forcing many terrified spectators to back away. This was the river-traversing saber, the first variation from the heaven-traversing 8 saber that once belonged to the unbeatable martial god. It originated from a very archaic era. Once it was combined with the tyrannical immortal saber to exert its ultimate potential, it could be lauded as unbeatable. Wuxia swung his saber so naturally that it was like the drifting clouds and flowing water. The saber intent traversed the sky with his meticulous technique. One slash alone already caused the second brother at the little sovereign realm to no longer be able to bear it. Clank! While the second brother was in danger, the first brother's huge shield blocked this surging slash. The moment Wuxia's attack ended, the third brother made his move. His rope whipped towards Wuxia's vulnerable spots with lightning speed like a poisonous serpent hidden in the shadows waiting for a killing blow. The whip was too fast. It intended to viciously pierce Wuxia's head. But who could be faster than Wuxia? Wuxia didn't bother turning his head and only unleashed a backhand swing. A saber slash akin to limpid autumn waters easily blocked the sneak attack. However, it did not stop there, it cut straight towards the third brother's chest. This was the hateful water saber, the second variation of the 8. This saber could cover the sky without leaving behind any openings. Clank! Seeing his third brother about to be cut by the saber, the first brother's huge shield seemingly came alive and quickly moved before the third brother to block this strike. At the same time, the second brother's dual sabers slashed down from the sky, creating a cross from above that quickly encompassed Wuxia. He thought that it would kill Wuxia in an instant. "I have no time to play with you all," Wuxia roared. With a boom, a red radiance emanated from behind Wuxia's head as his life will appeared. The yin-yang sea of blood created a tidal wave that towered for thousands of meters. A monstrous amount of blood energy poured into the saber in Wuxia's hand, creating an incomparably terrifying sea of fire that started to burn the world. Clang! Another saber's hymn filled the sky. One more circular slash came out as a saber glint suddenly flashed with unparalleled speed. This glint was enough to take down the sun and moon in the sky. Looping sky saber, this was the third variation that was capable of slaying the heaven and earth. Although it was just a sharp, flashing glint, its edge was unstoppable. "Time to end this," Wuxia screamed out while unleashing flames all over the sky. An endless amount of energy turned the ordinary saber into a blood saber. In this soundless second, the saber cut through the first brother's shield as if it was tofu and continued to his body, splitting it in half and causing blood to spurt. "Big brother!" the second brother startlingly exclaimed, but it was also too late for him. Pluff! The unstoppable circular slash bisected his waist as well. The enraged third brother crazily pounced forward as his whip roared like a mad dragon. Pluff! The saber stained with blood was flipped back once more by Wuxia like a rainbow across the sky. It was still the same looping sky saber variation. Under the eruption of his energy, this saber could slay dragons and cut down phoenixes. The whip was severed along with the third brother's head as his blood shot up high. In just the blink of an eye, the winged continent's 3 saints all died miserably under Wuxia's saber, an ordinary saber made from common steel. This forced everyone's eyes to open wide in disbelief. At this point, Wuxia's yin-yang sea of blood roared as the bloody tides in the sky soared even higher. It was as if the waves wanted to sweep through the stars that hung in the sky. Within this sea of blood was a floating red sun and moon. Wuxia stood there quietly to feel the mysticisms of the sea of blood and felt its surging blood energy pouring into his body. Wuxia's physique was powerful enough to withstand this boundless vitality. In the past, his body would not be able to handle this ocean-like blood energy, so he was very much enjoying the current sensation. He immersed himself in this sea of blood and basked in its profoundness. It was as if Wuxia was shouldering this sea of blood as he slowly walked towards the entrance and calmly smiled. Not a bad joint technique, but unfortunately, they didn't cultivate Emperor's laws. The 3 saints' joint technique was indeed amazing, but their merit laws were far from sufficient. If only they could have cultivated an Emperor's merit law, then they would have been formidable and could kill grand sovereigns like dogs. At this point, the hearts of many spectators sank. Wuxia easily killed the 3 saints, this was too heaven-defying. They stared at the roaring sea of blood right behind him. They became quite enamored with greed as they salivated since they understood how great this longevity treasure was. A lord of a big country couldn't help but speak with envy. Maybe this is a longevity treasure of the immortal emperor level. Such a tyrannical blood energy capable of turning ordinary steel into a divine saber able to easily cut through the 3 saints' treasures. Just how strong is this blood energy? It has to be of the immortal emperor level. After hearing this, not only was this lord's eyes reddened with jealousy, many covetous glimmers shot out from people's gazes. How great would it be to have an immortal emperor longevity treasure? Even the most ordinary technique, once strengthened with the blood energy of an immortal emperor, could tear apart the sky and split the ocean asunder. Such a longevity treasure would always be full of temptation. Even more people wanted to kill Wuxia. It was no longer just for the Phoenix Maiden's bounty. Wuxia's longevity treasure was even more beneficial than the rewards. O merciful Buddha! 8 old men that were seemingly around the age of 70 stood out at this time. Although they appeared quite elderly, their vitality was surprisingly exuberant, similar to a young man's. Moreover, despite their ghastly aura, there were bright waves of light right behind them as if they were nether Buddhas. The 8 old men formed a straight line. The hands of the person behind them would be placed on their shoulders. In a second, it was as if all 8 of them had become one. The Zen ghost 8 Buddhas. Many spectating cultivators from afar were alarmed after seeing these 8 old ghosts. These were frightening characters of the elder level from the Zen ghost tribe. At this point, the 8 men opened up their divine rings. Each of them had 10 divine rings, so they were all grand sovereigns. Although there were 8 of them, after taking on this linear formation, everyone would think that it was just one person. Interesting, a big tribe is indeed a big tribe after all. Wuxia narrowed his eyes towards the 8 monks and said, "This is the legendary myriad one physique." Wuxia slowly put away his saber. Bang! Wuxia's fate palace emerged and a Kunpeng instantly jumped out. In this split second, a gigantic Kunpeng covered the sky as it poured down a primordial waterfall. An emperor's law. Feeling the emperor's aura, someone quietly murmured. Wuxia's Kunpeng had turned into a primordial Kunpeng, so no one recognized what kind of emperor's law this was. With the sea of blood on his back and the Kunpeng floating above him, each of Wuxia's steps could create an entirely new world. With a pressing momentum, he uttered, "Let me taste the myriad one physique. This brat is too bold. Wanting to fight barehanded against 8 grand sovereigns, does he really think that he is invincible? Open." Wuxia went forward with a bullying momentum as his 2 hands slammed down like 2 giant cudgels. Right now, Wuxia was not using any techniques or variations, he wasn't using his immortal physiques either, only the Kunpeng's earth transformation. The earth transformation's heaviness was like the immensity of the earth as it came pressing down with infinite power. Wuxia's hands heavily slammed down on the old man at the front of the 8 monks' formation like 2 mountains. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the old man's 2 hands easily blocked this dominating emperor's law. While the man in front easily deterred Wuxia's attack, the 7 in the line behind him attacked Wuxia like a long whip. They came very suddenly with a speed countless times faster than by Longfei's. Moreover, this whip-like strike could break a mountain range or sink the earth. Wuxia shifted his body, creating an afterimage as he used the dark space transformation. The spatial barrier was no longer a hindrance. Wuxia appeared in the middle of the 8 Buddhas. One must beat a snake by the head, so Wuxia wanted to strike the weak spot of the 8 by severing their connection. Pluff! Suddenly, the 8 instantly attacked Wuxia as if they were a scorpion's tail. The speed was too fast and Wuxia couldn't dodge in time. Bang! Wuxia was blown away while spurting out a mouthful of blood. Boom! He then slammed heavily into the ground, creating a huge pit. Nice! The ghost experts instantly cheered after seeing the 8 monks easily defeat Wuxia, and they became excited at the sight of spilt blood. Chapter 486, Combat. The human cultivators were startled after seeing Wuxia get blown away. These were 8 grand sovereigns, so their combined power was quite terrifying. Rumble! Wuxia got up from the pit. Although the powerful strike from the 8 monks caused his blood energy to churn, due to his formidable physique, it was still far from being able to kill him. Yes! Amazing! He is still fine after a blow from 8 grand sovereigns. The human cultivators excitedly shouted after seeing Wuxia get up. They naturally didn't want to see his downfall. Wuxia stretched his body and laughed, "I love direct confrontations the most, this is the best type of training." Bang, 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 bang. At this time, all of his palaces appeared above his head while issuing continuous banging noises. As each of them appeared, a person was counting one by one, 1, 2, 3, once all of them appeared, someone shouted, aghast, 9 fate palaces. Crack! With a groundbreaking sound, a completely new palace flew out from Wuxia's Ngong meridian. This newly completed fate palace was finally opened successfully. Universal laws descended as it came together with the other 9. Wuxia had opened the 10th palace at this place as he was enjoying the endless blood energy pouring down from his longevity treasure. He then said with a smile, just in time, this is a good chance to hone it. Many people gasped in shock after seeing the 10th palace. What? 10 palaces? How is this possible? Even the Phoenix Maiden sitting on her chariot greatly changed her expression. Having 10 fate palaces was indeed very frightening. Even in the distant horizon, the mysterious Tian Luanhui's eyes narrowed and flashed with a profound glimmer. 10 fate palaces, suddenly, people both young and old became dejected. 9 deserves utmost veneration, 10 strives for extreme perfection. This was common knowledge to all cultivators. The limit for even the most devilish genius was 9 palaces. Attempting to get the 10th would mean that they're striving for extreme perfection. A sect master looked at Wuxia's 10 palaces and absent-mindedly exclaimed, "It has been a very long time since the sacred nether world has seen someone with 10 palaces." At this point, even the most talented of geniuses were sent into a daze while the most confident of prodigies felt that they were eclipsed. A genius whispered while in a daze, "Could this be a second Dizhua? No. Maybe, from now on, the sacred nether world will have 4 heroes?" However, Wuxia's terrifying display did not stop there. Stars began to illuminate the sky. The 10 palaces turned into a kingdom as 9 stars also rose. An endless kingdom appeared above Wuxia's head as these bright stars turned into a bright starry sky. 4 palaces to form a domain, 8 palaces to form a kingdom. Wuxia had 10 palaces with 9 stars illuminating his kingdom. Suddenly, this kingdom was no longer a kingdom, it had become its own world with a majestic worldly energy and an endless life force. The power of the Grand Tao, along with other energy sources that stemmed from this kingdom, all poured into Wuxia's body. Wuxia now carried the force of an entire world. It was not a borrowed strength nor an illusion, he truly grasped this powerful source of energy. Having 9 stars meant eternal prestige and having 10 palaces embodied perfection. An eternal perfect kingdom was called a heavenly kingdom, something that could turn into its own world. A few undyings hiding behind the curtains were alarmed as they said, 9 stars for eternal prestige and 10 palaces for perfection. This is an eternal and perfect kingdom. Is this brat still human? The power of an entire world encompassed Wuxia, creating a horrifying and awe-inspiring scene. A young genius couldn't help but loudly curse, "Fuck, 9 stars and 10 palaces. How are we going to live from now on? 10 palaces alone would be jealousy-inducing enough, let alone 9 stars as well. 10 palaces. He is way too abnormal." Far away at Necropolis, Lan Yunzhu watched and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Before, she already knew that Wuxia had 9 stars, but she didn't expect him to also open 10 palaces. Lan Yunzhu was an amazing genius with dual saint talents, but even someone who others claimed to be a devilish genius like her was still overshadowed by Wuxia's miracle. Qiurong Wanshue's group was also dumbfounded. Having 9 stars and 10 palaces was a legend to them, an unreachable miracle, a thing that they did not even dare to think about. But today, this legend and miracle was very close to them. "We cannot let this person live." The Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child exclaimed in horror. Wuxia's achievement was too big of a threat to imperial descendants like them. Although he may not be as strong as Dizhua right now, he would be a second Dizhua very soon. At that time, it would no longer be 3 heroes but 4 heroes instead in the sacred nether world. Wuxia provoked the Zen ghost 8 Buddhas. Come, let me see just how strong 8 grand sovereigns are. Show me the might of the myriad one physique. Boom! The 8 Buddhas chose the most direct response to Wuxia's provocation. The 8 lined-up monks jumped up like a leaping dragon with continuous roars. Them soaring in the sky tore apart space itself as if there was no spatial resistance. In just a split second, the 8 of them instantly aimed to strike Wuxia's chest. Scram! Wuxia let out a loud roar and then slammed his fists down like 2 mountains. At this moment, the eternal and perfect kingdom exuded an untold and majestic power. The stars in the sky were blinding as this world's power encompassed Wuxia. Bang! The dragon-like 8 Buddhas could not handle Wuxia's fists even though they were grand sovereigns. The power of a world slammed down, causing them all to fly straight into a mountain range, piercing through several peaks. Because all 8 of them were together in a line to form a dragon, they ended up rolling around on the ground like a struggling dragon. Before they could get up, Wuxia used the dark space transformation to instantly appear before them. Buzz! The 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds appeared behind Wuxia as they carried grand worlds. Boom! Wuxia's gigantic hands blotted out the sky and pushed down on the dragon's head, causing it to sink into the ground. The force of an entire world was enough to shatter the Earth's surface. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a sound of wind breaking as something moved 10 times faster than lightning. When Wuxia was pushing the dragon head down to the ground, its scorpion's tail was going to pierce right into his chest like a lance. However, before it could reach his chest, another pair of Wuxia's hands quickly caught the tail and then slammed it down into the ground. Boom! Another pair of hands descended from the sky and struck the middle section of the dragon. The squirming Buddhas were out of breath from the heavy suppression of Wuxia. In an instant, 6 hands held down the dragon. Despite turning into a giant dragon with their physique, the 8 Buddhas still couldn't move due to Wuxia's pressure. Bang, bang, bang. The 1,000 hands pushed down hard like a storm while utilizing the Kuan Peng's earth transformation. These hands didn't only carry the power of a world, they also had the force of countless boulders. Rumble. The earth and sky shattered. At this time, Wuxia became the embodiment of a 1,000 hands overlord, rendering the Buddha dragon powerless. Since they were pinned down to the ground, they could only take the beating. Wuxia used the most simple method to deal with them. Fists rained down upon the 8 helpless grand sovereigns. People shuddered at this sight with chills. The myriad one physique could do naught but take the merciless beating from the 1,000 hands technique. The frightened spectators could feel the pain as if they were the ones being struck by the 1,000 vicious and overbearing hands. Swing after swing was unleashed onto the 8 Buddhas. Boom! Finally, the dragon-shaped Buddhas were picked up by Wuxia and then ruthlessly swung around like a whip onto the ground over and over again. Pop! The final swing threw them crashing into a huge mountain. The myriad one physique broke apart as the 8 Buddhas tumbled onto the ground while spraying out blood. The myriad one physique was once an extremely heaven-defying technique that allowed 8 people to become one with extreme power. The newly fused body could even withstand an extremely powerful attack from treasures, but today, it had become the 8 monks' weakness as Wuxia mercilessly unleashed his fury upon them. The destruction of the myriad one physique was a form of salvation for the 8 monks. They rolled out and jumped up as their divine rings increased to their maximum size, screaming, "Kill!" At this moment, they took out a big fluttering banner. The moment it came out, the sky suddenly dimmed as a darkness enveloped the land. Statues of ancient Buddhas suddenly came out from the darkness as if they were coming out from hell. They all carried a dark and ghastly energy. Chapter 487, Nightwalker King, Die. Li Qiye laughed in response and then jumped into the abyss like a fearless king. His 1,000 hands attacked, a pair of hands headed towards each ancient Buddha. A pair of hands used the Kun Peng Sky transformation to crazily augment its speed to the limit of time, instantly knocking away one of the Buddhas. Another used the Earth transformation, causing the pair of hands to boundlessly enlarge and trap a Buddha regardless of what defensive treasures it used. While the Buddha was crushed within the earth, the pair of hands suddenly became bright and turned into fists. It used the eternal power of the 9 stars to immediately crush this Buddha into smithereens. At this point, Li Qiye intruded the darkness. Meet God, slay God, meet Buddha, slay Buddha. In his unstoppable rampage, the 1,000 hands sometimes used extremely ordinary punches. Other times, they had extreme speed, and some pairs used extreme force to crush the enemy. At this moment, even though the Zen Ghost 8 Buddhas were grand sovereigns, it was still useless. The banner artifact that could seal the heaven and earth failed to stop the tyrannical Li Qiye, who was killing all in his path. 1 versus 8 grand sovereigns, not to mention that he was barehanded against them. By wielding only heaven-defying techniques, he pushed them back continuously to the verge of death. This scene petrified everyone. Their banner artifact was an amazing foreign Dao treasure. Their combined efforts with the banner could even stop a jewel sovereign. However, in his current state with the sea of blood behind him, a world on top of him, and the 1,000 hands technique rampaging, Li Qiye was unstoppable. He shattered all of their offensives and annihilated their defensive layers while being unarmed. So this is the power of an eternal and perfect world. A person whispered after seeing this domineering scene. Many were secretly terrified. Li Qiye's cultivation was only at Ancient Saint, but he was currently forcing back 8 grand sovereigns. A heavenly sovereign from the previous generation couldn't help but smile helplessly. This brat is too heaven-defying. As far as I know, not more than 10 people in history had 9 stars and 10 palaces. Other human cultivators were cheering, well done. Our human genius is indeed different. He's able to sweep through the heaven and earth in such an invincible manner. Their blood was boiling from excitement. Some ghost experts were dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to retort. Having 9 stars and 10 palaces was indeed an amazing accomplishment. Although the ghost geniuses didn't want to concede, they knew well enough to keep their mouths shut. Di Zhua, Tian Luanhui, and Chan Yang were the 3 heroes of the ghost race. They were unbeatable amongst the younger generation, but no one had said that they had obtained 9 stars and 10 palaces. This was indeed a shocking achievement capable of subduing all the other arrogant prodigies. The 8 Buddhas were angered from being continuously pushed back, so they screamed, "Myriad Buddhas pilgrim." The banner artifact fluttered as if it was opening a new Buddhist country, but it was also ghastly like a land of ghosts. In this second, endless Buddhist chants emanated from this country as if they were summoning something. Myriad Buddhas came out from the banner and formed an array to lock Li Qiye. Then, countless Buddhist rods slammed down with the power to subdue all evil. These rods shattered the mountains and rivers along with the earth itself. Even fiend gods would not be able to escape this rod-punishing formation. Break for me. Li Qiye wildly laughed. His 1,000 hands then rose into the air and utilized the last transformation of the Kun Peng's 6 variants, the Galaxy transformation. A boundless galaxy loomed over the Buddhist country of the 8 monks. Thousands of gigantic palms covered the entire country. Bang, bang, bang. The 1,000 hands technique reversed the seal of the country like a drowning sea. They heavily slammed into the countless rods formation one after another like never-ending tidal waves while building up a stronger momentum with the Kun Peng's tsunami transformation. In just a moment, this power had stacked to the limit and finally, an unstoppable strike slammed down. From the Galaxy transformation to the Tsunami transformation, Li Qiye had used the last transformations within the Kun Peng's 6 variants with perfection. Boom! The earth shattered and the mountains split apart from the force. all the rods and Buddhas were annihilated. The 8 Buddhas were knocked up high from this earthquake while spewing out blood. This was their strongest technique, but it still couldn't stop Li Qia's bare hands. Pluff! As Li Qia was defeating the 8 Buddhas with his attack, a red flash suddenly appeared and a cold glint aimed straight for Li Qia's chest. Li Qia's final attack triumphed over the 8 Buddhas, and this strike was aiming for his momentary weakness. In this split second, a ghost-like person sneak attacked Li Qia, aiming to kill him with one blow. Li Qia reacted very quickly, but this blade still managed to cross his chest, leaving behind a bloody wound. In an instant, the enemy relentlessly attacked like a storm, wanting to sever Li Qia's head. In response, Li Qia put up both of his hands to block. Nevertheless, he was still blown far away and heavily slammed into a peak. The attacker who launched the sudden strike was too fast and swiftly dealt 2 fatal blows. Perhaps the enemy had been hiding for a very long time, waiting for this opportunity. Nightwalker King. The shadow disappeared after the attack, causing the spectators to cry out in shock. The Nightwalker King, the most terrifying character in the Nightwalker sect who was very good in the art of assassination. Although he was not an assassin by trade, he still commanded fear from many sacred nether inhabitants. Yi Sha was his apprentice, so he attacked Li Qia to take revenge. However, even this sneak attack was not enough to kill Li Qia. Li Qia crawled up from the debris. He was still alive and kicking as he spoke, again. Die! After a crazed battle cry, a loud rumble emerged. The earth shook as if there was a huge beast stampeding in the area. A gigantic stone golem rushed forward like a mad bull and slammed into Li Qia with its gigantic body. Scram! Li Qia coldly shouted and unleashed a sky-shattering fist into the gigantic stone golem's chest. Boom! This fist from Li Qia could shatter a mountain, but when it met this golem's fist, it was as if he had struck a mountain of steel. This gigantic golem was completely unscathed. Bang! While Li Qia was still surprised, he was knocked away by this huge golem. Ha ha ha! Little brat, I am impervious to all attacks. This huge golem laughed and then approached Li Qia at an extreme speed just like a mad bull. Grand Completion Diamond King Physique. Li Qia now realized that this huge golem cultivated the Diamond King Physique, one of the 24 King Physiques. It was one of the 2 King Physiques in the same branch as the indestructible Diamond Immortal Physique. Armored Heavenly Sovereign. A spectator emotionally exclaimed after seeing the huge stone golem, a heavenly sovereign with a Grand Completion Diamond King Physique. The armored heavenly sovereign stampeded like a bull with a fierce momentum, slamming into Li Qia once more. His body was invulnerable, thus it was his most powerful weapon. Li Qia understood the opponent's characteristics, so he shouted, "Go down." With a cry, he decisively slammed down with his foot as his life wheel began to crazily spin while channeling the revolving crescent sun law. His flood-like blood energy caused his power from the Grand Tao to surge. His 10 palaces kingdom poured down an endless amount of power, and the 9 stars that filled the sky granted him the power of a world. Li Qia still didn't use his hell-suppressing godly physique. He only utilized his unparalleled blood energy to trample the armored heavenly sovereign. However, the sovereign was like an unkillable cockroach. Although Li Qia's tyrannical force slammed him to the point of vomiting blood, it still couldn't kill him. While being under Li Qia's foot, the armored heavenly sovereign crazily laughed, "Ha ha ha. You can't kill me." His Grand Completion Diamond King Physique could even withstand a virtuous Paragon True Treasure's attack, so one could only imagine how tough his body was. Is that so? Li Qia chuckled. The starry sky suddenly became bright. Inside the 10 Palaces kingdom, the Terra's root poured worldly energy into Li Qia. In an instant, Li Qia not only had the power of an entire world, but also worldly energy. The moment his foot stomped down again, it was as if 3,000 worlds were pressuring the armored heavenly sovereign. Crank crack. Series of bone-breaking sounds appeared as the armored heavenly sovereign bellowed miserably while spilling blood. This one stomp was beyond his body's defensive threshold, but he still didn't die. You can't kill me. I am a grand completion diamond physique. The armored heavenly sovereign shouted. However, his words no longer carried the same confidence as before. At this point, many spectators felt chills. The armored heavenly sovereign was a real sovereign with a grand completion diamond physique. His body could stop the suppression from a heavenly king and attacks from a virtuous paragon life treasure, but now his bones were being broken from an ancient saint stomp. How terrifying was this development? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.